You use a lot of words.
Without making any presuppositions about the divinity or not of the text. Let's just take the text as given. It's not univocal. It's not.
You use a lot of words.
Sense.
You use a lot of words.
Multiple different and contradictory theologies, different and contradictory details on the same narratives, on the same events. Right now, if people want to say that that there's some kind of divine aspect to that, you're going to have to negotiate with the text pretty strongly and harmonize all kinds of stuff that are clearly not harmonious.
Yeah, now the question is, how is that not a presupposition, right? Because we need to get back to Aaron's discussion, because we don't want to take this into a totally different direction that he didn't intend it to go. But how do you make that anything more than a presupposition on its own?
Cloud.
I agree that it's
Cloud
a
has
presupposition,
so
but
much
it's one
fun.
that's based in the data, not based on something outside
We
the data.
can all.
Yeah, but I have numerous scholars I can appeal to that disagree with that. Right? Like,
I would just say that they're ignoring the data.
Clubhouse is so
and I
much
can just
fun
say
if we could all
in
enjoy
reverse
it.
direction. Right? In fact, I have several biblical theologies on my shelf right now that I can appeal to their sections, particularly in their introductions that engage with canonical theory, engage with the unity of the text, broadly speaking, and argue precisely for that, utilizing justifications like both historical and theological justifications to that being the case.
But it's not the case.
Okay, but do you have a justification off the top of your head that is the case?
Well, as you said, multiple human authors with conflicting and differing theologies and histories. I mean, it's all over the Bible.
Okay, let's analyze what you said, right? So what you said had two elements, right? Multiple authors, and then they have conflicting, let's say, just testimonies or theologies or historicities. Okay? The first point is not a rebuttal.
The Winter
Soldier. It's not
Soldier.
an argument. There being multiple authors. There's multiple authors. We can still argue for the unity of biblical text under multiple authors. The second one, contradiction.
Wait.
What was that?
God as a way.
How can you argue?
Let me finish real quick.
One thing at a time.
Yeah. We're doing like one thing at a time because I was not done.
Don't move on to the second thing then.
I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just analyzing, right? Which you're saying that the...
No, I have a question about what you just said.
That's fine. Dude, I'm not going to take forever, Caleb. You got to let me lead this. Okay, listen.
Jesse,
On the second point...
You're not my professor. You're not my TA.
I'm not being your professor.
Let the green bean lead.
I just want to finish my sentence.
But I have a question about your
That's fine. You can ask your question, but if you don't stop, dude, come on. Let me finish. Okay, the second point of the contradictions is borne out in the actual work that's done on either resolving the contradictions or justifying that they are genuine contradictions. Okay, so that is not an argument in and of itself.
If his dopamine demands it.
The first thing you said was that the does not contradict the unity of the text.
His dopamine demands it.
That's correct.
Okay, how is that the case?
Because you can have multiple authors, right, and that there still be a unifying core element within each of their works, right, that testifies by the absurdity of the contrary to there being a divine singular author. Right? There's
gibberish. That was gibberish. Say that in regular speak.
No. That's very standard in all biblical theologies, right? That question is the very standard first question that all biblical theologies engage. The thesis, right, that secular scholars are arguing against is precisely that. They interact with it.
Right. So all we're left with, that's fine. So all we're left with is two presuppositions. That's all we have.
So far, because we're not engaging justifications right now, right?
I don't have to because the justifications only exist inside the world of the presupposition.
No, they don't. No, by definition.
No, by definition, that's not right. By definition,
define a presupposition.
Like something like a first principle.
Okay, define
an axiom. An axiom. It's an axiom.
Why is it axiomatic as opposed to it not being axiomatic?
because it can't be demonstrated by any means. It's just stated and accepted.
Well, no, not necessarily accepted.
Is
but
this
it
an
is just
epistemology
stated, right?
class?
Premise. And
Yeah.
so there is no ability to justify a presupposition
Great.
on its own grounds, right?
That's
Great
right. So you can't
observation.
justify. That's right. You can't justify your presupposition, and I can't justify mine.
Great observation.
No, you can't justify a presupposition on its own grounds, right? But what you can do is that you can show that certain presuppositions have greater explanatory
I'm
power
so confused
by
now.
an analysis of the whole syllogism within which they operate.
You're
right?
using too many words,
So
Jesse. Can you
confused
prove the laws
now.
of logic using the laws of logic?
You can.
No, you cannot.
No, I think you can.
No, I don't
Jesse
think you
thinks
can.
and
Okay, so that's just a
But
disagreement.
besides the point, let's go back to the nature
Like
of
his
presupposition,
PTR.
right? Presupposition is either granted
Jesse thinks and speaks like his PTR.
largely on its own merits, right?
Jesse
The
thinks and
reasons
speaks
why
like his
someone would
PTR.
grant, right, or reject an individual presupposition has to do with how that presupposition operates in relation to other external justifications and other external presuppositions.
There he is with the so many words,
All right,
man.
all right, dude, I'm done, dude. Look, you do this.
Can you speak more
You cannot
clearly?
have it. Look. If you cannot have it, normal adult Yuri, when I first got on this app and I first initially talked to you, you were so much more enjoyable because the conversations actually operated as adult conversations. When you
I'm trying to
engage
do that.
like that, no, you're not. And I'm done. I'm going back to
All I'm saying, Jesse, is that the words you're using.
He can't handle himself.
I think obfuscates what you're actually trying to say. I'm asking you to try to say it more simply.
Okay, that's fine. That's what it does. Then I guess that we have resolved the conversation. I'll just fix it on that point, Okay, I'm going back to Aaron. Because this conversation is smart.
Exactly, he needs help.
Aaron, so I'll just say one thing to Aaron. Aaron, you do not have to harmonize Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. You can simply say they're two different authors, two different traditions, two entirely different points of the story. You don't have to harmonize them. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate your time, man. All right, Aaron, you want to go back to what you're talking about?
Jesse is a good boy.
Sure. Yeah, sorry, man.
Thanks, Jesse is a good
It's all
boy.
good. I don't think it's that interesting, and it's not very popular.
Sorry, man.
It challenges some long-standing
Sorry,
church
man.
doctrines, specifically original sin.
I love
Just
spiritual
and
pride
if you don't, we can move to a different topic.
and genius people.
My mind is not.
I love spiritual pride and genius people.
The idea that
They
Genesis
know
1 would be humanity
everything.
in general, right?
They know
There's an idea,
everything.
when you read
So
through Genesis 1, I
smart.
don't think people are saying that.
They know everything.
When the waters were filled with
So
righteousness,
smart.
happening in a very specific place.
I love spiritual pride and genius people. They know everything. They're so smart.
Generally accept this to be worldwide. And then on day 6, the male and female are created. Right? I guess it's read as a single two people. I don't know.
Imagine a book with arms, legs, and a head.
The challenge would be on day 6.
It's Jesse.
Things being created, is that only happening
Dr.
in the
Dictionary
or the proximity of this
in the Christian theology
like the beasts of the field, right? Is that only in the garden?
index.
How do you
That's
separate
Jesse. Dr. Dictionary in the Christian theology index.
Right, going to be like several layers deep.
I'm willing to
So,
bet.
do you want to you can
He
say
kicks.
just fine, right? That there was activity going on outside of the
To
garden
get
as well.
his
And God's
total
creating
dopamine.
other animals and other humans outside of the garden.
I'm willing to
Just
bet
as
he
he is
kicks
within
me
the
to get
garden.
his total
The issue
dopamine.
is that you don't have any.
Do it, Jesse.
You don't have any original
Become
Jewish
who
texts
you
to
were
that
meant
being
to
the case,
be.
right? Genesis 1 and 2 are the earliest texts. I mean, the manuscript tradition for Genesis 1 and 2, as far as I'm aware,
You
goes
just
back
become who you were meant to be.
early Middle Ages.
Strike down your father.
Like the Masoretic traditions as far as the manuscripts we have, and those are the data of those indicate that they are
died
very
your
early,
father and get
the
your
textual
dopamine.
traditions very earlier. So that would be back to like prior 1000.
You will be enlightened.
I'd say at the latest, right? So canonically speaking, you just don't have any other data to work with. That's all you have to go with. So you could have other things going on.
When Jesse shuts
but
up.
on what basis would you be able to justify that you have other things going on?
Yeah, so it would just be trying to be.
He kicked me. He kicked me. He kicked me. We got it. We got Jesse. We got Jesse, dog. We got Jesse.
Mine is too early for movie quotes. I'm sorry about that. As it gets towards the afternoon, I love my fucking movie quotes thing.
The genius room.
I think the angel.
Right now, I'm just in the mood to drink coffee and yell at dickheads who don't know what the fuck they're talking.
They kicked me. They kicked me.
So the children are influenced more by the mom. Liberal. Oh.
And this is a problem. You need a father. Everybody needs a what?
That's funny. I can't believe it. So that's what y'all, because I was like, damn, where did y'all become friends?
And I used to take up for Ann and Monica until I saw what they was really doing.
Hello, 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 hello.
Bye.
Don't talk, Naveen.
Don't talk, Naveen. Ann will live stream you on her TikTok channel.
Better than being on your YouTube.
Hello?
Yeah. Everyone stay on mute.
Everyone stay on mute and do what Commander Ann of the MAGA Democrat Walkaway Movement tells you to do. Ann is your leader and Dr. Jasmine is your psychiatrist. Hello? Everyone stay on mute. Don't give him any content. Don't flare his dopamine. Give him nothing.
Hello?
Hello? Did you hear it? Did you hear that, Ann?
Okay.
Dr. Jasmine.
I wasn't around. I'm sorry. I was paying for my drink. Pineapple juice.
Jessica, please remove him.
Oh, remove them.
Yes! 3 for 3!
Remove them.
3 for 3! We did it. We'll see if we get 4 for 4. This guy can talk all day. This guy talks 40 hours a week.
They'll come and ravage our
You ever
city,
shut up?
take our wives, take our daughters, take our fucking cattle, some of our fucking fruits and vegetables. But sometimes they'll leave the way. They give them back.
You ever shut up?
And these niggas is telling you like, yo, after the niggas violated whatever they did to that person, you can still treat your daughter as a human. And they try to convince these niggas that. Because they want to throw their daughters away after that shit happened. You're not like, niggas the ruin. I don't want them. It's not how the shit works.
Fuck these people.
אצלי להורים שלי יש להם תותים. Oh yeah, that's where I heard it too. That's where it's from.
Hello! I downloaded Ariota app, but I don't understand. Like, it ain't social audio dating. I mean, you still here right now. I want to talk to you on the Ariota app, Ariota. Hello? Hello? Oh, fuck, where'd that room go? Remove from room? Remove from room? Who rules the world? Felons rule the world.
Yeah, I'm good, Jay. Thank you for asking. I was thinking to myself, the case does provide an opportunity.
Felons ruin the world.
Let's assume, parenthetically, that it is not reversed on appeal. That it provides a great opportunity for other political actors to utilize similar tactics in the /legal political arena.
Felons ruin the world.
Activists.
There's a lot of felons on this stage.
County and state level might be able to take advantage of this structure of conviction for.
There's a lot of felons on this stage.
Likewise.
There's a lot of felons on this stage.
I'm thinking right now,
Trevor's getting to be like Putin. Takes a felon to know a felon.
The governor being accused of incompetence and some other kinds of things.
5 for 5. 5 for 5. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. We're doing it. My bad.
Because I nasty got a clubhouse and milk cards I made a tea out last night.
You messy bitch.
Okay, we're gonna finish this up. Magellism.
You should invite your Jewish friends in here too, so we can talk about it.
She was never.
So anyway, as I was saying,
Jewish?
but whenever, no, I was actually just.
That wasn't fucking love.
No, it wasn't. Shut the fuck up, you dumb nigger. Anyway, so in the past, yeah, you niggas are fucking annoying. So in the past, when I have gotten Muslim people in here, rather than have actual religious debates, it's all, Aisha was 3. Oh my God, you a pedophile. Like, don't nobody want to come in here for that shit?
Yeah, I'm not doing it. So I'm gonna just read. I'm gonna read it out the Talmud, and then y'all tell me what this means, right? It's in the. It says it's in the Mishnah. I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway, no problem. Shut up. Mute up, so I can read it. Calm down. Why? Like, hello? Okay. With regard to a female convert or a captive woman or a maidservant who were ransomed with regard to the captive, or who converted with regard to the convert, or who was freed with regard to the maidservant, when she was less than 3 years old and 1 day, for all of these, their marriage contract is 200 deniers, as their presumptive status is that of a virgin. Even if they were subject to intercourse when they were younger than that age, the hymen remains restored, and they are subject to a claim concerning their virginity. What does that mean? Their hymen is restored before the age of 3?
We're reading Talmud on Chromhouse.
The first thing I told you about that verse before you even read it, I said, yo, niggas came in there, ravaged the city, took the bitches, and whatever, right? The first word that used to describe this type of person was a captive. So this is the scenario I'm thinking of. So we got to take it out of this time and setting and go back to that fucked up place. One single ass, the donkey was worth 5 denarii. 5 denarii. So it's one denarius for one of these
Understand.
bitches they talk about here. And they telling you if you buy one,
This
you
is
buy a
gutter.
girl, you buy one of these niggas for whatever reason you want her freedom. Because remember, the Bible tells you
This
if
is
you see a
gutter.
Jew and that's a slave, you're supposed to buy their freedom. That's a law. So he's telling you the cost of one of these niggas and what you're supposed to do. And he's telling you that this little girl
Hello?
does not lack any value if she was raped by one of them oppressors. That's the basic understanding of it. Now, if you read it without that understanding, that shit ain't crazy. That's why Gentiles are not supposed to read
So
that.
from what I understood, it is saying that like intercourse with a child less than 3 years old wouldn't really be counted as intercourse as the hymen is restored after 3 years old.
And that's their stupid scientific reasoning. They think they speak in science right now. They think that's it's like Aristotle and niggas. Some of the niggas thought the world was flat, but they spoke Trump science according to what they knew. These dumb niggas is thinking that's truth. They believe that. They believe it wholeheartedly. You know that's stupid. I know it's stupid.
You dumb
You can't
motherfucker.
call them that. They ain't know no better.
Good day, you dumb mother clown.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are some Jews that believe in the Talmud and others who don't.
Who?
Like practicing Jews. There are practicing Jews who believe in it and others don't.
Yes, my brother.
So do the ones that believe in it believe that
Talmud.
sexual intercourse with anyone younger than 3 years is not counted?
Wake up. May you all read a book today.
The whole Old Testament.
May you all read a book today. Goodbye. Goodbye, clown people.
But that's why I brought it up, so they could question it and be like, damn, can we really use this as evidence?
Dox me, I don't care.
Said, yo, this shit was twisted by lies. That gives Jesus more
Dox me,
credibility
I
when
don't
they
care.
say, oh,
Bring it.
we gotta obey Moses
Bring
and
it.
Jesus. No, Jesus said he don't trust that shit. He quoted Jeremiah. But you can't tell that to the Hebrew Israelites because their identity is based on that. And once you start putting your identity with religion, you start having nationalistic and narcissistic beliefs. You can't, no disrespect, you can't tell Lion or Lady, yo, I ain't want to start this shit with that.
Say what, clown?
You can't.
Okay, this room is called Kick Me, Dox Me, Hate Me. This is Adrian. We have Danny here. Danny's a lifelong fan. Are you having?
Howdy, y'all.
Are you
having? Danny Smith. I know about it.
Howdy, Danny.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to be here. Pleasure. Just having a great Friday morning. I wanted to just come up and say I thought you conducted yourself very well in the
in the Jesse room.
Against Jesse, yeah.
Why do you think I did a great job?
Because he couldn't rebuttal, he had to put you down in the audience. He couldn't answer any of your questions. Had no response, right? So he decided to get his dopamine rush, and you predicted it before he did it. I thought that was funny because you said that. Right.
Weren't my comments hilarious? Like, they were so fucking awesome and funny. I mean,
it mentally got to him.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think you call that point, technically speaking, if you had a theological handbook, dictionary? You know, what's that point when your mind snaps and you go, I'm kicking this person because I want that dopamine and I hate them? Oh.
psychologically very smart. It was very. I was actually impressed. I'm like, hey, you called it before he did it. He psychologically got to his head.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Did you think I was polite to him, or did you think I was mean or rude, or just right?
No, I thought you were just right. I thought it was like polite,
Mm-hmm.
and but you could hear kind of a little like from the text, you could hear like the undertone of like a little teasing, right? Like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that's what got to him because it was like slightly condescending. Like, God, you get what I'm saying? Like the backhanded.
Backhanded, condescending teasing of somebody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was very good. It got under his skin.
It did, didn't it? Yeah. That's what I really like, is knowing that like I can get under, these people's skin. Technically, he's a little bit like an atheist in a way. It's kind of the same attitude, for a supposed theist who believes in Jesus Christ. Like, he certainly acts like an atheist being confronted on what they're saying and claiming that they're low IQ. Just because you know technical terms, it doesn't add to the conversation. You're basically using undefined words constantly. And even that Caleb was like, dude, you use way too many words, just like constantly, chronically. It gets really annoying because, I don't know, less is more. And it's just not, I don't know. It is what it is. It's fun though. This app is a lot of fun. I mean, I assume that's why you keep coming back, right?
It is, yeah. It's a social experiment. It really is.
But how the hell do you have a new account and a new party hat every time? Like, how do you create a new account for free? What app are you getting your burner numbers from to recreate a new profile?
Hey, hang on.
All right, now. Look at you just being messy.
And he was in Meerut, according to the college officials, according to the hostel where he was living, or like hostel by house of the landlady. Everything was against the left-wing propagandists. But you had radical leftists storming the courts, demanding that these people be killed. So, you can see what the whole propaganda was. I think it was 4.37 crore times her photos, her name, her story was shared all across the internet. 4.37 crores times. You see that with any other case plural? Are there not rape cases in India? Why do you think this was overblown internationally? And they were targeting Hindus by saying it is Devistan. And that the Hindus did pay a price of in Katwa. They were forced to leave that area. Right? So anytime these people talk about Katwa, people should remind them that when a CBI inquiry was demanded by all Hindus of Jammu, they were crushed by Mehbooba Mufti. They were crushed. And this is not new in Jammu. We say Hindus kabhi awaaz nahi uthate. They tried it. And the government, even the BJP did not listen to them. They fell to the narrative of the Islamists, what they wanted to peddle. It's sad.
Yeah, this kind of a thing just does something to me. Yeah, it just totally stirs my stuff. Yeah, it makes me feel so. Yeah, Bichari, how much she should have suffered? Huh?
how much is the accused suffer? Accused को अभी तक तो साबित नहीं हुआ, वो कितने सफर के होंगे तो सब लोग.
I feel sad for the girl because I feel that child was just a sacrificial goat for the politics of Islamists in Kashmir. You tell me, plural, you have a child. Oh, by the way, the two children of these so-called parents, they have a. Okay, you know what? When Madhu Ishwar interviewed the alleged parents, they stated that they don't have photos of girls, the parents and the brothers. Now, when the brothers were interviewed by Madhukeshwar, they showed one more photograph of the girl, just one more photograph, in which they are saying it's an 8-year-old girl. Imagine an 8-year-old girl, no matter how much of a rural India you come from, will you let an 8-year-old girl burn the charcoal on that bhatti, keep a tawa, not the small ones that we have in our home, like the huge ones, and then make rotis and turn, matlab, usko ulado that girl's only photo which except the purple dress one which you have seen all across the internet was this one particular photo, which the family did not send it to the interviewer because of course it falls against the propaganda, right? So I honestly feel this girl was for domestic help at their home, and that's why they did. I am 99% sure it's the parents. It's the parents who murdered her. Alleged parents. The poor girl. You tell me there should be an evidence of rape. There was no evidence of rape. They said bite marks, that was false.
So to summarize that, okay, so just to make sure that we have what you say are the facts. First is the rape in itself had to be proven, and the local community insisted that the CBI comes on board and conducts an investigation, which was turned down. Secondly, when the test for rape is not breakage of hymen, and neither is it a two-finger test, I can't believe that we live in a country where they actually do the two fingers. Anyway, so both of them were performed, but neither of them by law are allowed, and partly also not just because they're stupid, but also because they're not efficient. And third is the relationship between the accused and the victim, unfortunately, seems to be a little bit more colorful than what it was made out to be, in the sense that they seem to have spent some time together. And fourthly, the outrage that the left has actually created out of it also included some parts of the Indian judiciary where the judges allowed these not so best practices to be used as a standard. And therefore, when you bring the four together, it casts enormous amount of shadow, plus the evidence, which is the dupatta or whatever of the young lady in question. When these sniffer dogs were brought in to trace the scene of crime, it had already been sullied by the police because they had already worn it around their neck. So the sniffer dog really did not lead them into the temple sanctum, and it instead just came and sat. So neither was the evidence conclusive, neither were the tests conclusive, neither was the judiciary being particularly fair. However, the matter was blown out of proportions considering the reach that it has had. But one thing is for sure, we are one daughter down.
I would like to say one thing. I don't think that the topic needs to be on Katwa. I think I've said my piece. I think you can just make it into something else. But I'll give you one example. The way judiciary is absolutely asshole in a way. If you remember the Delhi riots, I'll just take an example of the Delhi riots because I can't think of a better example. In Delhi riots, according to the left, it was an anti-Muslim pogrom, right? Now, in that, what are the reasons they give for an anti-Muslim program? They say that majority Muslims died, hence it is anti-Muslim. The other thing was that the first person to be held accountable by the courts was a Hindu. Oh, I'm forgetting his entire name, but his surname was Yadav. Now, in this case of this guy, this Yadav guy, what happened was it is ridiculous. I'll tell you. And I'll compare it with another case of the same riot. So in this case, the Yadav guy was standing in a colony where there was a house of a Muslim woman. Tejashwini, you can just change the title to Hinduphobia. But so what happened?
We go back to the original topic.
Yes. This guy was standing in an area where there was a communal violence, of course, happening. You know what the Delhi riot was about. There was a Muslim woman's home, and there was a Hindu mob, apparently a Hindu mob, chanting Jai Shri Ram and put the Muslim woman's home to fire. Now, in this case, nobody died because nobody was in the home. Now, the court, under section 169 of the IPC back then, now we have PNS, but back then IPC, under 169, if I'm correct, they said this is their exact statement. You are a Hindu. The mob is Hindu. So, if they are burning the house of a Muslim woman chanting Jai Shri Ram, even if you didn't pick up weapons to support them, still you standing there makes you a rioter, an arsoner, and he was sentenced to 5 years in jail. He's still living his jail sentence, by the way. So this is one thing. The person, okay, when the police investigated, there were no weapons found from him. There was no evidence that he took part in burning of the Muslim woman's home. There was no items stolen from that area which was found in his home. No blood stains, no weapons, nothing. Just because the court assumed that because he's a Hindu, that he must have burned the house of the Muslim woman. Hence, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Now, let's take another example, similar example, under the same section, by the way, of the case of Dilbar Negi. Now, Dilbar Negi was a Hindu who was, now, you know, when people talk about the Delhi riot, people generally say Dilbar Negi was burnt alive and Ankit Sharma was killed. It sounds so simple now, and when you say killed, stabbed, maybe he must have been stabbed once. No, Ankit Sharma was stabbed 51 times to a point that his intestines came out of his body. With the case of Dilbar Negi, because here's the example.
Speak about it just to know how.
This whole
Talking about Dilbar Negi, his hands and legs were chopped, and his body, the rest of his torso, which of course, he was in pain, he was burnt alive. Now, in this case, the court said, using the same section, a different court interpreted the same section in a way that we don't have evidence whether these Muslim youths killed Dilbar Negi. They said killed Dilbar Negi or not. Henceforth, we will give them bail. You see, the same section of the law is interpreted differently by two different courts. In one section, just because a Hindu was standing there with no evidence, by the way, against him, no accusation against him, still he was moved. But in the case of a Muslim, the same section of the law, where a person is killed, basically, here nobody died, here a person was killed so brutally, and the court said, we don't have evidence against these poor Muslims. They just rioted because they were offended. So we don't have evidence against them. Henceforth, we can't arrest them. We'll give them bail. It happened to Dilbar Negi's criminals. So this is how the court functions. The court is like, I don't know, it's like a rotten apple at this point, the judiciary. Because Justice Lokur, he's retired now, he said Ankit Sharma died. No, it is very evident from the FIR, from the charge sheet, that Ankit Sharma was stabbed 51 times. Justice Lokur, in his judgment, in his remarks, says Ankit Sharma died. It sounds like an accident, when you say he died.
It's very cleverly, the word choice, the choices of word chosen by these justice, right? While giving a verdict or while typing out whatever they had discussed, that plays a lot of difference, right? And that's where it goes to the ultimate verdict where they give at the end of the statement, writing the whole summary of what they discussed. It's ridiculous. It's seriously ridiculous.
When people respect the judiciary, I would say criticize the judiciary. Criticize the judiciary when they make stupid statements like this: ki Ankit Sharma died, as if he like some dog bit him when he died. They're talking like that.
Isha, this is very true. That sorry, I'm interrupting you. See, the judiciary system is totally corrupt. Yeah, it's very difficult for them to to bring a change in the judiciary system. Either they have to completely repeal the thing and then bring a new system. Otherwise, they'll have to take up a thing in which all these judges who are given these wrong judgments, they have to be penalized, or something or that kind of thing should also come out. See, because at the end of the day, who's going to who's going to oversee the work of these judges, because they are the ultimate people, right, giving the verdicts and listening in the court.
Rashmi, that is why I said criticize the judiciary, because they sit in judgment of everything we do.
Exactly.
We are right, we are wrong. You're not communal, you're not secular, all that crap. But the thing is, they have the audacity to say, in the Kashmiri Pandit case, right? You know what they said? They said, too much time has passed. Henceforth, we will not interrogate in the Kashmiri Pandit matter. The case will not be reopened. So the right to justice was only denied.
Absolutely. See, this is one way or the other, to get away with it and not give justice to any set of people, right? Just because they come from one particular community, which is the Hindu community, and how biased they are towards another set of community is also because of the this one corruption and everything. And let's not forget, yeah, the political party is completely involved in all these things. अब कोई चूतिया यहाँ पे आके लिखेगा तुम इसके बारे में क्यों नहीं बात कर रहे हो, तुम उसके बारे में क्यों नहीं बात कर रहे हो, तुम फेक इंफॉर्मेशन क्यों स्प्रेड कर रहे हो, यार go open a room and discuss about it in your room. No, why the hell are you over here and telling us what we need to discuss?
I would say in this room, I think it's safe to say, I think we will not talk about the other side. We will not.
Absolutely.
You can talk about it. We will talk about our community, which is our problems. Like the Hindus are facing, the attacks that Hindus are facing. In the Delhi riot case only, when Ankit Sharma was killed so, I don't know what to say, to be very honest. He was killed so brutally. 51 times. Can you imagine stabbing a person? And he was alive and his intestines fell out. Anyways, after this, the government, the state government of Delhi, of course, Aam Aadmi Party, and Kejriwal, for a piece of shit that person is, his party member comes to a national television debate and says, we have compensated Ankit Sharma's family by giving him a government job. When they were questioned about Ankit Sharma's death, this was their response. I was like so infuriated when I heard that. They said, to compensate, we have given Ankit Sharma's brother a job. This is actually what the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson said on national television.
मार के comments होते तो family member को हो गया discussion. I would also go beyond, like Isha. Have you read the Justice Bano judgment?
No, I haven't. But I is there like some severe flaw even?
Yeah, just like there are severe flaws in that. What they say that all the accused are like, they are convicted of gang rape, all of this. No, in the judgment itself, it's written that Justice Bano only identified 3 people, and out of those 3 people, 1 died in the riots, 2 died in custody, and all these rest of the people who are accused, they were all, like she says that they were all covered up, so I could not recognize anyone. However, what the judiciary did, they took so many इतने सारे witness लाए, and what they did, they connected them a चाय की
just
टपरी.
like the Kathua rape.
Exactly. मैं कहीं चाय की टपरी पे डेली जा रहा हूँ, चाय वाले को पकड़. He is associated with that. ऐसे करके the rest like 8 of them, 3 of them were actually they were writing, but 8 of them they didn't have any idea क्या हो रहा है, क्यों उठा के लेके जाते. अभी तक भी उनको idea. You don't have any idea why are they in the jail. केस यही पूरा पढ़ो, पूरा जजमेंट में पढ़ा है. How it is so. लेकिन एक तो रेप भी प्रूव नहीं हुआ. 3 मेडिकल शी हुए ना, कहीं भी रेप प्रूव नहीं हुआ. और उसने भी तो जाकर 11 करोड़ मिली, 3 जन को एडिक्टेड, दो उसमें से मर गए, एक पता नहीं जिंदा है कि नहीं, और बाकी 8 जन उसका पहचानने से इनकार करते हैं. बट they went like they found some witness. God knows how did they found so many witness, and they were all convicted.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. The left is always hand in glove with the Islamist lobby to tarnish Hindus. Even in the case of the Delhi riots, right? It is so evident that, see, the thing is, the argument that they are giving is that Muslims riot more, so it's the anti-Muslim riot. See, the thing is, who started the riot? That is the question. The riots planning started from actually December 5th of 2019 at the PFI office in Shaheen Bagh, where Sharjil Imam, Tahir Hussain, Amanullah Khan, all of these people, Umar Khalid, they all met to discuss how to cause riot, according to the charge sheets. So, that decides if a riot is anti-Hindu or anti-Muslim.
Exactly. Like they said that riot started. उससे पहले बच्चे कौन जला रहा? Who was creating ruckus in Delhi day and night? And what were they protesting in the CA, which is meant for helping the Hindus? Bangladeshi Hindus को Pakistani Hindus को help करेंगे.
Could you please tell me, Dawson, that one case of a Hindu boy who was killed by Muslims and his, the Muslim girl and her family for loving a Hindu. I'm forgetting, it was in Delhi. And, the whole thing with the police also, no? When the police says it is not a communal agenda. Right. The police said there was a communal angle to it. But when, actual charge sheets were read, in that, the girl's mother is saying her son and her father and her brother to go and kill this boy and protect our girl and the honor of Islam.
Like their literal words don't mean anything by the court, but interpretation done by somebody in the media, that is considered by the court as a word of God. Interpretation, mere interpretation of whatever this stupid media is telling. That is considered as the golden. Do not trust any media. Whenever you hear a case, take a step back, wait for some days, let more details come out. Whenever the trial goes, if it's possible, I don't think इनके live sessions होते भी. I think like court should conduct live session of this also. जैसे कि civil cases का होते हैं, live cases like live telecast होता है. उसी तरह से सारे cases का live telecast करवा. I want to see how dumb can like judiciary be.
All right. So, would you guys mind moving on to something else? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay. But
Mods, would that be okay? Can we discuss something else? Well,
we can roam around and it will come to Hindu phobia. Like हम घूमते रहेंगे, but basic जो structural Hindu phobia है, structural systemic, उसी पर ही
I'll tell you what happens, Dawson. Last time, Sikh was using this Atifa case and trying to shut us down, and that time even I didn't have answers. But I read upon this now, and that's why I was telling you.
All the cases.
I appreciate that, Nisha. Thank you for filling in the blanks, and we're better educated now thanks to the effort that you've put in. Let's do a room around this, maybe at much more length and width. But in the meanwhile, Tejaswini had an idea. Tejaswini, do you want to reset the room further to what he had in mind? And hello, Neil. Hello, Doctor. I just got back in. Just doing something else with my phone. Hey, are you there?
No,
So you want to do a room on Brahminical patriarchy. So is Brahminical patriarchy even real? Is it even real? Or what do you guys think?
in what sense do you mean real? I think that's what I'd ask. I mean, see, because when we're talking about it, usually from a Western context, it is scriptural. So, are we saying scriptural, or are we saying in practice? I think that's a clarification I need before speaking.
So, okay, so why don't you unpack that? What form of Brahminical patriarchy even exists?
I think patriarchy exists as a function of how our economies and our lives used to work out for us for most of human history. I think there are scriptural texts used as justification for these systems, right? As a way of fortifying them. They may exist. I don't know, which is why I asked. Because if you were to say that you were talking about the scriptural part, I would just give up, right? Because I don't know that much, so I can't say with certainty. But I think in lived experience, I think it's almost universal that there is a patriarchy, air quotes, that ends up existing all throughout the world. So.
Okay, so if that's the case, let me ask you a follow-up question. Adrian, welcome. The question is this. If patriarchy exists all over the world, is Brahminical patriarchy a different kind of patriarchy? Or is it the same thing? Where are you at on that front?
I'm not even agreeing that there is a Brahminical patriarchy. I'm just saying that maybe you could make that distinction, but a patriarchy in function does exist in India. I don't think there is any doubt about that. Adrian, hello, welcome to the stage. I think you have something to say. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been to India, so I don't really know how patriarchal it truly is. If it's more patriarchal outside of the major city centers, I assume. But I mean, I've heard expressions like a true Brahmin. It's not matriarchy or patriarchy. Isn't it just really wisdom? And in 2025, a woman can pursue wisdom in the same way that a man pursues wisdom. So, but then there's also this genderless state which supersedes these modalities of gender governance. But I think esoterically, astrologically, we're living in like a matriarchy now as opposed to the patriarchy. And I don't know if that has to do with the Indian cycle of time or conceptually, but I would just say that wisdom or the Brahmin way is genderless because, you know, it's true liberation and a man or a woman should pursue it.
Could I just say one thing on this topic?
Please go for it.
I don't think there is anything like a Brahminical patriarchy. I think when they say the word Brahminical patriarchy, they talk about stupid things like, why aren't you marrying us? You know, the whole thing of you have to, the whole, this idea of, you know, destroying Brahminical patriarchy comes from the Ambedkarite politics, right? And the Ambedkarism in a way. And what does it say though? It talks about annihilating caste, but the expense of annihilating caste, which they talk about, is at the expense that Brahmins should give away their daughters to Dalits, to marry. And if you don't do it, for example, you can prefer to marry within your own caste, right? But if you choose to do that, you automatically become a casteist. So the term Brahminical patriarchy, casteism, these things are very loose terms which people use just because they want to, marry and have relations within their own caste. I don't think that is casteist. So Brahminical patriarchy is not true.
In fact, Lord Buddha, Gautam Buddha said that Brahmins are lower than dogs because they were intermarrying with other castes. So, this is fundamental that, Brahmins are hegemonical or they're, extremely intolerant. There's no.
I feel like the term itself is how would you put it? It's kind of seeding an idea, It's kind of trying to say that if this particular class of people did not exist, there would not be a patriarchy in this land, which I vehemently disagree with. If there's one thing that is true is that all men are same. And to say that this one particular group of people is somehow responsible, because that is the perspective from which this idea comes from, right? The leftist progressive perspective is basically trying to power dynamic out of this very complex problem, simply because that's the only dialectic they know how to use properly. And that's basically where they're at. It doesn't mean that we should be at the mercy of those same ideas, right? I think it's often best to just ignore such things, at least, especially if they're Western ideas. Because, even though Brahminical patriarchy was created, I believe it was created by an Indian, but their ideas were not Indian. The ideas were all Western.
So, when I travel across the world, you just look at the Middle East, women are often wrapped up in a bin bag. You look at Africa, large parts of Africa, women just aren't even looked at as equals. And I don't ever hear the word Islamic patriarchy. You look at, virtually any parameter. You look at, workforce, women's representation in workforce, in body politic, in the academe, in the media. Even in women's rights issues, women are extremely underrepresented in the Middle East. Now it gets even worse as you go into Saudi Arabia, and these are meccas, no pun intended, of Islam, for example. And, they aren't alluded to, they aren't referred to as, Islamic patriarchy. No, it's not. Nobody ever does use them words. I wonder if, the allegation that, Brahmins, and I'm going to make my second point here, if the insinuation is that Brahmins have ruled this country for 5,000 years across every state, every region, and this is a 3 to 4% population, for all of 5,000 years, then I think they should have the Brahmin guys confused as supermen. Because the average Brahmin guy, when you walk out of your house, you go look at the guy is either working in a temple, or he's, performing death rituals for the average guy, or is a tax consultant, or is a lawyer, or, is selling papads in your streets. I don't know how that population of 3% or 4%, typically split in the center, which is about 1.5% of men, can actually control 5,000 years of all of your history.
You see,
now, if that is if it is true, then let me ask the difficult question that needs to be asked. If 1.5% of your population have controlled all of your society for all of your time, then you might as well and submit to them. It makes no sense.
Exactly, and it's completely ahistorical, right?
You know, the
It is
other
completely
example
ahistorical.
that they
Yeah, go ahead, Isha, please. Sorry, what is that?
I'm saying the other example that they
ईशा आपकी आवाज वापस कोई नहीं आ रहा मेरे को.
I'm saying the other example they give of Brahminical patriarchy to say is rituals of temples. For example, in the case of Sabri.
Is it just me or is Isha quaint?
Is my voice not clear?
The volume is a bit low.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, I hope I'm audible.
Oh yeah, now you're audible.
Right. So whenever we
And now you're gone.
No, I'm saying whenever they say Brahminical patriarchy, they always attack rituals of temples. Now the thing is, it's very simple. If you enter a temple, you bloody abide by the rules of the temple or do not enter it. It is not your public property. For example, in the case of Sabrimala temple, they stormed the entire issue of Sabrimala, which is a ritualistic thing that in that particular temple of Ayappa, because he's an Aishik brahmachari, women in their reproductive age do not enter that temple. That was the ritual of the temple, which was attacked again and again in the name of Brahminical patriarchy. Now again, it is happening in Kerala, where the rules in Agamic temple is that men do not wear their upper garments. They wear a dhoti and they, that is the rule. They don't wear a shirt or a t-shirt or a kurta on the top. Now that is being attacked as Brahminical patriarchy. It's the rules of the temple. You don't want to follow those rules, do not go to those temples. Go to other temples. Temple is not your daddy's property, for lack of better words, right? You follow the rules, you go there. You don't want to follow the rules, don't go there.
See, it looks like it feels an awful lot like no matter what, sometimes you can't catch a break. Because you look at, for example, the Indian left, the argument is against the Brahmin. You look at the evangelical aspects of societies, the argument is against the Brahmin. If you look at the Islamic right, the argument is against the Brahmin. The Khalistani argument is against the Brahmin. It's always Brahmin. Dravidians, the argument is against the Brahmin. The Kashmiri Pandits, genocide was entirely because they were Brahmins. So it's just not. I don't know. The few. Do you feel like you have a future in the country as a Brahmin at all, or do you think Brahmins should leave India and go?
What is the point of leaving India and going? Where would you go? Because as much as I'm concerned, outside India as well, they are fighting for affirmative actions in the name of caste. So if you know about something called as equality labs, they tried to pass caste discrimination bill in the US. I'm not kidding you. They tried to pass caste discriminatory affirmative actions on caste. This organization, Equality Labs, is a George Soros funded organization, which it was more like a communal violence bill. The moment there's communal violence, a Hindu will get arrested. What the Congress wanted to bring. The same thing is propagated by the Ambedkarites. It was in the US. Thankfully, it didn't get passed by the grace of Bhagwan, but they had this plan. So there's no running away.
Have you ever heard of the concept no Jews, no news? Meaning that, I'm just saying that in terms of the communication network, you're being gamed by everything, but mostly by the media, meaning that like in India, probably, a constant communication about Muslims, Hindu, or, Islamists is like, it's selling a lot of clicks. So like, how do you know that you're not being a victim of clickbait versus how do you know that your judiciary or your leadership haven't sold out to essentially being woke leftists?
Because we've actually known about these issues for a lot longer than they've been woke.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying I agree with you that Islam is a primary problem. it just seems like very polarizing. Like everything, because if you read Rumi and you read poetry, you can de-radicalize a Muslim Islamist, low IQ, vulgar person. I mean, I don't think Islam is necessarily bad. I think bad people use Islam to become even worse. If you're a good person, you'll try to correct your bad brother in Islam. So, how do you essentially? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, how do you know you're not being tricked for clicks?
And again, because it's not. This is not a pattern that we only see in our own country. Okay, this is a pattern that we see across the world. We're just one of the examples of this happening. You know, I myself, am a non-believer. But if you ask me, I would specifically pick out Islam as a religion that is uniquely toxic to every land that it visits because its goal is to take over. Just read the book. Just read what they quote. If you're talking to a Muslim, you talk to them for an hour, and you actually read every single book that they've quoted, and you'll understand what their worldview is like. Why they are the way they are, right? And I understand the point that you make about the mystics. That is actually one of the things I myself advocate for is the defanging of the religion, right? I want to defang Islam. I want to, in that sense, completely desecrate it. But that is something that is a civilizational project, and
Well,
that may
let me
seem
tell you one.
cruel,
So
but that is just how it is.
the way I would approach that is not get Okay, so let me rephrase that. Sorry, I'm also doing something, so I could be a little scarce today. So my larger submission is the way, if you grew up in India like the rest of us did, for example, particularly of Brahmin descent and persuasion, you would have noticed that you probably had to work considerably longer, harder than the average person from certain other strata of life. Now, I don't want to dwell too deep, but at a very early age in my life, I lost one of my really good friends right after school. A fellow Brahmin, I still remember, thick eyebrows, geeky as fuck, really thick eyeglasses. He used to have these curved fingers, the brilliant people are believed to have. Chess player. He was the first guy that I saw that was making notes of each and every one of his chess moves. I didn't know you could do that in chess. He would just take serious notes. Every move he made, he'll have a little book and he'll make notes. Brilliant guy. Scored 98.5% in a CBSE, which is pretty good. And especially, did well in STEM. First list in the Indian universities. I got into the university because I also had a combination of sports, so I could, get through both quotas. But this guy was a geek. Unfortunately, he couldn't play, so his only bet was his education. I remember first list right outside the university, wooden, frame. The names were published. The guy comes with this geeky thing, almost examining the mark sheets and the list with his thick glasses. Looks in list number one. He was also a self-talker. He talked to himself. He kept talking to himself. Very sweet guy. And he went back home. He had this cotton bag that lower middle class Brahmins usually carry around, with a kurta, a trouser, batas, chappals. He's as lower middle class as it got. And first list, no name. Comes back, second list in a few days, yet again, no name. Comes back, third list, no name. Went back home and emulated himself. Now, this is not a one-off story. It's not.
No, Ambedkarites, they have no meritocracy of their own. Like I see their ridiculous tweets on Twitter, which makes my blood boil. That such we are, giving our precious seat for such idiots. of the highest order.
Yes, and the thing is, what do you do? I mean, okay, so you say I'm a Brahmin and I can't change my caste according to the government of India. I can change my religion apparently, but I can't change my caste. And I'm all of 6 months old. I'm born into the world, and I have to perform above 97 percentage to have a reasonable shot. I'm not very wealthy, and what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, dear government of India? That's the reason why Brahmins left India back in the day. Where do you think Sundar Pichai, that batch, where do you think these guys come from? I don't know if Brahmins have a future in this country. I seriously don't know. Now, the Pandits, would they be genocided if they weren't Brahmins? Would the Union of India, the central government, been more compassionate? Would they have moved faster if those dead bodies weren't thread-bearing? Mother India will care deeply about you even when you're dead, as long as you don't wear the thread. The moment you wear a thread, that's it. Even if you die, Mother India, 1.5 lakh people kicked out. Thousands dead inside a week and a half. You think this could have happened to Dalits? God forbid. You think it could have happened to Muslims? 1.5 lakh Muslims getting out of a state in 2 weeks? No. Mother India, Union of India, not even an inquiry commission into it. Till date, the Pandits are running around like beggars in Delhi. Why? Because they're Brahmins. I'll never forget my friend, never. And I can tell you, I lost another distant niece of mine, doctor, brilliant, outstanding girl. Had all the grades, killed herself. You know why? She couldn't make it to med school. It's not a one-off case. Every state, if you are a Brahmin, just look at the reservations. Look at the average score that Brahmin kids have to make, to get, in order to, sorry, let me rephrase that. Look at the average score that Brahmin kids will have to secure in order to get into a good school. I don't know if India is a good bet for Brahmins, which I don't think it is. Quickly, I'll land by saying that very close friend of mine, wife, Tamil Brahmin Iyer in Bangalore, moved from Chennai. Close friend, I know him since 6 years old. Got married. The wife, she was also a Tambram girl. Didn't see a future for her 2 children. They have a daughter, they have a son. The wife gave an ultimatum saying, I don't see my kids being raised here. And the husband said, but my parents are ailing, I can't leave. The wife said, that's your headache, because I don't want my children to rot in this country. They'll be hunted because they're Brahmins. And she's now in Prague. She moved 2 years ago. Because the daughter wanted to be a doctor. And she doesn't think that Brahmin kids will be treated fairly in this country. It's happening. Why should Brahmins be in India?
I think, the name is of the Brahmins, but...
Isha, sorry, you're not very loud. Sorry, Isha.
I'm saying that I think the excuse of attacking people is in the name of Brahmins, but generally when it is about these caste and affirmative actions, it is an attack on all general castes. You remember, right, in UP there was a slogan saying basically what, I don't remember the exact slogan which was raised, but it basically said that the Baniyas, the Rajputs and the Brahmins will be, wiped out of UP and it will be only for the Yadavs and the Dalits. These were the political slogans, which is still the mindset in a lot of places. So when we see, for example, reservations is going crazy. They are demanding reservations in private sector now, forget public. They are demanding reservations in private sector. The reservations are so high. Plural, I'll tell you. I had applied for a central university entrance exam in Delhi University, and the Delhi University's generally cutoff is 91, 92%. Me, despite scoring 90%, I could not get in because there was a high reservation. This thing. So, I mean, you're giving too much for free. in the name of affirmative action, because clearly it's not working, because their community is still under 70 years. So clearly this model of reservation has failed the country. And the hatred for the general caste, I'm sorry, there is no, especially the Brahmins, there is no, you can say, consequences a person has to face to spew such venom. There's no consequences. Recently in Goa, atheist writer called all, the priests of a temple, saying that these people loot and they are looters and they are dacoits of the highest order. So, that is how the state of the general caste is in India, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's terrible. I'm sorry to hear about your thing, Isha. You should have gotten into the best unions given your
No,
grades.
cool. That's fine. But I'm just giving an example. It's not that I'm very upset about it. Yeah, that was one of the things. So, the reservation thing is such a scam. It has not worked out for anybody, but it will be there in the political thing, because every political party builds their politics in the name of caste. So it's bound to happen. Like even for the BJP to say, who are so much about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, when the Supreme Court redirected few sections of the SC/ST Act to say that you can't terrorize randomly people just because somebody said something, BJP brought an ordinance and overturned the judgment. So now the SC/ST Act is even more stronger than it used to be before.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry, Adrian, I think you've been holding back. You want to go? Sorry,
I have a really old book from the 1890s, came out of England by Charles Johnson. It's called From the Upanishads, and he translated, I guess, the Upanishads into English. I just want to read one brief verse. Maybe it'll be of interest to you all. It says, "For this self is the seer, toucher, hearer, smeller, taster, thinker, knower, doer, the perceiving spirit, and this is set firm in the supreme, unchanging self. He reaches the supreme unchanging who knows the shadowless, bodiless, colorless, bright, unchanging one. He, dear, becomes all knowing, becomes the all. And there is this verse: He who knows the unchanging one, where he set firm the perceiving self, with all the powers, all lives and beings, he verily, all knowing, has entered the all." So, I mean, to me, this is like Greek or Roman philosophy. It's universal, and when you contrast that with the stubborn Muslim Islamist who says God is one, there's only one God. It is very much the all or the many versus the one, and then the one became all the many. I think it's a lack of education, the conflict with Muslims. I think Hindus are very accepting of the all or the many. So it is really like they're stuck in time, or they refuse to move. They're just so stubborn, that the problem is education and communication, and then anger management. And so acts of violence is really a lack of understanding self, because when you commit an act of violence, you're really hurting yourself. And so I don't know, I don't think you have to worry about the future. And I don't think you have to think there's a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. To me, there's a great equilibrium, but you have to be vigilant, well educated, and strong in the face of stubborn, ignorant, vulgar people.
Yeah, I mean, one of our theories is that the reason why India is pluralistic and even within quote secular is because the Hindus are in majority. And when they had a chance back in the day when India and Pakistan were both conceived just about the same day, Pakistan went free one day earlier than India did, for what that's worth. And, the Pakistanis were very clear. They wanted an Islamic nation. The constitution, everything that happened subsequently is something that they would say is consistent with their tradition. But when India, a country which had way more complexity in terms of geography, number of people, tribes, ethnicities, languages, religions, the Hindus went ahead and wrote one of the most pluralistic documents written by humanity. And the idea that all of us are equal, the idea that all of us are conceived in the image of God, the whole thing that he read out was so beautiful for us. Wherein one becoming many, and then eventually blending back and falling into one, this kind of a flux. And that, they wrote one of the most pluralistic documents where there was never a debate on whether women should vote, Dalits should vote, non-Hindus should, no debate. You go through the discussions of the Constituent Assembly, you just won't find those debates. And, we look back now, and back in the day, socialism was in vogue like it is now, and Pandit Nehru went to the UK to get himself schooled. And communism was basically in vogue as well to some extent in the emerging order. But India took the bold move, the bold experiment of being an open society, a social experiment which is continuing, wherein everybody is conceived in the image of the divine. And if it's not for the Hindus being in majority, that just would not be possible. It just won't be possible. So pluralism is something that's inherent to the society, and it's terrible. What's happened to our people is just terrible. The last thing we want is to have a sense of being a victim. We don't want that because feeling like a victim very quickly can be flipped on its head, and you could feel very entitled. In 2 decades' time, victims can sound like they're so entitled. So we don't want that for ourselves. What we do look forward to is a country which is conceived in our principles of the Vedas and the Upanishads and whatnot. And that's really not a right-wing idea. It's just not. It's a liberal idea. That's why the Hindus don't have a right wing. These right-wing Hindus that run around clubhouse and whatnot and call themselves right-wing, they really don't know what they're talking. They're not right-wing at all. They're just not.
See, the reality is also the liberals so-called liberals in India, you can call them as pseudo-liberals, are not even liberals, right? They can't view things with a liberal view. They're already surrounded within that four box that the moment they start going beyond it and start thinking out of the box, they will be outcasted itself. So how does it matter? And I just have one question over here. I mean, you were talking about this constitutional debate, right? Can you just throw some light on what were you telling about what was it that actually they didn't discuss in the constitutional debate, which you actually pointed out over here just few seconds back? I think it was relating to Hindu issues.
I was saying that the debates never even found it necessary to engage with ideas as frivolous as whether men and women are equal, whether Dalits and Brahmins and Hindus and Muslims are equal. There's no portion of the discussion, and everything was minuted. You go back, every word was minuted. You find that nobody ever said, there's no remote, not even an insinuation that should women be allowed to vote. No, it was a given, it was a done deal from the get-go. When the Hindus are in majority, and you look at those of them that actually wrote the Constitution, I dug this out the other day, there were 7 people in the Constituent Assembly, 5 of them were Brahmins. And the reason why that becomes important is because they talk about Brahminical patriarchy, and apparently they created this tyrannical system that makes everybody else that's not a Brahmin an undertaker of sorts, and they're supposed to languish in the pits of society. But when they actually got a chance to do just that, what did the Brahmins do? They wrote a liberal constitution. All of them are practicing. That was in a year. If you just Google Ambedkar was the chairman. He was not the creator of the draft of the Constitution. B.N. Rao was a Brahmin. There was an Iyer guy, last name Iyer. There's an Iyengar guy, last name Iyengar. Two other Brahmin names out of the 7 guys. What did these tyrannical people do? They gave this country its constitution. How can this community be fundamentally patriotic? I just don't get it. I don't get the politics of this country. To saw a woman in two when she's alive in front of a child, to do that just because you're born into a certain identity group, and this country is going to not even investigate that. Now, what happened to the Chilpavan Brahmins after Gandhi's unfortunate death? 15,000 slaughtered in the next 2 days. Tamil Nadu flushed out its Brahmins. Kashmir flushed them out. How did the South Indian Tambrans get to Delhi? Madrasi or Chaprasi, remember that was the thing. Mumbai, Matunga filled with Tambrans. How did that happen? I think I've spoken about this previously. I've had ink sprayed to my face when I was carrying the dead body of my grandfather. And I was told Papan Origa. In Tamil, that means Papan is a derogatory word. It's like the N-word for Brahmins in Tamil Nadu, in Tamil. So 4 guys got off the bike. This little Camlin ink pen that you used to have back in the day. The felt pen. So you'll have a little glass slice in between so you can tell how much ink is there in between. So all 4 of them were carrying it. They opened it. They unscrewed the top and they poured it on a few 13-year-old kids carrying the dead bodies, 13, 14, 15. And they just sprayed it on her face and they said, Papa, what are you here? It happened to me. My father had his hair cut off. My grandfather had his business razed. He had to restart his career with 4 daughters, 3 sons, children. And we never let go. I had a chance to move out of India. I did well in my career. God's been kind. I've been lucky. Society has been generous, of course. But I came back home. We never left. It's terrible what's happening to the Brahmins. It's terrible.
And people still spread this narrative that, the Brahmins should be eradicated completely. Completely be finished. That's the whole problem, in even today. Just see the atrocities, right? Atrocity that these people have, even today.
I look at Twitter, right? The brazen comments on raping Brahmin girls, making sure that Dalit guys rape Brahmin girls. So that Brahmins don't have. There should be no next generation Brahmin because you should just do the kind of wild shit that they talk about to our women. And that being retweeted hundreds of thousands of times. And that's not even being deplatformed, right? Those comments are right there to be seen. They're right there. You go to Twitter, you'll see them. So we're not even making it up. Like, we're not talking 1991 Pandit Jan. We're talking about today's tweets. It happens every day. It's ridiculous. And so I don't blame my friend's wife. She gave him an ultimatum saying, I don't want my daughter to go through this. I want her to be a doctor. She wants, I don't think, no, she moved to Prague. That's it. It's now been 2 years. She's getting a whatever, blue card, whatever. And then she wants to go to jail. Highly educated lady. Highly educated. Extremely skilled. Well, now works in leadership in tech. In one of India's famed big fours. Sorry, not India's, one of America's famed big tech companies. You look at the cricketers, the Brahmins who are cricketers, Ganguly, Sunil Gavaskar, Sachin Tendulkar, Sanjay Manjrekar, Rahul Dravid, Anil Kumble, Javagal Srinath, Krishnamachari, Srikanth. Did they make you feel like they were Brahmins, or did they make you feel like they were Indians? They would carry your tricolor and plant it on global competitive sports, or did they take their poonal or their thread and then make you feel like they're Brahmins? And what do you get at the end of it? You get a bad name. So if you're going to get a bad name anyway, then why be good? And you have to look at it as a young boy, right? A young boy, blood coursing through your veins. We've all been there.
Got some things in the Bible I just have to read.
What kind of a message does it send to society, to young Brahmin boys? There's no point in being a good person. That's why I wonder if it's time for Brahmins to leave this country. Maybe it is. It's not a bad idea.
I don't know. Perhaps it is. That is certainly a trend that we've seen. There's a trend that I've seen as well. But honestly, I don't really. I like to be an optimist about things like this. I'd say, given our economic trajectory, there's a good chance that we're able to break a lot of the archaic social beliefs that bind us. I mean, this is just one of them, right? There's several that we need to face. I feel that as we become economically prosperous, people will hopefully gain the wherewithal to actually contend with these issues, because the way it goes right now is just ignorance, right? Or denial. There really isn't anything in the middle. I feel like it might take some time, but I won't give up hope yet.
Well, it's like Jews.
Yeah, so there was this young lady, Anuradha Tiwari, if you remember, just recently, she just posted a picture, a selfie of herself with her triceps, and she said Brahmin genes. Basically, there was muzzle, and because she was vegetarian, I know the community. Because my friends mock me, some of my, not even my Pakistani friends mock me, saying, Abhi ghas booz kha raha hai, kind of a thing. So I'm reasonably all right, but I'm reasonably in shape. I try to keep as active as possible. But if back in the day I used to mock them, saying, "Dude, look at this vegetarian. Look at this. Look at your meat biceps. Look at my veggie biceps." So basically, what she did is she said, "Brahmin genes in that vein. I know the community very well, and look at the shitstorm that took over Twitter. Just look at that."
Yeah, look, people are always looking for a boogeyman. I think cultures need boogeymen, I guess, if they are stupid enough. I mean, just look at look at what how it works in the Middle East, right? Their entire national position, in the sense, their zeitgeist is centered around these fictional forces. I feel like it is better we stick to the ground.
Yeah, I'm just putting up YouTube shorts of this young lady who was, on national television for, I don't know, maybe the right reason, the wrong reason, I don't know.
And I know what you're talking about. Because I actually followed Anuradha even before this entire thing happened.
I see.
So it was, but it was not a surprise to me, honestly. Because it's certainly par for course for what happens in this country every day. Certain communities are immune, and some of them are demonized for no reason.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jews in France, Jews in all parts of the world that are facing, Islamic violence, a lot of them do move and they do leave and go to Israel, where they feel that their rights will be secured. So, but it's a shifting thing. It's like you go there, you absorb it, and then you might go back. You don't just stick to one spot. You go where the money goes. You go and you bring the wisdom with you. So if Brahmins want to leave and go to California or go to Greenland, you're bringing the transmission of the wisdom with you, and you might return, but it's too all or nothing to say, should everybody leave? Because nobody ever leaves. And I often tell Jews who want to move to Israel, I said, before you move to Israel, you should go within and know that Israel is within you. You don't go to Israel, you already have it inside of in your soul or your mind, and you need the wisdom. So, that's the thing is I think if you're really strategic, you would go nowhere. You would continue the search of self within, and then you would essentially in order to secure yourself, you would manipulate Muslims and de-radicalize, like you said, defang. Um, and this is like next level psyop warfare, where you prevent terrorism by de-radicalizing at the subconscious level. I mean, the government should be engaged in a subconscious information de-radicalization campaign. I mean that or
You see, I don't think it's anything new. You see, I think this has always happened. In cultures, regardless of the way it actually manifests itself, usually it's quite disastrous. If you look at history, but at one point or another, you don't have a choice. You can't give up your civilization on the altar of your ideals. That because you see that's what's happening in the West, right? Or at least was. Fortunately, it seems like Europeans are finally waking up. Good for them. Let's see. We see, but this is what they've done for the past, I don't know, at least 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything new under the sun. I mean, all you can do is just continue to do and go and continue education. I mean, uh, terrorism and war and famine and disease and devastation and calumny, it's never going away. But the wise ones guard, themselves, and they guard their thoughts, because if a Muslim gaslighting troll is going to destroy your peace, well, then you have no real security, because you're not in control of the situation, the environment, and thus yourself. And that's the reality. I mean, it's a very dangerous place throughout the world now, because these ignorant, vulgar, all or nothing terrorists have been spread throughout the planet by liberal, low IQ, ignorant clown people who have set fire to the world by, you know, lax immigration laws and piss poor policies and understanding of the human condition and human nature. I mean, most countries build up. Instead, they've just blown it apart, and everyone is now suffering as a result of putting clown people in leadership positions.
I don't think it's too far gone though. I think if if let's say what is happening today in Europe did not happen for say a decade, or I think even a decade is too much. Let's say 5 years. I think then it would be too late. Look at what I think. Just I think the last 24 hours, there was a town in Ireland in which the court officially showed the flag of Pakistan behind a judge, and they pulled down the Irish flag. Imagine that. unbelievable. And there are things like this happening all over Europe. And somehow people just think that it's okay. And it's not okay. It should not be okay. But this white guilt syndrome is really coming to bite them in the ass. And I think the people are waking up now because you see what's happening in Sweden, right? I remember back in 2014 when the news came out that the Swedish government had decided to stop uh, sharing information publicly. I was immediately alerted to it because I had been hearing about illegal immigration, right? And I'd been hearing about some of the crimes because I have naturally been interested in these issues for quite a while. And it took them a decade, right? It was early, I think it was early to last year that they actually released those reports. Was it last year? I'm not sure, but it was almost 10 years. It took them almost 10 years to actually start publishing that information again. Guess why? It was because illegal immigration was causing a spike in violence, right? And regardless of the statistical significance of that violence, it was the people's right to know that this was causing issues for them, right? But that was something that was supported in the name of inclusion. That is unfair to the people of Sweden. But in their hubris, they decided that this was the right course of action to take all over Europe. And you're seeing the far right rising as a direct consequence of it, right? There are other policies in the mix as well, I'm sure. But more or less, that is what is happening in Europe.
Yeah, Germany is no longer Germany. And Elon Musk on X, he was talking to this Naomi Siebert, this girl yesterday who is a political pundit. The far right in Germany is not necessarily the far right of 1945 or other forms of far right. It's always hard to specifically pin down far right, but I do know when I hear far right people, I do get disgusted because um, it's not necessarily universal, but at the same time, um, they leave out a lot in their argument, or at least in their identity. So they themselves become tiresome and boring and obnoxious. It's like, how do you get the good equilibrium? Um, I don't know. It's just this is life. Like, welcome to life. It's disgusting. There's nasty people out there. They're all over the place, and you never know when one of them is going to look at you the wrong way and take, a psychotic act against you. So, what can you do? I mean, welcome to life again. It was the same in the year 300 as it is today. I mean, conflict, violence, anger, rage, sadness, grief, all these emotions and lack of education now is more pervasive than ever. Everyone is just a screen doom scroller. No one is picking up any books from any parts of the world and studying any ancient wisdom. And you can see it in the lives of people. Their lives are full of anxiety, full of depression, full of um, really short term dopamine. Everyone has this 5-second attention span now. I don't care if you're a doctor, a philosopher, a theologian, it's rampant. No one has any patience. Everyone is road raging all the time. I was listening to Elon Musk driving his Tesla through traffic yesterday. He was screaming into X and about how stupid people are. They don't know how to fucking drive. We need robot taxis immediately. Like, that's not equilibrium. That's not mental health. That's not wisdom. That's road raging, and that's what everybody's doing.
Trust me, I work in social media. So I do this and I read about it for a living. Social media is one of, if not the most disruptive communication technology that we have ever developed. I don't think we truly understand what we have done with democratizing the internet and bringing forth social media. I think we will understand over the next decade what we have truly done to ourselves, because right now the consensus is that it is really bad. But the unfortunate reality is that social media hasn't really been a pervasive part of the human experience for more than a decade, right? And even today, it's still expanding, right? It is a part of a majority of humanity, but it's not a part of all of humanity. But it really will reach that stage sooner or later. So it really remains to be seen what is going to happen. In his own line, maybe nothing happens. There's a nothing burger, but I don't think so. Uh, I think we have fundamentally broken down a lot of the ways in which we were coping with life, uh, and that will be bad in the short run. But if you think about it, uh, at least if you from an academic perspective, uh, the democratization of information has a lot of benefits, right? In theory, right? In reality, it turns out to be something quite different. Uh, at least we've seen that quite apparently with all of the arguments given for the internet and then for social media. That for the internet, perhaps it was, but back in the day, it was access to information would rapidly increase the rate of human advancement, and people would become like geniuses because they would have unfettered access. Well, nothing like that happened, right? People just started doing things they liked on the internet, but they weren't really consuming information as much. The same thing happened with social media. The argument for social media was it would lead to a new frontier of human communication, and that's very important, right? Because all of the things that you were talking about that are scary about the world, the one solution, the most successful solution that human beings have found for it is community, right? It is banding together. It is working together. That is the one thing that is the strongest weapon that we have against this uncertainty. I think that while it has the potential to get us to that, social media, because we don't know how to use it, it's not really giving us the kind of results that it would give us perhaps in another year.
Yeah, but there's only this reality. I mean, if you look at the rat experiments with cocaine, that what is the difference? It's a dopamine drip. So the thing is, in China, they've cleaned up their algorithm, and thus they've cleaned up the collective consciousness of the users on the platforms. But because we have this democratized information exchange, you have so much negativity being pumped into the system because it flares the dopamine. There's no control over the communication, and thus a lot of terrorists or murderers integrate their cell phone usage with their activities. They film themselves committing acts of murder because there's an enhanced dopamine aspect to it. So, from a medical device technology perspective, this app and a lot of other social media or platforms are dopamine wells or reservoirs that people tap into to get their feelings adjusted. Um, but I'm just saying that without greater control, like basically it's at the word level, the neurolinguistic programming level. If they have to clean it up, they can't let uh, raw hatred um, continue to pervade these apps, and lack of education, which deals with self.
Yep.
So there's no
I agree.
education on meditation. There's no knowledge, really true knowledge being explored or transmitted. And the platforms don't care because they want you looking at the app regardless of the context or content. They need your eyes for advertising revenue.
Yeah, all they care about is screen on time. At the end of the day, nothing else matters. Even things like engagement, they're just markers for an increased potential for viewing time. At the end of the day, it may matter to marketers, but for the platforms, it's really not that relevant at all. And I agree with you that a very important aspect of social media and internet as a whole is supposed to be the sharing of knowledge, and that is definitely not happening on social media. But I think that a big part of that is, I mean, one, you have the platform's responsibility, which nobody is taking, right? Facebook is not taking it, X is not taking it, no platform, no social media on this planet right now is taking a publisher's responsibility, right? They're trying to play the middle road because that is what they want, right? They want the best of both worlds, and they should not get that. They should decide, in my opinion. Um, I feel the second part of the problem is much more important, and that is user education. You know, user education about how to actually use these platforms. These should not be considered playthings. Okay, people should because that's just the magnitude of the difference that we're seeing in in terms of interactiveness, in terms of keeping attention onto it, right? I mean, it's sad, but I think nobody can disagree that an Instagram reel feed is usually a lot more addicting than a book, right? A book will keep you stuck on for more intellectual reasons, right? But on a biochemical level, what an app like Instagram or TikTok is giving you, it is incomparable to what a book is giving. There is no comparison when it comes to their ability to keep you hooked in that sense. So it is quite natural for people to uh, move away from things that would not give them that dopamine hit, because at the end of the day we are biological creatures, right? So I think it is a matter of education. I think we need to be aware of these things now. We should understand what is happening to our brains when we get hooked onto Instagram, and suddenly it's 35 or 40 minutes later, right? Or TikTok or whatever other platform that is your poison of choice. These are things that we should be educated on. I think that is not happening at all. And it is something that is going to come and bite us all in the ass. At least, at least in my generation, the young ones, at least.
Yeah, it takes a knowledgeable parent, though. I mean, kids are killing themselves on these phones, and parents are killing their kids on these phones, and the parents are killing themselves on the phones. It is just the modern day pack of cigarettes, but without the smoking, and they're not even breathing. So, I like to do activist interventions on this app. I'll go into a very toxic room that goes on for years, months, weeks, never ends, 24 hours a day. They're just all neurally networked, and they're all talking about nothing. They have the lowest IQ. You don't know anything about the people who are talking. There's no credentialing. There's no, verification of, but you can just tell by what they're saying. You're like, oh, this is a low IQ, uneducated person, and they're all just communicating endlessly, getting an endless dopamine supply, but they're not progressing as individuals. They're learning nothing. So I like to do activist intervention on this app. If you come on here and you read the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, anything that is wisdom based is, to me, the best way to use this app. And social media should be like a collegiate setting. You know, People who have these green beans, they don't run these rooms like they're teachers. They run these rooms like they're dopamine addicts.
I think on this platform, what is most prevalent is actually ego stroking, circle jerking. Actually, that's the more accurate term for it. I think that's what this app really runs on today, because that's all I see all day across lines. People on all sides of the spectrum on any issue are doing the same thing.
It's genius in the sense that, like, this is like a shell or like a shelf, and it just provides a shelving technology where people can come and perch and circle jerk, but the app itself is not like some brilliant innovation, because it's the essentially circle jerking, which is really just saying that they are hypnotizing themselves and hypnotizing others, and that is what we do as humans. So it's like, how do you escape the low IQ hypnosis to where, at least if you're going to participate, you're getting a higher value for your time? And it's so rare that you come across a room where you're really shook or intrigued or enlightened, and so it's just a lot of um, FUs and you're an idiot and you're a racist. And that's it. That's like the end of most arguments on this app. But I don't know. To me, it's a lot of fun because you get to see at a safe distance the insanity of people. Like if you want to look at it from like a voyeuristic perspective, it's a safe space to observe insanity. Um, but it's sad to sit there and observe insanity all the time. But anyways, I mean, I like Plural. His analysis is always generally very accurate and unique. It's always unique takes. And but anyways, what do you do in social media?
Uh, so I handle the social media profiles of large corporates essentially. So we do all of the storytelling bit of the social media piece. We're not selling their products; we're telling their stories essentially on social media.
So how do you view like storytelling? I mean, how do you? I mean, I guess. Well, I guess a better question is how do you view manipulation using positive context? Is it immoral to not like? How do you view your work? Do you spin the truth? Do you tell the truth? Do how do you view your work?
So uh, considering that I'm working for a for-profit entity, there are certainly things that I can't talk about, or and things that I don't want other people to talk about. Right, that's a part of my job. So in that way, I'm quite neutral. I don't really judge, but the work that I do at my work, almost like that, almost in the way that a lawyer would look at their work, right? I don't necessarily need to agree with the things that the companies that I'm representing are actually doing on the ground, because I have over the course of my short career, I have managed to work for banks. I've worked for financial institutions. I've worked for mining conglomerates. I've worked for pharmaceutical giants in my country, and I actually mean giants. I mean like top five in all of these spaces. I'm currently working in automobile. I'm working in again in pharmaceuticals. I'm working in travel as well with large clients. And there are always things that are going to be, immoral that those companies are doing that I know even outside of my work, right? Because I do have have quite an inquisitive streak about me, so I always want to know what these companies are doing, especially if I am creating stories about them. It is a part of my job to actually understand what they're doing on the ground, and that entails knowing both the good and the bad, because I need to divert away from the bad, right? I need to create an image that tries to subvert the fact that there are some things that they're doing that are wrong. I don't see that as being in that sense immoral, because it's a part of my job. It's really what I'm hired to do.
Yeah, what's interesting is if you read the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, etc., you can kind of like utilize the concept of self in all marketing materials because when the audience or the user views the advertisement or the publishing post, they're intrigued. It's like you're offering an essence or an aura by discussing the divine, and it works every time. And you see a lot of it in symbols in marketing. They won't say the secret part out loud. They'll just utilize a symbol to attract either consciously or subconsciously, if you know what that symbol represents. But yeah, books are great for you know coming up with or I don't know. I'm just saying that what evergreen is in advertising. Um, it's like a white label standardization. But even green, even Evergreen still in some ways deals with the concept of the divine self. Anyways, I can read a brief excerpt from the Upanishad for you if you want, but I'm gonna head out of here and go to the gym and start my life day outside of my clown house hypnosis.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, this is the Upanishads. And so Bhargava Vaidarbhi asked him, Master, how many are the bright ones that uphold being, which illumine this? Which of them again is chiefest? He answered him, Shining ether is that bright one, air and fire, and water and earth, voice, mind, sight, hearing. They, illumining, declare we uphold this ray, establishing it. And life, the chiefest among them, said, Cherish not this delusion, for I verily, dividing myself fivefold, uphold this ray, establishing it. They were incredulous. Life proudly made as if to go out above, and as life goes out, all the others go out, and as life returns, all the others return. As the bees all go out after the honeymaker's king when he goes out, and return when he returns, thus did voice, mind, sight, and hearing, joyful they sing the praise of life. He warms as fire, as sun and the rain god, the thunderer, wind and the earth, substance, the bright one. What is not, and what is immortal? Like spokes in a wheel's nave, all this rests in life. Songs and liturgies and chants, sacrifice and warrior and priest. Thou, life as Lord of beings, movest in the germ, and thou thyself art born from it. And to thee, life, these beings bring the offering, thou who art set firm through the lives. Thou art the tongued flame of the bright ones, the first oblation of the fathers. Thou art the law of the sages, the truth of sacrificial priests. Thou art the thunderer, life, with his brightness. Thou art the storm god, the preserver. Thou movest in the mid-space as the sun. Thou art master of the stars. When thou descendest as rain, these thy children, life stand rejoicing. We shall have food, they say, according to our desire. Thou art the exile, life, the lonely seer, the eater, the good master of all. We are givers of the first offering. Thou art Father to us, the great breath. Thy form that is manifested in voice and in hearing and in sight, and the form that expands in mind, make it auspicious. Go not out. All this in life's sway, all that is set firm in the triple heaven, guard us as a mother her sons and his fortune. Give us wisdom. That's a Vedic master. That's from the Upanishads. So it like deals with nature and consciousness and self, but it's
and the unity of existence. I think that particular bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the thing is like you may hate the Muslim, but you got to know that that person is part of the creation. So if you reverse engineer that, you'll figure out that there is a unified system and that your anger and disgust towards it is not necessarily the accurate response to the vulgar person. Meaning if you're a good person, you were created for that bad person. You just got to be aware of that, and hopefully you can rectify that person without destroying yourself in the process.
Absolutely. You see, when I said what I said, I specifically talked about Islam. You see, because I love to make the distinction between ideas and people, right? Just like I love to make the distinction between countries and people, because the people that I meet are often quite nice, but that really does not have much to do with let's say in the two specific cases that I've given, one is religion and the second one is nationality, right? And those two things I specifically talk about because my country happens to have quite a nasty relationship with our neighbors, right? Especially with Pakistan and with China, and with Pakistan there is a religious aspect to it as well, right? But for both cases, I don't really have a problem with Muslims, right? I don't have a problem with Pakistanis, but I have a problem with the state of Pakistan, and I have a problem with Islam, right? Because the people, regardless of their beliefs, in my cultural worldview, they're all a part of the same thing, right? You don't need to believe. I don't need others to believe, right? I don't. I myself don't believe, right? But in my cultural context, it's okay. It really doesn't matter if somebody does not believe in your worldview. That has nothing to do with you, right? Your responsibility lies towards your own, right? And in the collective good, your actions must, in totality, improve outcomes for everybody. Unfortunately, in the world that we live in, there are certain ideas that need to be rooted out, just like there are in every point of time in history, right? There are ideas that go out of control, and you need to rein them in. We did that in World War II. Immediately after that, we had a huge cold conflict in order to decide which one was actually evil, because that's really more in most cases how it works out. We've done that before that as well. It's just a matter of time, and I think time is finally coming. It's happening. I mean, in this specific context, you can say that it's happening in Europe, but I'd say that that's not quite accurate because it's happening in India as well. It's happening in China as well, right? It's happening in the Middle East. If you look at how, how the elites of of the people of Arabian countries are thinking today, you will see that they are very progressive. You look at the decisions that Mohammed bin Salman is making, right? We like to call him a closet atheist in the circles that I run in because he has basically done more harm to the orthodoxy of Islam than anything has done in the last 500 years, let's say. Just to give you some idea of the magnitude of the changes that he is making in in Islamic culture as well as in Saudi Arabian culture, and that is quite important because as the holders of the two holiest places of Islam, uh, what they say has a lot of sway in the Islamic world. I'm not saying it has complete sway because that's really not true, but they are very important cultural markers. And if they are changing, uh, you know, who's to say? I mean, look at Israel, for instance, right? We talk about what's happening, but in reality, all of the Islamic countries around this conflict haven't really done much to oppose Israel, right? Actually, they really haven't done anything. All they've done is made shallow statements. But when Iran attacked, Jordan, actually, it was Jordanian planes that took down a lot of those drones and things like that, and missiles. The Israelis, in a lot of cases, didn't even have to respond in some areas because the other countries were taking care of it. So it really seems to me that there is a disconnect between the ruling class and the populace at large in these countries, and that is happening because the elites actually radicalized these people when it was in their favor for them to hate Israel, right? But today it really is not in their favor to do that. And that dissonance is something that I've observed really coming to forth with this conflict in particular, but even before that, with the signing of the accords and things like that, those were things that were uh, quite monumental to say the least.
Have you ever heard of axioms or aphorisms?
I've got this book. It's called The Viking Book of Aphorisms, a personal selection by W.H. Auden. And, I could read you some of these on nature. They're very interesting. This is
Actually,
what.
I have to unfortunately go for dinner. There are guests at home, and I can't be excused any longer, unfortunately. But it was a pleasure to speak to you. I have, okay, you already followed me. I have added you back.
Okay, sounds good.
I do look forward.
Okay, have a great dinner and God bless. Take care. Have a great evening.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, take care now.
I'll see you around.
Okay, bye. Hi, everybody. I have an incredible new investment opportunity for you. For just $100 today, I can give you $1,000 back by next Friday. Hit me up in the DMs. This is Adrian Dittman. Scam me, baby. Kick me. Okay, this is Angry Clown.
ईश्वर ही कर रहा है, मतलब मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा। इसको बोला जाता है ईश्वरार्पण बुद्धि। और इसका जो भी फल मिलेगा ईश्वर ही लेगा, मुझे कुछ नहीं देगा।
मतलब जो मिलेगा आपको, लेकिन उसमें आपको सुख और दुख नहीं होना है। आपको जो भी मिल रहा है वो ईश्वर के प्रसाद की तरह, प्रसाद बुद्धि की तरह आपको ग्रहण करना है। वो ईश्वर प्रसाद।
अगर वो नहीं अगला जन्म मिलेगा तो
मतलब
right? H-1B recipients may be going for jobs that are so highly in demand that people are having a problem with the professionals that are qualifying, enough professionals in America that are qualified, and so they are seeking out H-1B visas.
This may also be the case. I think that's logical as well. No, that's
because that would be an undercut.
You have to get used to.
If that was the case, it would be an undercutting.
You have to. No, that is incorrect what you just said. You have to get accustomed to the idea that there could be more than one plausible. In fact, most things that happen are overdetermined. There's a variety of causes. The cause that I just gave you is a fact because I know people in this position who have expressed this to me, particularly academics. One field that is greatly affected by this is the academy. So people who work their way up through the academic world here feel undercut by foreign students who are willing to work harder for less money and in worse conditions. That's a marketplace problem for the people who are from here. That's their objection. So that also weighs into why people object to people coming from abroad with these H-1 visas. And I agree with you that we also have a labor shortage here, and we also need foreign workers. So both can be true.
No, both can't be true.
Yes, both can be true.
There is a labor shortage, and there's no undercutting. Anybody who says there is undercutting is being illogical. They both can't be true, Norm. It's either they are undercutting, and it's hold on. This is totally objectively, and I'll finish.
So this is what you've missed. They're literally
a white person. I'm white, and I'm actually white. Okay, I'm asserting my white privilege. It's a white supremacist society. You have to let a white person talk once in a while, and it could be true in some sectors and not in others. Right? There could be undercutting in some sectors and not in others. There's plenty of evidence, for example, that in software, some companies work really hard to get around the requirement that they attempt to hire a native worker. They have a completely pro forma way You need to stop that, MJ.
That was to your white privilege and the white.
Okay, no, you need to stop it. You need to show respect to the white man.
Absolutely not.
All right, I'm the white man. You're respecting the white
I've
man.
never respected.
All right. Okay, well, I'm moving you.
Wait, you don't respect
come back
people
up.
because of the
But
color
that
of
is
the
profanity.
yeah,
That is profanity. That is profanity, and that's unacceptable. All right. So it can be true in some sectors and not in others. Hey, let me. No, I didn't get rid of it. Okay. Let me finish what I'm saying. All right. It can be true in some sectors and not in others. And you're going to have to go on a case by case basis to evaluate that. Certainly, the way the program is set up, it's supposed to be illegal to do any undercutting. There is going to be a lot of paper trail that's going to show that no undercutting is occurring, even if it's happening, because they at least have to make a show of not undercutting. So that's, I think Norm could be wrong. Maybe there's no undercutting, at least the way the program works. It's not supposed to occur.
Well, you know more about the software world, and I know more about the world of academia. In the world of academia, it's happening. Now, what were you saying about software? That they go to
Excellent
great lengths
stage
to avoid that,
management.
or to avoid the appearance of it? What were you saying?
There are some companies, that apparently advertise. They will do this whole song and dance of trying to find an American candidate. They'll interview several Americans, and the whole idea is none of them will be qualified enough. So now we have to hire a guy from somewhere else, right? And
so they're gaming the system.
Yeah, they're gaming the system. Yeah.
I suspected that was happening in software because, frankly, if you have a person from India who's coming from a less robust economy, we know that they are really good in technology. They have good training, and they're willing to work for less in worse conditions. So that can be a problem for people. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. Quite the opposite. I'm very happy with the Indian people who came here and all the stuff that they're doing. There are a lot of Indian cardiologists, for example. I think we need more doctors. We need more cardiologists and stuff. There is a problem if they, like we are all saying, if they are willing to work for less money in worse conditions, because that then makes the conditions worse, or it means for everybody, or it means that people from here are not going to get the job. Right. I'm not saying.
Wait, Dominic.
Yes.
There's
like
Adrian Denman down in the chat. That's Edmund. Can we remove him from the room, please?
6 for 6, baby! 6 for 6! 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 6 for 6!
I wanted to make it
Normal. If you look at the chat and just click on his profile, you can remove and block him from there.
Stop eating, Adams. Stop eating, Adams.
I don't see him in Please leave because
could you please leave? He screams like a woman.
You play identity politics all the fucking time. You love to victimize yourself as a white woman, and that the left makes it all about race. The left makes it all about race. You make yourself the white woman in every single conversation when it's convenient. That's why. I'm not gonna lie. And I told you this. This isn't a surprise, Monica. I told you this the last time we had this conversation. I've lost respect for you.
Oh, okay. Well, same.
No respect at all. No respect at all.
Just give it time.
Oh, what do you mean she didn't deserve? She asked me. I didn't know. Don't make me seem like a bully.
Another brutal takedown.
I gave an honest response.
How does Monica endure
No,
such
Monica, make no mistake about it. It's not
roast.
about ego. I'll be the first to admit you did hurt me, but it wasn't my ego that you hurt. It was the very fact that
How
I
does
treated
my
you as a
nigga?
friend.
Oh, hey, Soren.
You used to
I roasted your ass yesterday. I'm gonna roast your ass again.
Clubhouse because I've gotten clipped and it's a big fucking deal. I got the whole of TDBH to send email after email to get your account back in the day. That's how our relationship started. This was in season 2 of Clubhouse when Sarah Fox was fucking Donut. Back then,
Soren,
right?
come back. I'm going to create a room. It's going to be called The Roast of Soren. Let's do it a little bit later, but I'll roast you up real good. We'll get El Normo in there. I'll let you say what you want to say, but the primary focus will be to roast you.
Voted it. I said this is one of the best.
We'll call it The Roast of Soren, an IRGC shill.
Because of egos. You don't think it's been reciprocal that I haven't stood for you when they've called you guys debate bros and said that y'all don't have substance or style or intelligence behind your debates? What are you talking about, Huey?
I have no, and that's okay, and that only goes to further my point, Monica. From the way you were moving, I was under the impression that we had one type of dynamic. But the day that you hit me up in my back channel, right, curious about why I gave you the feedback that I gave you in a particular room, it wasn't even particularly harsh feedback. It was actually feedback about your argument and nothing about you. But you hit me up in the back channel, actually, before you hit me up in the back channel, you said, why didn't I back channel this feedback to you? Remember that, right? I said, okay, cool, fair enough. If that was my faux pas as a friend, I'm gonna respect that. Do you know who turns around and does the same exact shit, but adds on extra spice and makes the feedback about me rather than the point that I was making?
We've done it, my nigga.
So ever since then, it's like, okay, I understand. It's my fault. I'll take responsibility. Okay, I'm not a victim. I was stupid to think, right? I was stupid to think that the nature of the relationship we had was of a certain respect level. You can say it's ego, you can say it's whatever. I'm not above I'm not so proud that I can't say that I wasn't hurt by the way you conducted yourself when you started to criticize me instead of my arguments in general. When you started to do that weird shit where you say, oh, you people, X, Y, and Z, rather than addressing the points that I was making, and start saying, you're only saying that because you're X, Y, and Z. I'm like, why would you? Since when did we have that kind of dynamic where you can just judge me and criticize me openly when I don't do that to you? Right? I've always addressed your points, never you as a person. But since that's the game you want to play, I'm okay. I've learned the standard. You've taught me how you want to be treated. You want me to address you as a person.
My nigga loves the heat in
That's
the
what we're
winter.
going to start doing. Start addressing you as a person.
She's not
Fuck your
thick-boned.
Huey, that was never my intention. And the fact that
She's not thick-boned.
like, I vaguely remember this. I'm
It's
looking
called
at the
all
back
fat.
at a few accounts, and I'm missing it.
Absolutely.
But I tell people that I value and respect. If you
It's called all fat. Absolute unit.
don't put it out
It's
on
not thick-boned. It's called all fat. Absolute unit.
and then offer an apology.
Another convo and debate about nothing.
No.
Did I?
Wait, in the back channels or after that? Or after that?
Another convo and debate about nothing. This is awesome.
This is the second time. Last time
This is
we talked
awesome.
about this, you didn't apologize. And here's the thing, Monica. I don't care for
The my nigga roast.
Okay.
I'm not asking
This is
for apology.
awesome.
I'm only answering your
The my nigga roast.
The way I'm treating you. You don't need to apologize. You just need to be clear.
Well, if I remember, you offered me the insult publicly, and I said, hey, if you have a criticism for me, or you're doing, like, I don't think I deserve a personal attack.
No. Do you remember what the argument was about?
Do you?
I criticized the right. I never said shit about you. Never said shit about you. That's why I was confused when you told me to say what I said. But then at some point, you hit me up in the back channel, and then that's when I clarified that, look, okay, fair enough. You might have felt like that was directed to you personally, but I was making a general criticism about the right and how the right plays identity politics. The
Low
right
IQ
does the same
versus
things
low
that the left are
IQ
doing, and I don't see anything wrong with
emotions.
that.
Well, so fair enough. And then we're almost done with this sidebar, and we can go back to whatever we were talking about before.
Convo about nothing.
So, I told
Extreme
you
pathetics.
that you don't even believe the argument that you're framing, that Daniel.
Extreme pathetics.
I don't believe you think Daniel Penny was a vigilante. You reframed my argument that said he was a vigilante and said a good Samaritan. And I criticized you on your argument, and I said this is not typical excellence that I've come to expect from you.
That's got nothing to do with the argument, Monica. That's the issue. I don't have a problem with you saying that I misframed you. An argumentative issue is an argumentative issue. It's when you do that extra shit where it's like, oh, this is not the Huey that I come to expect of excellence. I'm disappointed in you. When you do that type of shit, that has nothing to do with our argument.
This isn't new. She does the same thing to me. Whenever I have a piece of feedback for her behavior and I'm dissatisfied with the way she's acting, she does the exact same thing to me. She's in my back channel. She's like, I can't believe you would do that.
But you admitted it, that you are sacrificing quality of argument for performance. And you admitted it to everyone.
Wait, hold on. Let's be clear. Give the context for why I admitted it. It was in response to you already having crossed that line, and so I'm providing justification for it at that particular point in time. But make no mistake about it, Monica. Me saying what I said has nothing to do with you being justified in making a personal characterological attack, and you've done this several times. That's the thing. I never just freak out on people just because they do it one time, right? That's not how I move, right? Generally speaking, like the way I address, for example, King, or the way I address Brad, the way I address Lion, is based on repetitive behavior because I'm trying to establish a dynamic between these people in general. Once that dynamic is set, then this is what I expect going forward, and this is what they can expect from me. There's certain types of jokes that I'm not going to tell to King, right? Despite the fact that he'll hear me tell them to other people, right? I established patterns within relationships. You broke the particular pattern. You let me know that this is now the nature of our relationship. So from now on, I'm letting you know, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to be sorry. You're disappointed in me, and I'm telling you, I've stopped giving a fuck. What I'm going to start doing is every argument or debate we have, I'm going to find a way to tie it to an ineptitude, a characterological ineptitude within you, as well as a spiritual one. That's what I'm going to be doing.
Okay, have you found any yet?
Several. You have empathy. You are the biggest victim of all time. The greatest
evil, yo.
Okay.
That's actually truthful.
What an incredible projection.
Explain how.
Jesus Christ, we've
I
done
can do
this
it
1,000 times.
Monica, I'm disappointed. You have to explain this again.
Huey, you're doing it again. This is what she wants, Huey. She just wants to be the center of attention, whether it's negative or positive.
Is this an intervention
It
room?
doesn't matter. She's going to consistently continue down this track because, again, something in her real life is not fulfilled, and she's going to actually continue until she's done. And then she's going to cry. She's probably reporting you down for bullying her. And then she does that shit over and over and over and over again.
Okay.
You shouldn't, Hugo.
Brad, accurate analysis, 100.
I tried to defend you about it.
Better yet, go to the gym.
Oh, it was Stilgar.
Better yet, get off Clown House, go to the gym.
I'm glad we had that conversation. Oh, God,
Let me just say for the record, I have the humility. To admit that I might get certain things wrong. This is my perspective, and if you want to dispute it, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, it's all good here. I think,
Is it all good? Do you see what Louis sees?
do I see what Huey sees about you?
Yes.
Monica's going to
No,
start
look,
crying.
at the end of the day, I think
Be delicate.
I never will see you like that. I'm an asshole.
Delicate.
Alright. Well, Monica, it's alright. Listen, you come on home to the plantation. I got some work for you.
Be delicate. Monica's going to start crying. Be delicate.
Relationship with Jacobus is not the same as Huey's relationship with Jacobus, and so on and so forth. And we all develop patterns within those relationships that I do think people need to be cognizant of, because when you do, like you pointed out, if there's something that breaks in that pattern, things can change. You know,
that's literally what has happened with several people in here, with myself, just looking, just reflecting, right? I would even say with Guava, when I was talking to Nathan, I'm essentially describing how Guava's pattern for me changed, and that's how things got so much better, right? And I think that's important when people can recognize patterns and either fix them or unfortunately break them. Well, then, you know,
she thinks she has a higher IQ and a better analysis of the situation, which is probably true.
I'm good with you, but that doesn't seem to be the case with other people in here, and so, and these are people who I fuck with, like Barack. This fellow Nigerian, I fuck with Barack. I find it very interesting.
Because this is the lowest IQ room in Clown House.
It's interesting, I don't know why, but that's the case with him. And all I'm saying, Monica, is just be cognizant of that people have a view of you and how they see some things.
Okay, so when Brad is
It's not real money, they're lying.
Monica is herself over this attention, let's keep it real. I find that offensive.
Monica, your opinion of yourself is all that matters. These clown opinions are useless.
No one has ever sexualized you. That's not even possible.
You are. It's gross and inappropriate the way you dehumanize women.
Go read Marcus Aurelius, Monica.
I do you that way. That's fucking 100% true. I don't do lying or a lady lying like that. I don't do she-wolf. I don't do anybody else. And you are trying to draw them in saying, please protect me, because again, you're the victim. You opened your fat, retarded mouth.
Go read Marcus Aurelius, Monica, and stop this roast.
He just hates all women. And you say this repeatedly, when in fact,
you're just digging your hook.
I just don't like you. You fat piece of shit.
You're just digging your own grave.
Tally does the same.
Monica. So I don't like how they talk to you. It's evil.
Clown.
They would have talked to lady like that, and I would. You need some saving too, bitch ass. I was wrong for how I spoke to your wife, and we shouldn't be speaking to Monica like this.
True diggers.
She ain't nobody wife. She has no title. What are you talking about? That's somebody's daughter. That's somebody's daughter. Yo, Nathan, the way this nigga Huey chewed Monica new asshole and how these niggas jumped her is sick, my nigga. It's fucking sick.
Tell the full story. And this is that shit that makes me feel like a lot of you niggas are slimy. But let me not say a lot of you niggas, just a couple. Because you never tell the full story. You do this weird thing
with a sick room full of diggers.
No. Yeah. Listen, I'm the last born of the family. I'm not going to be outdone by the second born who everyone fucking forgets. Just like how you're forgotten in the goo, right? This is the reality. When it comes to Father Nathan, Father Nathan, what actually happened, comrade, is Monica asked me a direct question about why I felt uncomfortable being modded in a room with her. I proceeded to tell her why. She proceeded to answer follow-up questions, and all I did was give her honest feedback on this august Feedback Friday. Nobody came for Monica. She's not a fucking victim. She asked for it.
She is a victim. I want to speak to a lady like that.
See, like,
the things with Monica is that she never actually realizes what drives you to it. And then when the incident occurs, and then it's repeated, and she continues to do it, then she cries, it's disgusting, it's mean. But you know what? You brought it on yourself. You kept poking. You kept doing it. You kept trying. Even Baruch. Right down to Baruch. And you did all the...
Fat Camp Survivor! Fat Camp Survivor!
You danced out there. You did your fucking rain dance. You poured water on it. You grew it. And now you get to deal with it. Too fucking bad.
And let's not forget the context. All of this happened in the context of King asking me, or not asking me, addressing a concern he had with me and the way I quote unquote gas Tally or sometimes, right, or glaze Tally, which is fair, which is a fair criticism.
Really?
But I was explaining to King that
Go
the
read a
reason
book,
I didn't
fatty.
go up in that particular room is that I would have been more comfortable if anybody else had started the second
Really? Go read a
room
book,
had it
fatty.
not been for Monica and King. Bear witness. Tell me if I'm lying. Did I not say that? But that's a story for another day. Don't have to address that here.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, that exactly. And then Monica, you wanted to know, and so I
Because
told
I
you.
can't
I'm
learn
not gonna run
anything
like a
from this
bitch.
digger.
Because I invited you to join the stage. The whole point was when Callie removed two players.
You didn't listen to what he
My
said.
nigga. Baby voice, girl. Baby voice. Baby voice. My nigga, baby voice.
Come on, y'all heard it. I didn't get a chance. Go ahead, Monica.
Don't know when Callie was using one of her crash out points and she and Shy were going at it. As a mod, Steve removed Shy from the room, which is not something you're supposed to do. It was a mutual
This is so
combat
pathetic.
situation and she abused the balance.
This is so
Shy came back on
pathetic.
the burner.
Jesus Christ.
Guava said what happened to Mud and Shy. Guava got removed.
Jesus
That
Christ.
was not okay. That's not
If you this is comedy, right?
And no one, Nathan and Nolly.
This is comedy, right?
That a new room needed to be started, but they were both away from the app. So I was saying that to uphold the
I'm not the only one laughing, right?
I opened a public room and told them
This is comedy, right? Jesus Christ. This is so pathetic. Baby voice.
and I invited all the people that were modded in that previous room, and I was going to mod batch them. Yui, because he and I have a disagreement in his debate style, stayed in the goo, and I didn't know why until just now. Now that he's reminded me that he can't take constructive criticism, for me that's no problem.
Is my nigga a
I'll
kindergarten
stop giving
teacher?
it to him. I no longer care
Is my
about
nigga a
quality and
kindergarten
standards
teacher?
that he uses debates in here. And so we're moving on. Thank you.
And before we move on, I just want to be super clear. I just want to be super clear so that we don't mischaracterize this. I have zero problems with people having any kind of critical feedback or criticism for my debate style. I have a problem when they decide to turn that criticism into a criticism about me and my character in general. There's lots of people who do that though, and there's a certain
Is my
response.
nigga a kindergarten
Those people who
teacher?
criticize my character get out of me. And what I'm trying to point out, Monica, is you are not going to be treated different in my eyes as the way I'm going to treat Concrete, as the way I treat Samoa. All of these niggas who have criticism about me personally, I'm going to roast you the same way I roast those niggas. The difference is, with those niggas, they can laugh it off. If you can't laugh it off, you're going to find yourself I'm getting therapy right now because of you.
Hey, I just wanted to say, just to clear the air, I'm glad that Huey has acknowledged that every attempt at an offensive attack has been minuscule in its effect, because we're able to just laugh.
That was a very funny joke. Everyone PTR, look at my PTR, everyone.
Father Nathan. Father Nathan, please, let me be your favorite. Jacobus has flattered you in multiple ways.
Absolutely, fuck this nigga.
Please.
Cheetos!
Come to America.
Cheetos, baby.
For 50 cents a day, you can have a genius in chillism.
Nathan, you're gonna have to get some ointment because there has been so much rump kissing that your butt cheeks are gonna be like raw.
Never be me. Y'all really be doing your most. Y'all really are all on your hands and knees. And I don't know why y'all really on your hands and knees. I'm just fucked up.
Take that in, y'all. The gayest nigga here said he wouldn't even be the way you all are.
Yo, pause, bro. You didn't even take that in.
All you guys are.
What you talking about?
calm down. He said, I want y'all to take that in.
Yeah, this ain't your first time taking it.
Hey, Concrete, you in the Matrix, bro.
Yeah, Concrete, you in the Matrix.
I am perfectly, tell you the truth.
Then he was paying us.
Yo, am I better? Am I better?
They're trolling you.
Yeah, well, cool. You was here before.
Don't listen to stepfather Nathan.
So my feedback for Huey is, whilst he is typically a bad debater in terms of how he constructs his arguments, in this debate
Here
with
we
Monica,
go.
he did
Word to word.
garner some extra points from me because Monica offered him an opportunity
Monica,
to become one of her
you
bitches,
gonna listen to the
and he
replay?
politely declined and gave her
Monica, you gonna listen to the replay? Good luck. To learn what?
I have to commend him for that, even though
To
that in
not
no way,
be
shape, or form
involved
improves his honesty or his ability
with
to
these
debate. At
bidders.
least he has a backbone and didn't become Monica bitch, even though he's cheerleading to
To
become
learn
somebody.
what? To not be involved with these diggers.
Yeah, we got that was
Oh, then pay attention
that was a bomb.
to what you say.
That boy was speaking fat.
Then pay attention to what you say.
On manipulate and treat
I don't know about it, yeah. Maybe another one.
Let me give you an example. Sanola, do you think it's fair for the small rats not to be able to play? Sometimes the big rats should allow space for the small rats to be able to play, because if the small rats can't play, the small rats aren't used to having fun. So don't you think you should put
Let the rest continue.
Samoa. Fuck no. There you go. But when you leave, he be saying yes.
Right. I have a question for the room. Why is it that when people ask for feedback, nobody has anything to say, but because Monica decided to ask Huey a question and he gave his honest opinion, now everybody jumping on the bandwagon, and now all of a sudden y'all got feedback from Monica. Where's your feedback every other week?
Don't do that, lady. Don't pretend. Don't pretend like
I'm saying in general, Concrete.
Lady, I'm the
It's
one
just
who
like
says
Concrete. I feel the same way. I feel the same way about you. Is if somebody brings you up about what they personally feel about you, but ain't nobody else said nothing all day or last week or the week before that, and then all of a sudden they got something to say about you. I'm like, where that energy last week?
Listen, lady, flattery is not gonna persuade me, even though I appreciate it.
I'm being serious.
Hold on. Monica constantly gets the smoke from men, women, and children. Like, what is
Concrete is a digger.
bullshit? You saw what she did to Stilgar. You see what she does on a
What's he do
regular
to
basis.
Stilgar?
Alright, I'll tell you what she did to Stilgar. Stilgar, I think, laughed at a joke. And on let's say Monday.
Go there now,
Tuesday,
fatty.
Monica caught Stilgar by himself
Go there
and
now.
pushed him into women's school.
Go there now.
And told him,
Don't waste your time.
And he was like, nah, I'm not getting. He was.
That's a fact, Shasha. That's a fucking fact.
Don't waste your time listening to my movie.
He said, no. Hold on.
Just leave now.
That's a fucking fact, bro.
I'm in the white area.
It's a fucking big mic, Sunshine. He's a big mic.
Just leave now. Free yourself from these diggers.
They love all that church y'all living in.
Okay, so the whole point is, when Stilgar got confronted by Monica about him laughing at a joke, she then threatened to say his name, even though he was like, I don't want people saying my name. And then she fucking laid out his name 2 fucking times in that conversation because he laughed at a joke. And so that is Monica being diabolical, trying to make a bitch out of Stilgar and violating the friendship that they thought they had. Because he does look out for her as a good, clean white man. aggravating,
Diabolical,
hyperventilating.
diabolical digger.
So that's the same exact fucking response that Huey just gave, and there has been a pattern established. Monica be looking for bitches. No.
But Nathan tell y'all don't dogpile. He don't let us dogpile individuals in here. He say don't dogpile, so don't dogpile.
I just commended
This room and all the diggers.
I'll give a critique.
Pattern
I'll give
24/7.
a critique on Nathan, if that's all right. So we can move it off of Monica because that's the whole purpose of this. Nathan needs to learn how to connect disciplines, especially with meanings of terms. So in the court ethical framework,
TV
you
show
can
on
use the word
YouTube.
called prejudicial. in
Same
the
pattern.
logical and reasoning discipline of framework, you can use a term called fallacious. So because a person doesn't understand these two things and they lack the ability to connect, they'll always think that you're disingenuous, and then they'll attribute that to your character, and they'll try to devalue you. You guys have all shared the same experience, right? Just saying.
Biggest revelation.
Hey man, can we get this nigga out of here, Rich? Where you at, bro? No.
If fellatio wasn't what it was, it'd probably be an Italian pasta dish with actual sausage.
I was just about to say ice cream. I was just about to say a gelato or it would be a dessert.
I would have thought
Dessert
that it sounded something close to flamingo, or maybe so I would have thought maybe a type of bird.
That's a good one, babe.
It's an Italian pasta dish.
But I did think ice cream first. Huey, you probably were my brother in a past life.
I got some feedback. Or something you spit it out.
I just like how everybody
Shadows,
else
diggers.
I know, that's fucked up. I think
Okay, this is called Going to the Gym Now, Pigs. How's your day going? Can we, on a date this evening? Until next week, I'm feeling under the weather. Can we postpone our date this evening so next week I'm feeling under the weather? Oh, how's your Friday going? Where are they going?
The original Silent Hill for PlayStation 1 is...
Greenland has been thrust into the international spot.
Good afternoon, beautiful. Enjoying the snow. Good afternoon, beautiful. Good afternoon. Enjoying the snow. Shall we go to
I have dealt with mental and emotional struggles for a very long time. I was also dealing with the fear of embracing the...
This is the special thing about Buddhism. Everything in Buddhism sounds negative. Let's put it this way. Let's suppose you engage yourself in a relationship with the Buddha, or with one. I mean, there are hundreds of Buddhas. The one we call Gautama is just the historical Buddha that everybody knows about. But one Buddha leads to another, because as a result of his relationships with people, he turns them into Buddhas too, awakened people. Now you meet one of these people, and he's going to give you a rough time. But one of the Buddhas running around these days is Krishnamurti. And Krishnamurti absolutely destroys everybody's religion. Why do you believe this? Why are you hanging on to that? Why do you want to insist that this idea is so? See? And he shows you that all your fixed formulations, all the ideas to which you cling, are spurious. And Buddhism was one of the ways of doing just that. So one might say simply this, to try and sum up what Buddhism is about. The word Buddha is derived from the root Bud in Sanskrit, B-U-D-H, which means to be awake. So the Buddha is the awakened man, the man who woke up. What does he wake up from? Obviously a dream. And what kind of a dream is this? Well, I would call it a state of hypnosis.
Let's go to the Botanic Gardens.
And this state of hypnosis, although I'm using hypnosis in a rather archaic sense of the word, is a state of being entranced, spellbound, fascinated, and this is called, in Sanskrit, avidya. A-V-I-D-Y-A. Vidya is knowledge in Sanskrit. And it is the root from which we get videre in Latin, to see, and so vision in English. So putting the A in front of it means non. Avidya, not seeing. Ignorance, ignorance. Where you see, but you ignore everything that you're not looking at. When you put the beak of a chicken on a white chalk line, and the chicken is fast, you can't get away from the chalk line. That's how
Or should guys approach you in the gym or if
so in the same way,
they just
our beaks are put on the chalk line.
So they do where they
When
find
we
you on social
hypnotize
media,
into
follow
the
you,
notion
slide in the DMs.
of attaining to life by
gym, but I was kind of a little scared to approach, and I was like, no wonder. Do you understand how you're kind of intimidating though? Yeah, but I think like even at this point without no context, I think it's the vibe that I'm giving off. Maybe a little like tomboyish style thing. I think I do look a little intimidating. I'm not gonna lie. So you can approach them. No, but I'm not looking for a boyfriend. I'm looking for a man. Guys.
He is awakened from that state of hypnosis, and he knows well, I can't put what he knows in any positive terms. Buddhism has no doctrines at all, if you have to believe it. I don't care what background you come from, whether you're a Roman Catholic or one extreme or a logical positivist at the other. Both are clinging to something, you see? And so the method of Buddhism is to knock out the underpinnings and say, well, not only do we not believe in anything, we don't even believe in not believing in anything. You know, you crawl into a hole and pull the hole in after you. But in this case, you do the exact opposite of that. That's a defensive move, to crawl into a hole. In this way, you crawl into great space and then pull the space out after you. And to go through this is pretty rough, because you can do it on what seems at first to be a merely intellectual level. So you can engage a group of people in discussion, and you can start, whenever they propose an idea that is their sort of guiding principle of life, you demolish it, show that it doesn't hold water. And step by step you unearth, by talking with them, what are the fundamental ideas they're operating on. Everybody is. Everybody is a philosopher. Everybody has metaphysics, although they may not know what it is, so they've never examined it. But by this method you bring it out, and you demolish it. And this suddenly, what seemed like a very nice intellectual discussion, turns into sheer murder. People get really anxious. They develop all the trembles and the symptoms of extreme anxiety. And so they finally say to the guru, the teacher, well, heaven's sakes, what do you believe in? He says, I'm not proposing anything. I didn't set anything up. Well, how do you navigate? How do you exist? This is what's the problem. Because you see, what we're moving from, as I suggested a moment ago, we're moving from a state of affairs where we're accustomed to navigation on land to a state of affairs where we're in the water. And this is very critical for today, because the impact of modern science on Western culture has been very similar to this. In Christianity, we sing hymns like How Firm a Foundation, and Rock of Ages, Ein fester Burg, a mighty fortress is our God. We've something to stand on. The church's one foundation is Jesus Christ her Lord, you know. And it's this firm thing. All right, suddenly all that disappears or becomes implausible. And we find ourselves swimming or sinking. Now, when you find that you're living in the midst of the universe of relativity, well, there's nothing you can hold on to. You've got to learn how to swim. And to swim, you've got to relax and stop grabbing. So this is what Buddhism does. When it says it's the art of let go, of non-attachment. Non-attachment doesn't mean that you lose your appetite for dinner. It means simply that you stop grabbing. You get rid of stickiness. Stickiness in the sense that, for example, when a wheel has an axle that's too tight and it sticks, you want to loosen it up a bit. You don't want it too loose. You don't want it floppy. Like a lot of people, when they tell them to relax, they become like a limp rag. It's not relaxing. Relaxing is having still tone. But it's a middle way. So this is entirely what Buddhism is about. It's about learning, for example, if I may put it in a vivid way, when you were born, you were kicked off a precipice. And there's nothing that can stop you falling. And although there are a lot of rocks falling with you, with trees growing on them and all sorts of things like that, you can cling to one of those rocks, if you like, as it goes down with you for safety. But it's not safe. Nothing is safe. Everything is falling apart. Everything is in a state of change. And there's no way of stopping it. And when you are really resigned to that, when you really accept that, then there's nothing left to be afraid of. And when there's nothing left to be afraid of, and you've given everything up, and you know that even, a lot of people in religion cling to suffering because they know they are right as long as they hurt. Oh, I bless the good Lord for my boils, for my mental and bodily pains. For without them my faith all congeals, and I am doomed to hell's ne'er-ending flames. There are a lot of people who know that they're right so long as they suffer. But that's an illusion too. Even suffering offers no security. Even suicide offers no security in Buddhism, you see. There is no security at all. You simply have to face this fact that everything is in flux and go with it. And so, the question then is simply, how to convince people of this, if anybody wants to be convinced. It's not the sort of thing you shove down people's throats. You don't convert them to this. Because if they don't want to be converted, they won't let go. So, Buddhism therefore involves a very special relationship between the questioner and the person to whom the question is addressed, the pupil and the teacher. And now then, Buddhism came to China as early as 60 AD, but didn't at that time make a very great impression. It was not until about the year 400 that a very great Sanskrit scholar by the name of Kumarajiva came and started teaching Chinese scholars Sanskrit. And they worked with him to translate Sanskrit into Chinese. And they translated the Buddhist scriptures. They didn't, of course, do them all at that time, because the Buddhist scriptures occupy about as much space as the Encyclopedia Britannica. In fact, a little more. The Indians are great talkers. Well, anyway, they found that when they translate this into Chinese, you had to find equivalent Chinese words for the Sanskrit ideas, and they found these from the Taoist philosophy. Well, slowly then, Indian attitudes began to be modified by Chinese attitudes, because the Chinese read into these translations Taoist meanings. So things got a little altered. Now here came the alteration that is crucial. First of all, in Indian Buddhism, there's very little humor.
Getting new permanent teeth in 24 hours isn't just about having an aesthetic smile. It's about reclaiming the confidence, memories, and moments that have been lost over time. We've heard heart-wrenching stories from countless patients who've given up life's simple joys. From openly laughing at a friend's joke, to smiling in precious family photos, even avoiding social events like weddings out of fear of judgment. At Nuvia, we believe in more than just dental solutions. We believe in healing. It's not merely about how the teeth appear, but the renewed confidence and joy they can bring. Because every smile has a story, and we're here to help you rewrite yours.
Feels like a dream, feels like magic. Now I believe I can have it. Ooh, ooh, tamu. Ooh, ooh, tamu. All of my wishes came true. Shop like a billionaire. Shop like a billionaire. Ooh, ooh, tamu. Ooh, ooh, tamu. Download the Temu app and shop like a billionaire.
Chinese life is full of humor. The greatest philosopher of China, Zhuangzi, is the only philosopher who is, I think, in the whole world, who is profoundly humorous. There's a book in the Modern Library, published by Random House, called The Wisdom of Lao Tzu. And this is translated by Lin Yu Tang, and he includes, along with the translation of Lao Tzu, huge sections of Zhuangzi. And this is absolutely fascinating because of the humor of it. Indian Buddhism had very little humor. Some, yes, but very little. Next, it was all tied up with celibacy, which to the Chinese was absolutely incomprehensible. Because Chinese civilization is rigged around the family to a far greater extent than ours is, which is saying something. And they just couldn't see any point or any wisdom in celibacy. When Buddhism came to China, it still retained a certain element of celibacy, but for different reasons than Hindu. The Chinese way of celibacy is not that sex is naughty, but it's terribly convenient not to have a wife. In other words, the ideal of the uninvolved life has a certain appeal, but they could never get through into their heads the notion that sexual desire was bad, which has always played a fairly strong role in Hindu thinking. Not in the same way as it has in the West. The Hindus don't have a guilt take on it. But they think that it dissipates your spiritual energies. And you see, in yoga, they envisage the idea that at the base of the spine, there is what is called the kundalini, the serpent power, or the force of psychic energy. And so long as it remains at the base of the spine, this force is dissipated in sexuality. Now, yoga is to suck this thing up the spine and get it into the head. And so then you withdraw from the manifestation of this energy, or the dissipation of it, in sexuality, and it's put on a higher level. Only, which end is up. You can do it the other way too. They have what's called the right-hand way of doing it and the left-hand way of doing it. But I'm not going to go into that now. But the Chinese didn't see it that way. They couldn't see that it was a dissipation of energy. So what they wanted to aim at was a way of living Buddhism and being awake, but at the same time remaining active in the ordinary life of the world. It's what's called, in their phraseology, being king on the outside and a sage on the inside. It has been well said that Buddhism is Hinduism stripped for export. See, Hinduism is a way of life that goes far, far beyond what we in the West call religion. It involves cookery, everyday family life, house building, just everything. It's the whole Hindu way of life. And so you can't export it, just as you can't export Shinto from Japan. It belongs to the soil and the culture. But there are essential elements in it that can be transmitted outside the culture of India. Managing practical affairs, completely involved in whatever life is, but at the same time, inwardly living on top of a mountain, being cloud-hidden, whereabouts unknown. So, Chinese Zen is the preeminent expression of this, because it is the mixture of Indian Buddhism and Chinese Taoism, plus a certain Confucian practicality. Zen developed out of the work of Kumarajiva, came into China, as I said, 400 or a little before. And then you suddenly get into a kind of vertigo, dizziness, that you feel suddenly that you're no longer standing on the firm ground, but that the universe has suddenly turned into water, or worse, air, or worse still, empty space. There's nothing to hold on to. Now you see, often when one discusses religion with people, they say, well, I need a religion because I need something to hold on to. Well, that's the way not to use a religion. Because if you use religion as something to hold on to, your religion is an expression of unfaith. Faith is where you let go, not where you hold on. When the cat falls off the tree, the cat relaxes, you see? And so the cat lands with a soft thud and doesn't get hurt because the cat has faith. But if the cat in midair were suddenly to grab itself with all 4 feet and tighten up, see, it'd be hurt. And that's what people do when they say, rock of ages cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee. They want something to hold on to, see? And that is unfaith. So the method of Buddhism, it's called the Dharma, doesn't mean the law, it means the method. The method is to knock the stuffing out of you, to take away everything to which you cling, to cleanse you completely of all beliefs, all ideas, all concepts of what life is about, so that you are completely let go. Doesn't, as it were, look over your shoulder and wander off to something else. Somebody who, first of all, he's completely here, and he's so much here that you can't phase him. Now, this idea of phasing is crucial in Zen. You see, I referred a moment ago to attachment, that Buddhism is living free from attachments. And I made the point that this is not abandoning a sense of a good appetite for dinner, but it's stopping sticking. In psychological jargon, you don't block. A mind of no hesitation, it's sometimes called. In Chinese, the phrase mo zhi chu is used, of going straight ahead. So supposing somebody walks up to you on the street and says, are you saved? Now, most of us who are intelligent people feel embarrassed by such a question. You know, what's this wretched Salvation Army person or Jehovah's Witness doing asking me whether I'm saved or not? And we're all a little bit, you know, what do you do with a nut like that? So, but as in Zen, this is a perfect moment to respond, see? To the most embarrassing question, are you saved? But Zen comes back in a very funny way. In Zen, one doesn't give philosophical answers to a question like that. You give practical answers. I had a boiled egg this morning. Because whenever you are asked about matters sacred, theoretical and philosophical, you answer in terms of things earthy and practical. But then on the other hand, when you are asked about things earthy and practical, you answer in terms of things religious and philosophical. Is dinner ready? You know? Who's asking this question? Who are you? So, this is then the flavor of Zen. Is, you know, Bodhidharma is supposed to have meditated so long that his legs fell off. And he's usually drawn this way. Something like this, anyway. It looks like a shmoo. But in Japan, you buy these toys that are darumas. And they are so weighted in here that you can never knock them over. You can bat it on the floor, bat it this way, bat it that way, but it always comes up again. And so the poem says, 7 times down, 8 times up, such is life. So this is the principle of not being fazed, not being attached. So to play the game, you can't faze me. This is very important in the art of lifemanship. Fundamental gamesmanship. Because you see, when the Zen monks moved into Kyoto, they took over the best part of town. It's simply fantastic how this happened. The beautiful hills were occupied by the brigands, who later became the Japanese nobility. The great daimyos. These were the toughest characters. And the Zen monks played a game with them, which was that, you know, you possess all these lands and you're powerful and so on, but so what? It's all falling apart. Then what will you do? Well, they said, that's too bad, we don't know. And the Zen monks said, you haven't got the hang of the thing, you see. So they found that they couldn't terrify Zen monks. That they played all sorts of tricks, but the Zen monks were better masters at it. See, supposing you say to somebody, look, I'm not afraid of you. You can do anything you like. You can kill me or anything at all. But if I go and kill the fellow who says this, I'll never find out whether he was afraid or not. So they outfaced these people and said, we have a secret, you see, that you don't have. And we'll teach your servitors to be great warriors, because they'll learn the secret too and they won't be afraid of anything. And this is what they did. And so the daimyos, the noblemen, built great monasteries for these Zen masters and monks on their best land. The finest artists of Japan made gold leaf screens for almost every room in the place. And although nobody owns anything individually, the community owns it collectively with the protection of the daimyos. And they had a tremendous scene going. Now, to us that sounds extremely weird, even immoral. You don't expect religious people to do things like that. No, I know you don't. If the religious people are self-righteous and have no humor. But these people didn't go around pretending that they were specially good. They didn't dupe themselves. They were people who understood what human nature is. That in every one of us there is an element of irreducible rascality. In Jewish theology, this is called the Yetzer Hara. Y-E-Z-E-R-H-A-R-A. The Yetzer Hara. The element of irreducible rascality, which was created by God. Because God has one too. And that's why when you are really affectionate with somebody else, when, for example, men, I don't know what women do in their private lives between each other, but men, as we all know, say to someone they're very fond of, why, you old bastard. You know? Just like that, you know, there's a certain way of saying to a person, there's a certain glint of recognition. So there's a Zen poem that says, when two Zen masters meet each other on the road, they need no introduction. When a thief meets a thief, they recognize each other instantly. And this goes back, you see, again into the heart of Chinese philosophy. That human nature is considered to be basically good. And even the rascally elements of it are good. They're the sort of salt in the human stew. There has to be this little thing that human passions and that the natural contentiousness and greed or whatever that we have is an essential element in our makeup. And that when people lose sight of that, they go mad. Nothing, for example, is more dangerous than a saint. That is, an unconscious saint who thinks that he is right and who endeavors to live an absolutely pure life and to eliminate all selfish thoughts. Somebody who undertakes that task is going to be a menace to all around because he loses his humor. He loses his real humility, which is knowing that after all, since we're humans, we have certain needs. We need to eat, we need sex, we need this, that, and the other. And this sort of has a quality of humor to it. And so this is why in Zen art, the sages are always drawn to look a little bit like bums. You know that Putai, or Hote as he's called, what's called the laughing Buddha, the fat Buddha with an immense belly, and carrying around an enormous bag of rubbish, into which he indiscriminately puts anything he finds around and then gives it away to children. This is a sort of type of which the Chinese call the old rogue. And the old rogue, as a type of this poet, sage, monk, and scholar, you see, is greatly admired. He's the non-violent brigand, the rolling stone, the free man, or in our words, the joker. The joker, you see, is the card that can play any role in the pack. So then, Zen developed in China after Bodhidharma's time and came to a sort of golden age in the Tang and Song dynasties. The golden age of Zen lies between 713 AD and approximately 1100, 1200, 11 to 1200. That's the great creative period in which all the marvelous masters emerged and during which Zen exercised a profound influence on the development of Chinese poetry, painting, calligraphy, and scholarship. Then, between 11 and 1200, it shifted to Japan and underwent a new development, rather different in quality and in tone. And after it had done that for some curious reason, but it's a very complicated historical question, it slowly faded away in China. So that as we find it today, it is principally a Japanese phenomenon, and it is slowly fading in Japan and slowly growing in the West. It's a very funny thing. And now then, let me indicate what Zen training, what its method is. How does it work? I said before, what is involved is a dialogue, an interchange between two people. One who has defined himself as a student and has therefore defined the other as the teacher. There is no teacher until a student arrives, no problem until a question is raised. So students create teachers. If you ask a question, you get 30 blows with a stick. If you don't ask a question, you get 30 blows with a stick. Because you put yourself in statu pupillari. You've defined yourself as having a problem. Now, nobody really has a problem, but the Maya, the game of life, is to pretend that you do. Going back to fundamental Hinduism, the Godhead, or the Self, pretends it's all of us, and so gets lost, and so has a ball. dreams all this goings on. So when you're on your way out from the dream, it suddenly occurs to you that you have a problem. Life is suffering. You would like to get out of this. So one such student went to a Zen master and he said, we have to dress and eat every day. And how do we get out of all that? In other words, you might ask the question in this way. We have to work, get up Monday morning, go to the office, do all this routine, sell something and so on. How do we get out of the rat race? So we have to dress and eat every day, and how do we get rid of all that? And the master said, we dress, we eat. The student said, I don't understand. He replied, if you don't understand, put on your clothes and eat your food. And this is the kind of dialogue so characteristic of Zen. So the position is this. The master, on being approached by a student about the problem of life, says, I have nothing to teach you.
أول يعني كان كل حاجة متوفرة يعني المي متوفرة يعني كل حاجة متوفرة أما الحين صعب. أيام زمان عاد بيلعبن بفرفتن بيقرن بيتعلمن الحين فيش تعليم ولا في ولا إشي يعني. وعمره سنة و4 شهور يعني معاه سوء تغذية يورف أعضاءه ما بيقدر يمشي يقدر يتحرك يحبي.
I'm a Zen master. I have nothing to say. Zen is not words. And furthermore, everything is perfectly clear. There was a Confucian scholar who went to a Zen master and said, what is your secret teaching? And he replied, there is a saying in your own teacher Confucius which explains it all. Don't you remember when Confucius said to his disciples, do you suppose that I'm concealing something from you? I've held nothing back. And the scholar didn't get this. So a few days later they were walking together in the mountains and they passed the wild laurel bush. And the Zen master said to the Confucian scholar, do you smell it? He said, yes. He said, you see, I'm holding nothing back. So the position of the Zen master is, there is nothing to tell you. There is no, we're not offering you any panacea, any solution, any doctrine, any big goodie to the problem of life. Because the problem is an illusion. Well, then the student under these circumstances thinks, well, this is some sort of a come-on. He's testing my sincerity. And of course, the nothing which he has to teach is the mystery of the great void. See, he doesn't take it as meaning just plain old ordinary nothing, but the great void. And so he persists. And the teacher makes him persist until he gets way out on a limb. He has to persist so much that he practically dedicates his life, saying, just as the way Huika symbolically cut off his arm. The student is put in the position of dedicating his life to solving this thing and getting what that teacher has. And of course, there wasn't anything all along. But he's been put in that position. So then, once he's in statu pupillari, once he becomes a student, he's put through all kinds of hoops. They make him learn to meditate, to sit cross-legged, practice zazen, and then they also add to the trouble by asking impossible questions, which are called koan. And these questions are palpably absurd. What they are saying, essentially, at least the elementary koans are all concerned with this, are requests for behavior on the part of the student that will be perfectly genuine. In other words, show me who you are. Now, wait a minute, I don't want to see any social definition of you. I don't want to know your name, your address, who your parents were. I want to see the absolutely authentic you. It's like existentialists talk about authentic being. Or it might be in the same way a confessor, father confessor in a Christian sense, would say. Now, give me a really good confession. What is the bad thing you've really done? And you confess to him adulteries and murders and thefts and sacrilege and blasphemies and cussing and so on. And he says, oh, no, come off it. Those are only trivial sins. Come on now, what is the really awful thing you've done? I don't know what me. This is the backwards way of doing exactly the same thing as Zen Master is doing. Saying, who are you really? Are you anybody? Is anybody home? Have you got anything? And they do things like making you shout. See, this word is a very important word in Zen. Nothing. Mu. It's represented by the empty circle. The word mu in Japanese. So they say, now say it. Say mu. Mu! You know, with all your guts going into it. They say, no. You don't know how to say that. Come on, that's feeble. That's nothing. Let's really say it. They have every kind of trick like that to show you that the more you make an effort to be genuine, the more of a fool you become. And they tie you up in knots until you're desperate. There was an American Zen student who was on a Fulbright, and I gave him a year to study Zen. And he started to panic because he had only a month to go and he hadn't realized it. And he knew he had to, and he went to the Zen master and said, damn it. He said, look, I've only got a month left. The master said, all right, we'll have what we call O-session. O-session is an intense meditation practice where you only sleep 3 hours a night sort of thing, and you meditate all the rest of the time. Let's go, let's really do it. And every day, 3 times, you come to me and present the answer to your Zen problem, your koan. And it got worse, and it got worse, and it got worse, and he got more and more desperate. That here was this Fulbright going to end, and he wouldn't know what Zen was all about. Well, practically on the last day, he suddenly saw there was nothing to see. You know, it's all right the way it is. And this tremendous illumination, this load off his head, was of course what the master was trying to make him do. And now in the ordinary way, if you're not on a Fulbright, and you can stay around further, and the master will then play a trick on you. He'll say, now that's wonderful. You got your foot in at the gate. You realize there's nothing to realize. You realize the void. There's nothing to cling to, you see. There are no barriers, no blocks in any direction. It's all transparent. But that is just the beginning. And many, it's all a necessity now for you to discipline yourself much harder, to make great efforts, really to get through. So, what are you going to do about that? The student may say, well, I don't know. I've had enough. I think I've realized what it's all about. And he goes away. Sometime later, he begins to worry. Because, you see, the great emotional relief of this insight begins to wear off. And life begins to look ordinary again. And then he said, maybe I did miss something. That was a very good master I went to. I better go back. So back he goes. And the teacher comes on very, very tough and says, you're no good. You didn't stick with it. Why should I take you back? Oh, master, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was young and inexperienced, and now I've come to my senses. So the teacher finally says, all right, you're on probation. So again, he starts another koan. And this one comes in from a completely different point of view.
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to find my person. I did not know where to go until BetterHelp came in and helped me solve a lot of those problems. With BetterHelp, I got started on my therapy journey, and I actually went through a couple of different therapists to find my perfect match, and that's something that you shouldn't be scared of. You start with a questionnaire when getting started with BetterHelp, and even that helped me guide and helped me think about what I'm looking for with this experience, because getting started, I had no idea. Only thing I knew going into it was that I would benefit from talking about my feelings, and just having someone there who's there professionally to help me guide through life took some time for me to get adjusted and to figure out what I'm looking for. But BetterHelp accommodates that perfectly. You can request change, no extra charge. And now that I found my perfect match, I feel so supported going through life, and I've been traveling a lot recently, and that takes a toll on my stress level and just having a lot of thoughts that come with the travels. But I'm connected to my therapist at all times without being in one city, which is another great part if you are traveling.
And he's got others that come from this way, from this way, from this way, and from this way. And the point is always, so long as I can beguile you as a teacher into thinking there's something you could get, you need to study with me. When I can no longer fool you into thinking that there's something to get out of life, you'll know that you're life.
Alex,
you don't get something out of it, you're it. But so long as you can be phased and you can be taken in by the teacher, you need a teacher. So in the end, when the student no longer needs a teacher, and he sees that this old boy has fooled him the whole way through, he says, at the same time, profound respect, and you wonderful rascal. There's a very strange thing in the, I've poked around a good deal lately in Japan among American Zen students to find out what's going on. And they tell me that the initial come-on of a Zen master is very tough and very authoritarian and paternalistic. But as you move in, he turns into your older brother and is a person you feel going right along with you, beside you, helping you in this thing, full of friendship and compassion and everything. But occasionally he will suddenly turn and bring on the authoritarian stuff. But they do it in a very strange way. There was a Zen master who on a Saturday morning, when he should have been woken up at 8 o'clock, was woken up at 7, or whatever the time was. No, he should have been woken up at 8 on Saturdays and 7 on weekdays. So this was a Saturday, and his attendant monk came and woke him up at 8. He was immediately looked at the clock and was absolutely furious that he'd been woken up an hour late because he didn't know it was Saturday. So he struck out at this monk in a rage. And the monk said, "Master, but it's Saturday." He said, "Oh." Anger disappeared, absolutely serene, no apologies. So you see the nature of this game is the Zen game. And I seem to have given away the show to you. I told you all the inside mechanics of it. But you would discover that if you tangle with a Zen master and you think you know from what I had told you what are the mechanics of it, and you stuck your neck out to put yourself in the position of being an inquirer, everything I had told you would be useless. He would outwit you completely. That's what consists in being a master. He's not doing it because he wants to be superior and to put down other human beings. He's doing it out of great compassion because he feels he knows something which if you could find out, you would just be so happy.
And I'm going into all the various problems which have to do with the control of the mind. And so I might introduce what I'm going to say by saying it from different points of view. For example, if you're interested in communications, it will be the problem of feedback. Or if I may put it in theological terms, how does man follow the will of God if the will of man is perverse? The theologians say, you cannot do this without having divine grace, or the power to follow the will of God. How then do you get grace? Why is grace given to some and not to others? If I cannot follow the will of God by my own effort because my will is selfish, how will my will, which is selfish, be transformed into an unselfish will? If I cannot do it because I am already the selfish will, then grace must do it. If grace has not already done it, why not? Because I didn't accept it? But by definition, I had no power to accept it because my will was selfish. Must I then become a Calvinist and say that only those people who are predestined to receive grace will be able to live the good life? Then we come back to the inadmissible position that people who live evil lives and do not get grace because they are not predestined to it out of the infinite wisdom of the Godhead, then God himself must be held responsible for their evil deeds. And so that is a nice little tangle. If I put this in the language of Oriental philosophy and religion, it would be something like this. The Buddha said that wisdom must come only from the abandonment of selfish craving or desire. One who abandons that desire attains nirvana, which is supreme peace, liberation. Nirvana means in Sanskrit, blow out. That is, exhale the breath. The opposite, desire, is to breathe in. Now, if you breathe in and hold it, you lose your breath. But if you breathe out, it comes back to you. So the principle here is, if you want life, don't cling to it. Let go. But the problem is, if I desire not to desire, is that not already desire? How can I desire not to desire? How can I surrender myself when myself is precisely an urge to hold on, to cling to life, to continue to survive? I can see rationally that by clinging to myself, I may strangle myself. I may be like a person who has a bad habit, as a result of which he is committing suicide. And he knows that, but can't give it up, because the means of death are so sweet. So it all comes down to this basic question. The human beings have for a long, long time been concerned about transforming their minds. Is there any way in which one's mind can be transformed? Or is it simply a process which is nothing more than a vicious circle? I could ask, why have you come here this afternoon?
Could Nuvia's dental implants change your life?
Oh, look at that. Wow. Very nice work. You know, I would dig this. Thank you.
Click the button below to take the 60-second quiz to see if you may be eligible for Nuvia's permanent teeth in 24 hours.
What were you looking for? Would it be too presumptuous of me to say that you were looking for help? That you hoped you would hear somebody who had something to say that would be of help and relevance to you as members of a world which is running into the most intense difficulty. A world beset by a complex of problems, any one of which would be bad enough. But when you add together all the great political, social, and ecological problems with which we are faced, they are appalling. And one naturally says, the reason why we are in such a mess is not simply that we have wrong systems for doing things, whether they be technological, political, or religious, but we have the wrong people. The systems may be all right, but they are in the wrong hands because we are all, in various ways, self-seeking, lacking in wisdom, lacking in courage, afraid of death, afraid of pain, unwilling really to cooperate with others, unwilling to be open to others. And we all think that's too bad. It's me that's wrong. And if only I could be the right person. Is this man going to tell me something that will help me to change myself so that I will be a more creative and cooperative member of the human race? I would like to improve. So in so many people's minds and from so many different angles, there is this urgent feeling that I must improve me. And this is critically important because it's obvious that, at least it's superficially obvious, that the way things are, we are going to hell fast. Now, in this question, can I improve me? There is the obvious difficulty that if I am in need of improvement, the person who's going to do the improving is the one who needs to be improved. And there immediately we have a vicious circle. All right, you want grace? Well, ask God, maybe he'll give it to you. And the theologian will tell you, yes, God gives his grace freely. He gives it to all because he loves all. It's here like the air. All you have to do is receive it. Or a more orthodox, a Catholic Christian would say, all you have to do is to be baptized, to take the holy sacrament of the altar, the bread and wine, the body and blood of Christ, and there is the grace right there. And it's given by these simple physical means so that it's very easily and readily available. Well, a lot of people got baptized, and it doesn't always take. people fall from grace. Why do they? You see, we're just talking about the same old problem, but we've put it a step up. But it's the same problem. How can I improve myself? Was the first problem. The second problem is, how can I accept grace? They're both the same problem. Because you've got to make a move, which will put yourself out of your own control into the control of a better. If you don't believe in the Christian kind of a God, you can believe in the Hindu kind of a God, who is your inner self. You see, you've got a lower self, which you can call your ego. That's that little scoundrelous fellow that's always out for me. But behind the ego, there is the Atman, the inner self, the inward light, as Quakers would call it, the real self, the spirit, which is substantially identical with God. So you've got to meditate in such a way that you identify with your higher self. How do you do that? Well, you start by watching all your thoughts very carefully, watching your feelings, watching your emotions, so that you begin to build up a sense of separation between the watcher and what is watched. So that you are, as it were, no longer carried away by your own stream of consciousness. You remain the witness, impassively, impartially, suspending judgment and watching it all go on. That seems to be something like progress. At least you're taking an objective view of what is going on. You are beginning to be in a position to control it, but just wait a minute. Who is this self behind the self, the watching self? Can you watch that one? It's interesting if you do, because you find out, of course, that this is just as the problem of grace is nothing more than a transposition of the first problem. How am I to be unselfish? By my own power. It becomes, how am I to get grace by my own power? So in the same way, we find that the watching self, or the observing self, behind all our thoughts and feelings, is itself a thought. That is to say, when the police enter a house in which there are thieves, the thieves go up from the ground floor to the first floor. When the police arrive on the first floor, the thieves have gone up to the second, and so to the third, and finally out to the roof. And so when the ego is about to be unmasked, it immediately identifies with the higher self. It goes up a level. Because the religious game is simply a refined and highbrow version of the ordinary game. How can I outwit me? How can I one-up me? So, if I find, for example, that in the quest for pleasure, the ordinary pleasures of the world, food, sex, power, possessions, all this becomes a drag, and I think, no, it isn't there, so I go in for the arts, literature, poetry, music. And I absorb myself in those pleasures. And after a while, they aren't the answer. So I go to psychoanalysis, you see. And then I found out that's not the answer. I go to religion. But I'm still seeking what I was seeking when I wanted candy bars. I want to get that goodie. Only I see now that, of course, it's not going to be a material goodie. All material goodies fall apart. But maybe there's a spiritual goodie that's not going to fall apart. But in that quest, the quest is not different from the quest for the candy bar. Same old story, only you've refined the candy bar and made it abstract and holy and blessed and so on. So it is with the higher self. The higher self's your old ego.
And you sure hope it is eternal, indestructible and all-wise. But then the great problem is how to get that higher self working. How does it make any difference to what you do and what you think? I know all kinds of people who've got this higher self going, practicing their yoga. But they're just like ordinary people, sometimes a little worse.
I like it. It's mine. The prices blow my mind.
Ka-ching.
And they can fool themselves. They can say, for example, well, my point of view in religion is very liberal. I believe that all religions have divine revelation in them. But I don't understand the way you people fight about it. You fight and say that we, Jehovah's Witnesses, have the real religion. Others say, well, we Roman Catholics have it. And the Muslims say, no, it is in the Quran. And this is the right way. And somebody else gets up, and he may be a rather highbrow Catholic, and say, well, God has given the Spirit through all the traditions, but ours is the most refined and mature. And then somebody comes along and says, well, as I said, they're all equally revelations of the divine. And in seeing this, of course, I'm much more tolerant than you are. You see how that game is going to work? Yeah, I could take this position. Supposing you regard me as some sort of a guru. And you know how gurus hate each other. They're always putting each other down. And I could say, well, I don't put other gurus down. See, that outwits all of them. See, we're always doing that. We're always finding a way to be one up. And by the most incredibly subtle means. So you see that, you see? And you say, I realize I'm always doing that. Now tell me, how do I not do that? I say, why do you want to know? Well, I'd be better that way. Yeah, but why do you want to be better? You see, the reason you want to be better is the reason why you aren't. Shall I put it like that? We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. On the basis of kindly let me help you or you'll drown, said the monkey, putting the fish safely up a tree. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody, except perhaps the Australian Aborigines. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture and even our political styles, our democracy. You better be democratic, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. See, because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? How do you know what's good for you? If you say you want to improve, then you ought to know what's good for you. But obviously you don't. Because if you did, you would be improved. So we don't know. cite the problem of geneticists, which they face today. I went to a meeting of geneticists not so long ago where they gathered in a group of philosophers and theologians and said, now look here, we need help. We now are on the verge of figuring out how to breed any kind of human character we would want to have. We can give you saints, philosophers, scientists, great politicians, anything you want. Just tell us, what kind of human beings ought we to breed? So I said, how will those of us who are genetically unregenerate make up our minds what genetically generate people might be? Because I'm afraid very much that our selection of virtues may not work. It may be like, for example, this new kind of high-yield grain which is made, and which is becoming ecologically destructive. When we interfere with the processes of nature and breed efficient plants and efficient animals, there's always some way in which we have to pay for it. And I can well see that eugenically produced human beings might be dreadful. We could have a plague of virtuous people. Do you realize that? Any animal considered in itself is virtuous, it does its thing, but in crowds they're awful. Like a crowd of ants or locusts on the rampage. They're all perfectly good animals, but it's just too much. I could imagine a perfectly pestiferous mass of 1 million saints. So I said to these people, look, there's the only thing you can do. Just be sure that a vast variety of human beings is maintained. Don't please breed us down to a few excellent types. Excellent for what? We never know how circumstances are going to change. And how our need for different kinds of people changes. At one time, we may need very individualistic and aggressive people. At another time, we may need very cooperative, team-working people. At another time, we may need people who are full of interest in dexterous manipulation of the external world. At another time, we may need people who explore into their own psychology and are introspective. There is no knowing. But the more varieties and the more skills we have, obviously, the better. So, you see, here again, the problem comes out in genetics. We do not really know how to interfere with the way the world is. The way the world actually is an enormously complex, interrelated organism. The same problem arises in medicine because the body is a very complexly interrelated organism. And if you look at the body in a superficial way, you may see there's something wrong with it. It's chickenpox. And there's spots that itch and come out all over the place. Well, you might say, well, spots are there, cut them off. So you kill the bug. Well, then you find you've got real problems. Because you have to introduce some bugs to kill the bug. It's like bringing rabbits into Australia. And that starts going all over the place and getting out of hand. But then you think, well, now wait a minute. It wasn't the bugs in the blood. There are bugs all over the place. What was wrong with this person? That his blood system suddenly became vulnerable to those particular bugs. His resistance wasn't up. Therefore, what you should have given was not an antibiotic, but vitamins. Okay, so we're going to build up his resistance. But resistance to what? You may build up resistance to this and this and this class of bugs, but then there's another one that loves that situation. He comes right in. See, we always look at the human being medically in bits and pieces, because we have heart specialists, lung specialists, bone specialists, nerve specialists, and so on. And they each see the human being from their point of view. There are a few generalists, but they realize the human body is so complicated that no one mind can understand it. And furthermore, supposing we do succeed in healing all these people of their diseases, what do we then do about the population problem? I mean, we stopped cholera, the black bubonic plague, we're getting the better of tuberculosis, we may fix cancer and heart disease. Then what will people die of? Well, let us go on living. There'll be enormous quantities of us. Then we have to fix this birth thing. Pills for everybody. Then we find what are the effects, the side effects of those pills? What are the psychological effects upon men and women of not breeding children in the usual way? We don't know. Kind of what I'll call controlled anarchy seems to work out better than anything else. When we have a great system and great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. It makes no difference whether it be Chairman Mao or Adolf Hitler.
Breaking news. The national debt has just surpassed $35 trillion. Yes.
Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtuous, and therefore is not virtue. Translated in more of a periphrastic way, The highest virtue is not conscious of itself as virtue, and therefore really is virtue. Lower virtue is so self-conscious that it's not virtue. In other words, when you breathe, you don't congratulate yourself on being virtuous. But breathing is a great virtue. It's living. When you come out with beautiful eyes, blue or brown or green as the case may be, you don't congratulate yourself for having grown one of the most fabulous jewels on earth. So it's just eyes. And you don't account it a virtue. To see, to entertain the miracles of color and form. You say, oh, that's just... But that's real virtue. Virtue in the sense, the old sense of the word, as strength, is when we talk about the healing virtue of a plant. That's real virtue. But the other virtues are stuck on. They're ersatz. They're imitation virtues. And they usually create trouble. Because more diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. And be assured that everybody of whatever nationality or political frame of mind or religion always goes to war with a sense of complete rightness. The other side is the devil. Our opponents, whether in China or Russia or Vietnam, have the same feeling of righteousness about what they're doing as we have on our side. And the plague on both houses. Because, as Confucius said, the goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. Which is the form of our own proverb. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, in a way, the moral, or the immoral, of these considerations is that if you are really aware of your own inner workings, you will realize there's nothing you can do to improve yourself. Because you don't know what better is, in any case. And you, who will do the improving, are the one who needs to be improved. And this also goes for society. We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing. The best forms of government that have ever existed in the world are those which muddled through. Where they didn't have any very clear setup of control, but they muddled along. So, what instead, therefore, if we see that you can't outwit yourself, you can't be, shall I say, unself-conscious on purpose. You can't be designedly spontaneous. And you cannot be genuinely loving by intending to love. Either you love someone or you don't. If you pretend to love a person, you deceive them and build up reasons for resentment. You say, well, I ought to be honest. That's the beginning of, so many lies you can't imagine. It's like when I hear a lot said about love, the big love thing on the way. Everybody's got to love everybody. But they sing songs about love. Do you know what I do? I buy a gun and bar my door. Because I know there's a storm of hypocrisy brewing. So, let's look at this thing from another point of view, which you will at first think highly depressing. Let's supposing we can't do anything to change ourselves. Suppose we're stuck with it. Now that is the worst thing an American audience can hear. There's no way of improving yourself. Because every kind of culture in this country is dedicated to self-improvement. Just take jogging, that deplorable practice. It's a very nice thing to run. And to go dancing across the hills at a fast speed. But these joggers are shaking their bones, rattling their brains, running on their heels. And because there's a grimness about it, it's determinedly good for you. See? Why do you go to school? Now, wait a minute. You may not clap when I'm through. There's only one reason for going to school. And that is that somebody's got something here, whether it's a professor or a library, that you want to find out. That you are incredibly interested in. How to write Chinese characters, or how to understand botany. And you would like to know. You're just interested in flowers. And you would like to find out everything there is to be known about them. That's the point of coming here. Or you might like to know how to practice yoga. There are courses now being offered at UCLA on Kundalini Yoga for credit. Pretty funny, when I think back 10 years. But the whole point of coming to school is that you're interested in something. You don't come to improve yourself. But the trouble is that the schools got the wrong idea. They gave people honors for learning. And the reward for studying French should be the ability to speak French and enjoy reading French and having fun with French people. But when you get a degree for it, then the degree becomes the point. In a game of one-upmanship. And of course, one-upmanship is the main business of the educational community today. You learn all the rules of how to be a good professor. It's instructive to go to a professional professor's meeting. In my field, which is philosophy, you go to a congress of philosophers, and you'll find when they all get together in the bar or in the restaurant in somebody's room, the one thing they don't talk about is philosophy. It is very bad form indeed to show interest in philosophy among your colleagues. The same is exactly true in clergy gatherings. They don't talk about religion. What they both talk about is politics. Church politics and academic politics. Because it's bad form to be brilliant on faculty, because it outclasses your colleagues. Therefore, faculty people tend to cultivate a studied mediocrity. And you've got to watch out for that. I mean, if you get mobs of students coming to your lectures, you get pretty black looks from your colleagues. And then, of course, there's a whole world of one-upmanship in research and publication of learned papers. What's the relative quantity of footnotes to basic text, footnotes on footnotes, and the various ways of making your bibliography painfully accurate. And it's endless. But you see what it is? It's scholarship about scholarship, and not scholarship. Just as learning, because learning is good for you, is irrelevant to learning. The whole idea of improving yourself by learning is irrelevant to the learning process. And in the same way, doing business is doing business. Doing business, such as manufacturing clothes, is a very good thing to do. I could conceive that it would be extremely enjoyable, something one could be very proud of, to make good clothes. Of course, you need to sell them because you need to eat. But to make clothes to make money raises another question. Because then your interest is not in making clothes, it's in making money, and then you're going to cheat on the clothes. And then you get an awful lot of money and you don't know what to do with it. You can't eat 10 roasts of beef in one day. You can't live in 6 houses at once. You can't drive 3 Rolls Royces at the same time. What do? Well, you just go make more money. You put your money back. Invest it in something else, it'll make more. You don't give a damn how it's made, so long as they make it. You don't care if they foul the rivers, put oil fumes throughout the air everywhere, kill off all the fish. So long as you see these figures happening. You're not aware of anything else. So, you see, you went out to do a self-improvement thing. Making money, you see, is a measure of improvement, a measure of your economic worthwhileness. Or at least that's what it's supposed to be. It isn't anything of the kind. But you went out, in other words, for the status instead of for the actuality. So if, in other words, you do an art, you're a musician. Why do you play music? The only reason for playing music is to enjoy it. If you play music to impress an audience, to read about yourself in the newspaper, you're not interested in music. So in the same way, why do I come and talk to you? Because I enjoy it. I like the sound of my own voice. I'm interested in what I'm talking about, and I get paid for it. And that's smart in this life, is to get paid for what you enjoy. So here's the situation, you see. There is no, the whole idea of self-improvement is a will-o'-the-wisp and a hoax. That's not what it's about. Let's begin where we are. What happens if you know beyond any shadow of doubt that there is nothing you can do to be better? Well, it's kind of a relief, isn't it? Now, you say, well, now what will I do? See, there's a little fidget that comes up. Because we're used to making things better, leave the world a better place than when you found it, sort of thing. I want to be of service to other people, all these dreadfully hazy ideas. And so we think, there's that little itch still. But supposing instead of that, seeing that there isn't really anything we can do to improve ourselves or to improve the world, if we realize that that is so, it gives us a breather in the course of which we may simply watch what is going on. Watch what happens. And therefore, it sounds terribly simple. It sounds so simple that it almost looks as if it isn't worth doing. Have you ever just watched? Watch what's happening. And watch what you are doing by way of reaction to it. Just watch it happen. And don't be in a hurry to think you know what it is. In other words, people look at say, well, that's the external world. Oh, how do you know? The whole thing, from a neurological point of view, is happening in your head. That you think there is something outside the skull is a notion in your nervous system. It may or may not be, but it's a notion in your nervous system. You think this is the material world. Well, that's somebody's philosophical idea. Or maybe you think it's spiritual. That too is somebody's philosophical idea. This real world is not spiritual. It is not material. The real world is simply... So, could we look at things in that way? Without, as it were, fixing labels and names and gradations and judgments on everything. But watch what happens. Watch what we do. Now you see, if you do that, you do at least give yourself a chance. And it may be that when you are in this way freed from busybodiness and being out to improve everything, that your own nature will begin to take care of itself. Because you're not getting in the way of yourself all the time. You will begin to find out that the great things that you do are really happenings. For example, no great genius can explain how he does it. Yes, he said, I have learned a technique to express myself. Because I had something in me that had to come out, I had to know how to give it out. So if I were a musician, I had to learn how music is produced. That means learning to use an instrument or learning a technique of musical notation or whatever it may be. If I want to describe something, I have to learn a language so that others can understand me. I need a technique. But then beyond that, I'm afraid I can't tell you how it was that I used that technique to express this mysterious thing I wanted to show you. If we could tell people that, we would have schools where we would infallibly train musical geniuses, scientific miracle minds. And there would be so many of them, we wouldn't know what to do with them. Geniuses would be a dime a dozen. And then we would say, well, these people are after all not very ingenious. You know, PhDs, how many of them are there? Because what is fascinating always about genius is the fellow does something we can't understand. He surprises us. But you see, just in the same way, we cannot understand our own brains. Neurology knows relatively little about the brain, which is only to say that the brain is a lot smarter than neurology. Yes, there is this, which can perform all these extraordinary intellectual and cultural miracles. But we don't know how we did it. But we did. We didn't have some campaign to have an improved brain over the monkeys or whatever maybe our ancestors. It happened. And all growth, you see, is fundamentally something that happens. But for it to happen, two things are important. And the first is, as I said, you must have the technical ability to express what happens. And secondly, you must get out of your own way. But right at the bottom of the whole problem of control is, how am I to get out of my own way? If I showed you a system that's all practice getting out of our own way, it would turn into another form of self-improvement. See, here's the dynamics of this thing. And we find this problem, you see, repeatedly throughout the entire history of human spirituality. In the phraseology of Zen Buddhism, you cannot get this by thinking. You cannot attain to it by not thinking. It is only, you see, as getting out of your own way ceases to be a matter of choice. When you see that there's nothing else for you to do. When you see, in other words, that doing something about your situation is not going to help you. When you see equally that trying not to do anything about it is not going to help you. Where are you? Where do you stand? You're nonplussed. And you are simply reduced to watching. Now you may say, I need some help in this process, and therefore I am going to find someone else to help me. It may be a therapist. It may be a clergyman. It may be a guru. It may be any kind of person who teaches a technique of self-improvement. Now, how will you know whether this person is able to teach you? How can you judge, for example, whether a psychotherapist is effective or just a charlatan? How can you judge whether a guru is himself spiritually wise or merely a good chatterbox? Well, of course, you ask your friends, you ask his other students or patients, and they're all, of course, enthusiastic. You have to be enthusiastic when you bought something expensive. If you bought an automobile, which turned out to be a lemon, it's very difficult to admit that it was a lemon and that you were fooled. And it's the same when you buy a religion or an expensive operation. But what people do not sufficiently realize is that when you pick an authority, whether it's a psychotherapeutic one or a religious one, you chose it. In other words, that this fellow or this book or this system is the right one is your opinion. And how are you competent to judge? After all, if you're saying to this other person or other source, I think you are the authority, that's your opinion. So you cannot really judge whether an authority is a sound authority unless you yourself are a sound authority. Otherwise, you may just be being fooled. You may say, for example, I believe that the Bible is the Word of God. All right, that's your opinion. I know the Bible says it's the Word of God, but it's your opinion that the Bible is not lying.
There was two eggs, salmon, cod salad. What else did I have? I I had a sour dill pickle.
Smorgasbord, bro.
I had a dill pickle. I had some other things in it. Oh, some fresh tomato. Yeah, I did a little smorgasbord last night.
Rafi, I have a relationship question.
Oh shit.
Do I go out with the hot single mom with a kid, or do I go out with a slightly less hot woman without a kid?
Just use your dog.
Go the slowly hot, not so hot one.
The best advice I can give him is just use your dog. Don't even go.
Use my what?
Use your dog.
My dog. I don't have a dog.
Well, you should go get a dog then.
And then what? I let the dog sniff him out.
Yeah, no, you just fuck the dog. You don't even need to go anywhere.
You fucked the dog?
Why the fuck not? Think about it. It's always stationary at home.
What do you use? Peanut butter or jelly?
No, go raw.
Jesus, I think you need to go see a therapist.
The church says the Bible is the word of God, but it's your opinion that the church is right. You cannot escape from that situation. It's your opinion. So you see, when you select an authority who will help you to improve yourself, it's like hiring the police.
Oh God,
Out of your
not
tax
one
money.
of those.
And putting them in charge of seeing that you obey the law. I mean, can't you take care of yourselves? I mean, is this the land of the free and the home of the brave, or isn't it? But you see, nobody seems to want to be in charge of themselves. Because
Adrian, your motivational sitcom that you're watching is not entertaining.
I know. So good Shabbos to you.
I think it's a great time to have an unhealthy lunch, but no, I gotta make it healthy.
Why don't you skip your lunch and just go to the gym, fatty?
That's right. I did it this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus. What are you trying to do so early in the morning?
Because that gives me better energy than a cup of coffee in the morning.
Wow.
So how I'm 52 and still kicking because I don't wait for.
Kicked me 6 for 6 today.
Reduce, and nobody can increase that food. So you get a quota, I had a quota, Isa had a quota, Moses had a quota, Zunaira has a quota, everybody has a quota, and that's how it is. Like that's the like raw material you're working with. So like nothing, like you can't trade
Quotas?
it, like on the stock market.
I don't have a quota. Rahi, I don't have a quota.
All right, good. I mean, like maybe it's like like perceived as less or something. That's amazing. So celebrate.
I'm about to start jumping for joy.
Yeah, things will. It's like it's a temporal sequence. Like hopefully things will improve for you.
Your original sort of content.
The 7 for 7.
Fake ass on. Shut up, nigga.
Shut up.
Spend and pay.
Shut up, nigga.
Spend and pay.
You're over there wasting fucking time.
Yeah, wasting my fucking time.
Endangering your fucking child's life. You're endangering your child's life being stupid, nigga. Shut the fuck up. You got no respect over here, nigga. Suck my dick, nigga. Fucking ass nigga. Took your son all the way over there. And then his fucking life for your stupidity. Shut up, nigga. Real clown ass nigga. Shut up.
He showed him self-control. Yeah, clown ass motherfucker, right?
What kind of dad are you, nigga? What kind of father are you?
No.
No,
he's sleeping.
You
can go to sleep. And of course,
No. The way she be sending herself. Then her son go out there with you knowing how the fuck you be acting on the road, nigga. Shut up. What you talking about? Clown ass nigga.
They were on their way home from work, taking the subway, and it just so happened
Man, let's
to be
get
the
back
same
to
exact
boxing
night
though,
as
man,
the
before
Taylor
that
Swift
shit.
Elvis tour concert. And then this happened.
Yeah, that nigga got away with that shit, man.
Man, fuck that nigga, bro. He come here with that. With that shit.
What the fuck is that nigga at all?
Man brought that fucking shit up out of the car.
Yeah, some bullshit nigga is, man. Fuck you talking about? Nigga go a state line, drunk and no kind of goofy ass shit to sign that card, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Talk to me about anything. You can't talk to me about a motherfucking thing, nigga.
I'm watching me enough. Man, that's somebody you live in the room. You don't watch me enough.
Let's ride, baby, let's live it up. Get it, stop no one lazy. Red eye flights with my bitch overseas. Let's ride, baby, let's live it up. Overseas, social side, baby, can't get enough. But you love me some more.
What crime have I committed?
No crimes have been committed at this point that we know of.
Are you?
Your gun's stolen, I don't know.
Are you aware that? What's your badge number, officer?
I don't have a badge number. If you can find one out there, let me know.
What's your name?
My name is Officer Rollins.
Officer Rollins. Can you spell that for me, please, sir?
Yeah, I will in a minute.
What's your name, ma'am? Officer Young? Young? What's your name, ma'am? Officer Hernandez, is that correct?
Oh, I'm glad you're right.
I was right. Watch him for a second. Stay right there. Am I being detained right now?
At the moment, yeah.
What crime have I...
That shit is so funny.
Two. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go.
Okay.
She has but doesn't possess. Acts but doesn't expect.
Just stay
When her
positive.
work is done, she forgets it.
Just stay positive.
That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know.
Hey, restaurant right now.
Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides.
8 for 8, baby!
She welcomes both saints
Oh, we're
and
killing it.
sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable.
Hell yeah.
The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand.
Down there.
Hold on to the center.
I didn't buy it. My brother bought
6.
bottles, but I don't know exactly how much.
The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible. It gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind, that is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things?
Did Monica finally go to the gym?
Giving birth and nourishing. Having without possessing. Acting with no expectations. Leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things.
It's just thinking!
Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning, follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear?
So funny.
Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value, avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the Great Mother's breasts. 21. The Master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see.
What are you laughing at, Angie?
If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked.
What'd you say?
I said, did you make this?
Did I make this?
Yes.
No, I'm listening to the Tao Te Ching read by somebody on YouTube, but I'm speeding it up to 1.5 the speed.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay, here we go.
If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. 23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present.
Joy!
It is the mother of the universe.
Hi. Hi, Angie.
For lack of a better name,
I
I call it
listening.
the Tao.
This is the Tao Te Ching.
You know, it's my brother's name, right? One of my brother's name is Tao. We call him, well, it's Tao. We say Tao. It's the American pronunciation, but my brother's name is Tao. That's my brother Jeff. His
Were your parents hippies?
Yeah, yeah, they're academics, so they were, yeah, right, was in movement.
Cool.
Well, the word Tao is really joy.
I didn't know that.
I mean, it's a three-letter conspiracy. It means the way, but the way is joy.
That's right, that's right.
It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way, and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. 39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy. The earth becomes depleted. The equilibrium crumbles. Creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. 41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity, which is more important? Money or happiness, which is more valuable? Success or failure, which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The Master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The Master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The Master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind, no resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. 52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land. When government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures. When the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn. All this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots, soften your glare, settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example, and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. 60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because, being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. 66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her, because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children, and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick, then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching, so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart. Because he has given up helping, he is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing. By not dominating, the master leads. Tao Te Ching can be translated as the book of the imminence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, what is the meaning of life? But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally, doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe, in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity, and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the master, since the master is, essentially, us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have, ironically, done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free, throughout the recording, to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I work from Paul Carus's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response, out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao, and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao De Jing. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything, and teaches without saying anything. Things arise, and she lets them come. Things disappear, and she lets them go. She has, but doesn't possess. Acts, but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind, that is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things, that is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharp, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle, Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value, avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the Great Mother's breasts. 21. The Master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. 23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the Master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way, and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory? and delight in the slaughter of men. He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there's nothing to see. When you listen for it, there's nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. 39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy. The earth becomes depleted. The equilibrium crumbles. Creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. 41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the master's way. 44. Fame or integrity, which is more important? Money or happiness, which is more valuable? Success or failure, which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The Master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The Master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The Master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. 52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it, all things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land. When government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures. When the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn. All this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the master is content to serve as an example, and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. 60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because, being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. With an ordinary life,
9 for 9.
you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. 66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are.
Yeah. No, I'll be.
Humility gives it its power.
Well, it was because you suddenly asked.
If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself
Close
below
like
them.
almost the reason.
If you want to lead the people,
Also, he kicked me out last time when I recruited Kakayao on
the
terrorists
master is
in
above the
Syria.
people, and
He
nobody
wouldn't
feels
even let me
oppressed.
get the second source.
She goes ahead of
Oh my god, that's why you wanted
Because you
more.
sounded like a terrorist.
How did I sound like a terrorist? He was supporting a former ISIS member.
because she competes with no one.
And then he just started cursing at me and my
Who's
religion.
Adrian Dittman? Is this this faggot that's
Not
supporting
Edmund.
Okay. Yeah.
Faggot, you're the faggot. Big faggot.
Is nonsense.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
But to those who have looked inside themselves,
No, we're not putting up with
this
it. We're
nonsense
not putting up
makes
with it.
perfect sense.
It's a child. Childlike mentality. Play stupid. Say, well, I'm not rejecting this pedigree. I go, can we look at it? Well, no. I go, yeah, we have to look at it, dude. And then play the victim card. Well, look, I'm just trying to. No, you're not trying to have a cordial dialogue here. I'm telling you, here's the verse. I'm putting it in here in the Greek for you to utilize for the English translation. Okay? Here's how it's in the Greek, and here's the correlation to the English translation. So it says, Hantianato, Kiste, Tapanta. He created all things, for by him all things were created. Tell us what? Both in the heavens and on the earth. That's the phrase, ta, I, tois, or nois, all the things in the heavens. And the next phrase, all the things on the earth, ta, ta, epites, gaze. All the things on the earth. So it's anything in the heavens, he created them. Anything on the earth, he created them. He's not on the side of creation.
Kira.
He created all the things. He's on the side of creator.
Where did he get? Did he leave? No, he. Or did he?
If you want entertainment in another room, Jesse, go right ahead. I know
I was just asking a question.
I know, put up with him. I know.
I didn't know what happened. That's all. I was just asking a question.
All right, string him along for, what, 10 times trying to get him on par of any rational thought and discourse and decorum. It took that long to just get him on it, and then he's playing games again. I go, look, you're done. You're done.
I didn't play games with people all day. Happen to me. I was just asking a question, man.
I know. I couldn't make even headway with him. So, but if there are people who think they can, fine. But I'm not putting up with that. I'm jerking around. That's all he does.
Can I?
Go ahead, create a different room.
What's your number?
Okay.
Let's trade vinyl.
That's fine.
All right, Just, I added you. You need to add me back to the little complete. pizza room. Okay.
Good. Enjoy.
I think I have the syllogism done. I think. By the way, so when I'm done talking to him, I'll come back in here and talk about syllogism.
Okay, cool.
I think I do. I mean, I'm not the best at syllogisms, but I think this is decently sufficient. So, all right, all right.
These BHIs are all hard up, but you don't buy their hardness that they come in with, all their chest puffing. Oh, you just don't want truth room. I go, no, I want you to deflate your chest. First and foremost.
Wow.
Get off your high horse, guys. No, when it comes to languages, you want to hand wave the let. So like if you're not going to bite onto it, and we're going to have a rational discussion on the actual language, what the terms are being used there. So like, you can't even understand Protonicons, dude. It doesn't mean first created. It means preeminence. And I'm trying to walk you through the section showing he's on the side of the creature or creation. He is the creator of all things.
You've got a guy named Adrian down there raising his hand.
No,
I just got back, so I don't know if I already talked with him or not.
Let's get back on here for projecting. Oh, look, if he's already doing the trollish thing, no, Adrian ain't coming up. Piss ass the grind here, let me come up. No. Yeah, there we go.
Angry cloud.
They're like, I need to pick a fight with someone today. Someone go to the bathroom.
Angry cloud.
You know, just choose to ignore you.
Get a life. Get a
Maybe
life.
Robo, I guess. No, I just go.
Get a
You
life.
get pissed off that you just eventually leave. Because you're like, come on, let
Oh,
me
you'll
up.
kick
And I go,
me.
no, calmly. Not angrily,
Trust
just
me.
say, no, I'm not going to let you up.
You'll kick me, trust me. Weak.
See? Oh,
Weak
who's
and
angry now,
low,
Adrian?
too.
Oh.
Coward. Laugh
We
like
can
a
like
fool.
you. Yeah, well, I like to see you substantiate that.
Laugh
Nah,
like
I
a
just
fool.
like slamming people. Nah, that's all I do. Adrian just slams people.
Get a
For
job.
Okay. You didn't
Be a
demonstrate
man.
that.
So, check this out. I asked Rock, I said, can the burden of proof claim be proven without engaging in circular reasoning? Answer, proving the burden of proof claim without engaging in circular reasoning is indeed challenging because the very concept of proving something inherently involves the notion of providing evidence for justification, which is what the burden of proof is about. Here's how one might approach this. Then it gives like some philosophical, moral. Well, here's what it says: coherent truth theory, pragmatism, etc. So then I responded with, so you can't create a strict deductive argument without having to assume it inherently within the premises, correct?
Jesus.
It said correct.
So
Creating a strict
lucky
deductive argument for the burden
to
of proof
have such
without assuming it within the
strong
premises is
Christian
inherently
soldiers.
challenging because self-reference. To argue for the burden of proof in a way that
Jesus.
doesn't presuppose it, you need premises that don't already assume the
Jesus
concept
is
you're
so
trying to
lucky
prove.
to have such
However,
strong
you attempt to
Christians
justify the evidence,
armed in wisdom.
justify why evidence is needed for a claim
Armed in
would likely
wisdom.
rely on the very principle of the burden of proof.
That's right. Right? You know, but he's just saying you have to have an ultimate standard.
Yeah.
Even it gets to that. It's like, now the proximate ones, don't really, I mean, they can't surround skepticism, pragmatism, all that stuff. They're very truncated, mitigated philosophies. They're not trying to answer ultimate questions or anything like that. So it doesn't have an even ultimate sphere or which contextualize things. So that's why they can't surmount skepticism. So Adrian is spamming the tester. Yeah, you have anything better than spamming?
Oh, dude.
You put something rational, substantive into the text chat. Right, engaging.
Oh, okay.
Nothing's there worth engaging.
Oh, wow.
So.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
This is what else Gronk wrote up. It says it's a foundational assumption.
Someone's
The burden
bothered.
of proof often rests on foundational
Someone's
assumptions
bothered.
of how knowledge works, rationality, or epistemic norms.
Someone's
These
bothered.
assumptions might include rational
Someone's
discourse requires evidence for
angry.
claims to be considered valid
Someone's
and true.
angry.
the onus of providing evidence lies with the assertor, as without this, discourse will be chaotic or unproductive. It says these are foundational assumptions.
Yeah, that's right.
To argue for these assumptions without assuming the burden of proof, one would likely need to delve into meta-epistemological or pragmatic arguments, which aren't restricted deductive in the sense of deriving conclusions from clearly non-circular premises.
You say the context gets bigger.
Never accept
Meta-epistemology, you go.
responsibility.
They were meta to the meta, you know. Where's the stop here? Yeah. Wants to give us the ultimate context for epistemology. Yeah.
Right. Therefore, while one can provide compelling reasons for why the burden of proof should be accepted, like practical efficacy in truth-seeking or legal systems, constructing a strict deductible argument without assuming some form of the principle within the premises is not feasible. This highlights that the burden of proof might be more of a foundational or axiomatic principle in epistemology and logic, rather than something that can be proven deductively without circularity. So that's right. That's the point I was trying to get across to Jesse, right? And I thought about this for like weeks, trying to figure out how you can create a strict deductive argument for it without engaging in circular reasoning. It's going to emerge somehow, one way or
Not
another.
transcendental argument. That's the point. Not only epistemologically, but metaphysically as well. Someone just wants to argue epistemology the whole time. You know, well, there has to be some metaphysical backbone to it.
Don Diego de la Vega.
Yeah.
The point is, atheists really have no justification for the burden of proof. We, as Christians, do have a justification for it on moral principle, on an epistemic. You can make an epistemic argument for it, but they have no justification to require something like that.
Exactly. Getting out of the words they're saying or the very charge that they're claiming. Oh, show me proof.
Oh yeah.
What's your ultimate standard of proof? They start the word proof with I go, whoa. You didn't tell us what the standard was of proof to you.
Such wise, man.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. How often do you really come across atheists that understand formal logic? Anyway, not too many.
Such
In fact,
wise, man.
most of them, what they're saying
Big
is,
talkers.
convince me by my standards. By my...
Big
They know what
talkers.
those are. They got to cough them up. I go, yeah, tell me, what standards do you come? What is your ultimate standard then? I want to know. When you throw out this word proof, what's the backbone to it? Your
I gotta
standard
see it.
of what? Yeah.
I gotta see it.
You gotta see it. You gotta taste it, touch it, smell it. What? You know.
If God comes down and talks to me, then I'll believe it. You gotta stand right in front of me, and I gotta talk to it. That's what I.
Where'd you get that standard? And how did you get the universality that everything's proven via sense experience? Did you prove that via sense experience? No. Oh no, only particular things I've encountered have sense experience. I go, okay, does that mean that all things? I mean, that's the fallacy of induction right there. All the things I've seen up to this point require, I'll just have a metaphysical claim that all things that exist, the only things that exist are things extended in space. But, okay, how do you know that universally?
Oh.
Or you just assume that?
Matt Dillahunty is such a
Is
dishonest
this an example
coward,
of
right? Which he is.
schizophrenia?
Yeah. He said something along those lines, not verbatim, about how he would believe it. So somebody asked the question, said, okay, so if that took place,
Let's see if we can go 10 for 10 with this big boy.
down and go right in your face, then you would believe and concede that God is true. No, I mean, remember immediately.
What's the new standard now, Matt?
Are you guys kids or something? Are you guys
just
kids?
question my sanity, That's what I would do. It's like you just said. Oh, okay.
All this wisdom.
That's not really it. All right.
All
So you
this
really didn't get a
wisdom.
truthful answer to their first
Wow.
response, so now you just shifted it to a different standard now.
No. I sat there and listened to Matt Dillahunty one day, and Matt,
Quit groveling, Adrian.
That's
Groveling?
Matt's arguments,
You're the groveler.
I sat
You
there
the
and I was listening
graveler.
to it, and what he did was
You
really,
the
really
graveler.
interesting. You know how
Get a job, loser.
magicians use these, they classify a magic trick
Get a
in three
job,
different
loser.
parts,
He's
right?
done magic before too. Literally,
I could have
Get a job,
told you that.
loser.
I could have told you that because he uses it in his argumentation. He says, see, he's got the pledge, he's got the turn, and he's got the prestige. He's got every one of those. And I listened to him one day, and I was like, you sat there and, I made this pledge, and then he went into the turn where he's like, see, I don't even know whether I know anything or not. I don't know that either, and then he comes out at the end with, like, see, I didn't violate anything, and it's all like a trickery of words. I'd have to go through it with you, and you'd be like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah. They're like, here's your maneuver, here's the other maneuver, here's the other one. Clearly, pretty blatantly.
Right.
To unsophisticated, made really sound. Oh wow,
Right.
That's how people rob by magic tricks.
It's like he starts out with it's almost, it'd be like someone was saying, I'm not making any claims, and then at the end of it, he just starts making all these claims. I mean, it's the way he does it and goes through it is really interesting. I would not be surprised if he used that, because
He has that mentality. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't employ the same thing in his rhetoric. Yep.
Yeah, he's an evil dude, man. He's an evil dude, right?
He's slimy.
Oh my gosh.
Who are you talking about? Dillahunty?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love how triggered he got by Andrew Wilson.
He's a big child.
Look, you gotta understand, some guys like Dillahunty, and I'm gonna tell you something else I realized about Dillahunty, why I say he's so evil. All right. Now he's obviously a deceiver, and I would say he's very self-deceived himself. But I think he's come to realize this: if it's the case that he's wrong about God, and I mean specifically the God of the Bible, being real, being true, if he's wrong about that, do you think that he would continue doing what he's doing, or he would stop doing what he's doing?
He would continue.
Yep. That's exactly right. Now,
he made the claim several times. Even if you demonstrate that God, right? This whole premise of his show, The Atheist Experience, sorry, I'm going to go for a minute, but is provide evidence. Call in, provide evidence, right? And so you get the theist calling in. Well, what about this? That's not evidence. That's not evidence, right? And then at the end of each show, he has to take a shot, and he says, even if you provided evidence that God exists, I still wouldn't worship him. And why are you wasting all everyone's time asking for evidence? Evidence is not your problem.
No, why is he giving convicted? Because evidence to tell him.
Because I'll tell you why. The reason why he said he would not worship him, because he would hate him, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Which he already has. He already has that hate. We know he has that hatred. He denied, I don't hate anything I don't affirm as being true. But he just admitted, even if it were true, he would hate. That hatred would exist. Right? So that's why he would go on deceiving people, because anyone who would actually love that God, okay, assuming he didn't deceive, right? Anyone who would love that God, he would also hate. So he would try to deceive them, okay, so that they would go to hell because he hates them too. He hates God, and he hates those who love God.
Yep. Simple as that.
Yeah, I missed that combo you had with that guy, but it sounded like it didn't really go that well.
Couldn't get off of the starting blocks.
So Jesse went to meet with the very guy you threw down, huh?
Yep. Yeah, he can pull that guy along for 3 hours or let him pull. Have Jesse get pulled along for 3 hours. I go, fine, go ahead. He ain't doing it here. Like, you already saw his decorum, dude. Why'd you entertain that? It's ridiculous. You know? Yeah, no decorum whatsoever. You couldn't write down notes, say back verbatim what I just said. You're not in the process of stimulating here, are you? It just doesn't even come on your radar, does it? No, it's not my own view. I know we are starting from a BHI perspective, and he was a BHI. Like, these guys will not straightforwardly tell you what they are. Just say, I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite. I go, okay. I'm not going to kick you out because you just say that. Okay? If you can't have a good one-on-one conversation, then you'll get kicked. But I'm not going to kick you out just for you saying what your view is. Okay? If you're going to bring up scriptures, and the one you went to doesn't speak of identity, okay? It speaks of unity. But if you're saying, oh, we're going to go to John 17, I'm like, well, if you are reading the Gospel of John in sequence, you've read John 14 first. You already brought this language, with the in language. You know, you dare give these guys a rebuttal. You know, they're like scared of it. Like, what the heck? I thought they weren't supposed to give me a rebuttal. So I was like offended that he gets critiqued. I'm like, so when stuff's thrown your way, guys, you don't deal with it. Yeah, I got to deal with every single thing this guy asserts. Okay, I got you. They're double standards. You know? Yeah. As if I'm the only one answering things here. I go, I'm throwing questions your way. I show that you want to dodge, deflect, prevaricate, give prologues. You know, I'm like, oh my goodness, dude. Like, we see that tactic employed daily. Like, can we just get right to the verses? Give me a verse. Give me a verse. It took like 3 times before he finally caught up. Okay, fine, I'll give you a verse. I go, see, that wasn't so hard. Why'd you do that the first time? Jeez. Ridiculous.
There's a room that's going right now. I'm just looking to see what room is going.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a room called Jesus versus the Father. Who's in charge? Prove it in the scripture. It's got 87 people. This is the thing about Clubhouse. This is the thing about Clubhouse right here. Right? You get the dumbest people with the, look at the title. Jesus versus the Father.
You're seeing idiocracy come to fruition here. Like,
who's in charge?
You guys forgot us?
Wow.
Who's in charge?
Jeez.
Who wants to go contend with some idiots who thought that was a good title for a room?
Morons.
Jesus,
if you're so smart, why are you wasting your time?
It's like, what?
Wait, you got the typeholic here. do my thing. It's not everyone else's thing, so.
What
I
thing?
should deal with logical, substantive arguments here, not
What thing? You don't do
little guys who
anything.
want to blow hot air. Yeah. You want to get down the brass tacks,
You
Adrian?
don't do
Get down the brass
anything.
tacks. Not
You
just
don't
your
do it.
little
You don't even have
slimy.
a job.
Oh, you just do name calling all day.
You waste
What's that?
80 hours.
You okay? And? Adrian? And?
You are mental.
What's that? And yet you are here.
Do something with
Adrian?
your life.
Yet you are here. Okay, I'm mental. Okay, and?
Do something.
You're just gonna go
with
through
your
like
life.
a laundry list?
This is pathetic.
Different ways I can call people names. Okay. Like, so is this all you have, Adrian? This is the best you have?
We got it.
This is the best you have?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that,
You're
man?
mental, man. You think you're doing something. I am doing something. Okay? You're saying your cup of tea. So, I'm just going to another room and troll them. Why'd you go? Go do that.
No thanks.
Your job to troll people? I was here to
No
gas at you.
thanks.
I like gas at it and get people pissed off at me and say,
Thank
what's
you
your
very
matter? What's the
little.
matter, bro? You mad?
Thank
Hey,
you
hey,
very
you mad,
little.
man? I'm trying to get you mad so I can just play that rhetorical card. That's all you do.
I like doing it because you pay attention to what I say.
I'll put it over the chat. I can leave them just fast and put it in there. As soon as I block you, all your chat disappears anyway. I just want to see if you're actually going to say anything of actual
Value?
philosophical substance.
Mm.
You actually deal with. But platitude.
You know, if they
When
start
do you
that,
say
that means
something
they have
smart?
nothing philosophical substance.
Yeah.
Because they were proper then.
You guys just suck.
When do you say something smart?
Yeah, that's it. So bye. Like, okay, see you later. You know, have a nice life. I'll count the number of breaths you have remaining.
Kick me anytime. Kick me anytime.
All the time. I do. I do say a lot of smart things. I do, but
Really?
I don't think you say anything rational whatsoever. Just saying words that have no meaning, and that really makes me butthurt. I can't sleep at night, man. I just can't sleep at night.
Even Philip got on it. He said, "Yet you are here."
They just say, Adrian, why are you a pussy?
So emotional.
Why are you a pussy, Adrian?
So emotional.
Let's just boot the guy.
Why are you a big fat pussy?
Like a little
You
boy.
can give it. I guess you can take it.
Like a little boy.
I couldn't
Like
do
a
it.
little
I
boy.
couldn't do it.
Baby boy, baby boy. Like a little boy, baby boy. Baby boy, baby boy.
I knew, dude. That's alright. No fault. I just said that's how it's gonna go down. You ain't gonna get headway unless you pull out some miracle. But I doubted that would actually take place.
I tried. Selena was there. She listened. She heard it. I don't know. Maybe she could testify. I'm not asking her to come up. I'm just saying I had a witness, right? So, but okay, real quick.
Boring and
Let me read something
uneducational.
to you that because I've never asked Grok this, right? I come to that conclusion. I was pretty
How
certain.
boring and uneducational.
Let me tell you, you know who Grok is, right?
This
Grok
is so lame.
ex.
He turned the chat off.
Just wanted to see what it had to say.
You can leave on your own, Adrian, by the way. Just inserting that.
Oh no, bitch.
In this tax chat anymore,
Oh
so
no, bitch.
just in
We'll
the
just
audience,
stick
listen.
around and live stream your ass forever. Until you kick me, bitch ass.
I don't want to.
Got your ass, Matt.
Let you know.
Got
Okay,
your
I gotta get in
ass.
the car and go to a friend's thing. So the option is I can either. I don't think I can type religious.
Little baby boy.
Word on my computer.
Little baby
But I
boy.
just-
Give it to me. Yeah, speak it to me. I'm gonna write it down.
Okay, it's. I think right. Okay, it's not quite done. I thought it was. Premise one: propositions are truth claims.
Propositions are truth claims.
Yeah. 2. The truthfulness of the proposition depends upon the accuracy of correspondence between itself and its referent.
All right, give me 1 second here. 2. All right, start over again. Say it slower.
The truthfulness of the proposition
the truthfulness of position. Okay.
Depends upon the accuracy
And
of correspondence
on the accuracy of
Looking forward to seeing it.
correspondence
between itself and its referent.
Looking forward to seeing it.
between itself
Oh, by the way, try to make us
and
list, but not
its
available.
referent.
He's usually
Mhm.
sitting at the big
Yeah.
bar, filling the
Premise
table,
three.
and there's the barbecue place and a few
In
others.
asserting the truth or falsity of the given proposition,
Asserting the truth or falsity of a given proposition. Yeah.
the claimant is necessarily implying justifications, the S in justifications being in.
Steve has things down on them, like it's them, right? Because, everybody grows and everybody evolves in their own way. And we should be able to let people just be themselves or like just express themselves however they wish, And us doing that actually allows, like, it gives us the space to grow as well. Because if we keep living in expectations of like, hey,
mosque shooting like on 4chan. I saw the full video of it.
What is the mosque? Oh yeah, he was shooting those Muslims in the mosque.
Yeah, Buddy pulled up. Yeah, Buddy pulled up. Was it? I think it was a Golf GTI or something. Pulled up, just went to the back, opened the back hatch. Pulled out his guns, and then walked right in with and just started shooting people. It's kind of scary. Okay. And then he drove up to the Prime Minister's office first, saying, "I'm about to go on a massacre."
Supreme.
And I believe he had a whole manifesto too. I think I read some of it. I got bored.
Ours and others come to fruition ultimately and immediately, and we remain in the state of presence.
I need to sleep in a bit.
He wanted to say, but he still did not succeed.
And
Definitely agree that you want to destroy democracy.
And in the democratic way, it takes Kuala, it takes the code. In a democratic way, if you become a dictator, come on.
It's not dictatorial.
Yeah, if it is not a dictator, I don't know what is a dictator is.
Amos, I want to tell you, Ribono Shel Olam, and good Shabbos, Amos.
Eagle, we never mentioned that Bibi is a dictator at all. We were saying that he's behaving like a dictator. Just to let you know that.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we live in a monarchy. Hashem is the king, Ribono Shel Olam.
Eagle, do you think that Hitler was a dictator?
Yes. Yes.
But he was
because yes, I will tell you exactly why. Because
you know what I'm going to say.
After he was elected democratically. But after that, he changed the law to become a dictator. He removed all the democratic values of the democratic system. He changed it to the.
So someone could say. So he was acting like a.
No, he changed the system. In Israel, the system is still democratic.
So would you say that Netanyahu is closer to being democratic or dictator?
He wanted before the war. He wanted to change the system to be less democratic, but he did not succeed until now. We are still a democracy.
Okay. What laws did Hitler change, by the way? I'm just curious. What laws did Hitler change?
He wants to weaken the Supreme Court, which is very important in our system.
I thought if you're elected,
without the Supreme Court power, we have no check and balances for the democracy.
It's not just about what Hitler changed, it's what he introduced.
Okay, carry on.
It's the same, yeah. Both.
Yeah, you can Google that. What do you think I'm Google? You know, have you heard of the Nuremberg race laws? I mean, do you know all the horrible, evil, wicked science that he introduced to the population, which caused massive devastation, death, hatred, racism, beyond belief? 6 million! Never forget Rabbeinu Shalom.
I never compared or make any analogy between Hitler and Netanyahu.
I did, because they're both democratically elected.
Oh, wow. So that makes Hitler and Bibi comparable. Good fucking insight, mate. You're a great analyst. Go read a book, go to college, get a job, do something with your life.
Says the person that's insulting me personally, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would like to address someone who also insulted me personally, Boyle. First and foremost, you don't speak to people in that way. And when you speak to people in that way, you can expect for people to remove you because you're acting like an absolute lunatic.
Oh no,
and
Dejada, honey, you
like, you are also cutting people off and acting immature.
Ladies, it's Shabbos, and we're trying to coexist here. Can someone please give us a Rabbeinu Shalom or say the Shabbos prayer? This type of argumentation and personal ad hominem attacks is an affront to coexistence itself. I am complete. Thank you, Almost.
I'm mute. Please don't release. The first one will release will be down. Please don't release yourself. Now, one by one.
Oh, shit is in my balls.
One by one. Nobody interfere me. I let everyone to speak. I want Roya, you are the first one, will explain me what's happened. And understand the problem. Roya, what's happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Dejada, she just seems to be upset because I called her out for removing
By the way, I tried not to
for no reason in the chat.
There's usually sitting at the big bar.
That's really it.
In another room, she removed you.
No, she removed me as follower on here or whatever. Yeah.
And okay, now DJ, what you wanted to say?
My name is Jata, and I wanted to say, okay, now I am actually going to give you an honest answer. I read what it said in your biography, and it made me extremely uncomfortable. Like, I'm not comfortable with the fact that one thing is getting in conflicts on Clubhouse. That is tasteless in itself, but doing that in public and in real life, that is absolutely not normal. And
I'm Palestine High. Good morning to all my Israeli brothers.
A boundary.
Please be quiet, resistance. Please be quiet.
Okay, I'm next.
Well, I'll tell you when you talk to me, not you decide to me. I'm with Ditsa now.
You my Demi, I tell you when to talk.
You my Demi.
You don't give me any other choice. I will remove you. I'm talking with Ditsa, don't interfere me.
My name is Jata.
Jata. So you say that something in my title bothering you?
No, in Royal's biography.
In Royal's biography, something bothering you?
Yeah, I don't think it's in its place to verbally be aggressive with people on here or in real life, and I'm distancing myself from people who engage in that kind of behavior.
Okay, so should you?
And Royal got very upset over that.
I think you should fight Amos.
I mean, if you're going to distance yourself from that, you might as well delete the app because this is a toxic cesspool of anger, rage, hate, racism, low IQ. I mean, do you not know that this app is a toxic shithole?
Abraham, I didn't let you the permission to speak. Only Ditsa is speaking now.
My name is Jata.
It's an almost Shabbos.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now resistance speak. What do you want to say?
I would like for you, Atmos, to look at my PTR, and I would like for you to tell me what you think about this.
I see Bibi Netanyahu, Israel prospector. It means that there have been no rape. I don't understand exactly what's written there. But what do you want to say? Say it loudly.
Okay, so what it's basically stating there is that since October 7th, these so-called women that made allegations, which I don't believe they did, I believe the government made the allegations. But anyway, that the women that supposedly made claims of being systematically raped, that to date, no one has came forward with rape allegations.
That's right,
To the
because there's other
prosecution.
hostages that they have to protect.
No.
You live in your little bubble. They were tickled while they were freaking kidnapped, okay?
No.
Yeah.
Let's deal with reality. The women, hold on, the women, once again, that are free, that are no longer in captivity, they have not yet to come forward to hand the prosecutor
they are
for
protecting
rape
the hostages
allegations.
that are still in
Why?
captivity.
You know why? Because there was no rape.
No.
That's
Sister,
why.
it's not going like that. Now you mute yourself and you
Okay.
let T-Time to answer you.
Well, I asked you. I didn't ask her. I asked you, Atmos.
No.
Why did you hear her for?
Because I'm talking, that's why. Because I'm talking.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear you talk. I brush your teeth first.
I'm talking too bad.
Atmos, I asked you a question.
No.
You get brain resistance. Stop with the anti-Semitism resistance.
She want to answer you. She will answer you, and then you.
All right. We'll let the cut answer me. Go ahead. Answer.
The what? The what answer you?
The lady.
What did you call me? Say it.
The lady.
Go ahead. Show your butt.
Even if he calls you colonel.
No, he used the K word. Jata, if you want to find somebody to get out of your life, resistance would be a good starting point.
You're illegal. You're illegal with Jews, right? Oh, thank you.
I'm mute, please. I'm mute. Nobody release. When I'm mute, nobody release. I will let T-Time answer you. And say, I want to understand what she answer you, and before she finish, and I'm the only one who will decide when she finish. T-Time answer you.
I did. What I said to him is he's putting that Israelis are making false allegations that the prisoners were not raped. The girls were not raped. Nobody has come up and said they were raped. That's what resistance has in his profile, almost, that you read, right? A bunch of crap. That's what he has. Because he doesn't understand that the hostages that are still being held hostage, right? If these hostages that were released come out, they can't say a lot of things. I actually met one of the hostages, resistance. Okay, and guess what? He wasn't even Jewish.
I called her a lying whore.
I'm not done. I am not done. Okay? I met one of the hostages in America who's a Christian from Russia, okay, with you and your anti-Semitism, okay?
So she was a colonizer.
Okay?
How did you know?
And there's a lot of things he can't say. Okay? And it's to protect the people that are in captivity right now. So you think these girls want to come out and tell you this story? And if they did, you wouldn't believe them anyway because of your hatred.
Okay.
Well, her theory falls apart because those women that did come out of captivity, they actually did. They went on news broadcasts, they went on TV talk shows, and they went. I'm talking now. Shut your trap.
No, you shut your trap.
So once again, she just lied because those same women did come out of captivity. They did come out and they did speak about what happened. So you're a liar.
Resistance, it's finished. I decided it's finished between you said you things, T-Time answer you. For me, it's finished. You can't, when I'm mute, you put yourself in mute. Now this one who want to take Faisal, you want to say something. Faisal. Who want to take not resistance and T-Time? Who wanted to speak?
Nobody wants to speak. I want to give the.
What can you say? But resistance is literally a piece of human trash and scum, and you let him use words like that against a woman like that? I mean, you should have kicked him off the moment he used the K word or the S word. And right now you should kick him off. He's human trash and good Shabbos.
No, Adrian, I'm speaking now, and I will answer Ian. Ian, listen to me. This room open to anyone. Most of the haters and most of the liars and most of the women talking not nice. I'm also talking.
Are Zionists.
Resistance, please. I'm talking now. Everybody can speak in this room. What you want, it's a free room for everybody. And everybody can answer him.
That's great, but personal responsibility. You create the marketplace and you let this piece of trash resistance use profanity and personal attacks against your fellow Yid. I mean, help a person. Don't let this piece of trash demean, abuse, and use vulgarity like that. Resistance, you should be ashamed of yourself. What kind of wisdom do you have talking to a woman like that on a Friday night? No wonder why you're alone. You're pathetic and you're a piece of trash. You're a piece of trash.
Fuck his Jewish family and ancestors. They're a bunch of weasels and rats. And they are the liars and disgusting scum of Israel. So we have to get rid of them. They are the terrorist supporters. Adrian is a faggot. Queer.
I'm mute. When I'm mute, please don't release yourself. Adrian said what he think about you talking. He has the right to say.
He has the right to mouth off all the propaganda and lies he wants. But he's using vulgarity and ad hominem personal attacks against people. He's a piece of trash.
Wait.
Are colonizing terrorists.
Resistance, when I mute, please don't release your mute. Adrian say what he think about you. You answer him and we finish about it. Adrian and resistance, you not talking. Adrian and resistance. Do not talk. Any other person in the room want to speak.
Okay, Uncle.
Not Adrian and
Okay, Uncle Amos.
Somebody want to speak. If not, I give them to keep on arguing.
Okay, Uncle Amos.
I don't have anything against arguments, but when I think it's we finish, I finish. Ian, yes, speak.
Yeah.
Freely.
No, what the lady said was absolutely correct. They have to protect the people that are still hostages. I mean, I don't know, what prison system resistance came from, but he doesn't exactly have the brain power to understand it's a relatively larger issue. And I don't know whether or not he's ever dealt with people that were, held hostage and how you deal with a situation like that. But she happens to be 100% correct. Thank you.
Somebody else want to speak. Faisal, you didn't speak for a long time. The Jetta, hi. Somebody didn't it. You're a chicken. You under the stage, not talking. You don't have to be involved with a.
Atmos, usually how it works. If someone speaks, right, and they mention someone's name, you're supposed to allow them to respond to the person who engaged by stating their name.
Yeah, but this is his room. He can't he's acting like a dictator in his own room.
Wait, first I wanted, now I give resistance 2 minutes to say what you want. Resistance.
I won't take that long. Well, Ian is either ignorant or has a warped intelligence on how things go when you're dealing with hostages. First of all, one of the main things you don't do if you're dealing with a hostage situation is have someone who came out of captivity and go on national TV for propaganda and for fame, like some of those so-called women that were hostages did. So their theory gets debunked just along with that. Because if you're trying to protect the hostage who are still in captivity, why would you go on mainstream media and talk about these fictitious things that did or could not happen to you? It's just not logical. Makes no sense.
Can I respond?
Yes, please respond to him.
Okay. So if I was gonna put myself in the shoes of Hamas, what would I do? First off, I would have families of those who had been kidnapped still in their own custody. So I would have them. So if they said anything, I would have their family members still there, or someone close to them that they love, would have them. And then I would have them go out in media and say certain things that would benefit Hamas narrative. And I would demand them to go out in media and say these things that benefit Hamas, because this is part of the Hamas propaganda machine resistance. You're too fucking stupid to understand this. I haven't. This is so fucking obvious to anyone. Hamas doesn't care about human rights. They have no laws. They don't give a fuck. They will use anything as propaganda, any tool they have. But you're too stupid to understand how cynical they are, because you're a fucking brain dead morons, completely brainwashed. Thank you.
So you're saying Israel cares about human life?
Wait, only mine. You have 2 minutes.
At most, once again, he said my name, so can I respond?
No.
Because I wanted to agree to it. Hold on, at most, I just want to say this. I wanted to.
No, I'm mute. Resistance, don't release. Don't release resistance. I say you give me the honor. I am the leader of the room. I will give you another more than 2 minutes. But now my speaking and you will not interfere anyone. My speak. Mahi. You wanted to speak, Mahi.
No, I just said that. So they got Tam. Is it Tam? So he's saying that. So you saying Israel cares about human life and has no propaganda and all stuff like this, right? Is that what you're saying? You say they're the most just army in the world. Yeah?
Completely different question than what I responded.
No, I'm just because obviously you're obviously a Zionist. You're obviously a Zionist. I'm asking you a question. It's not a war, but I'm asking you a question.
This is whataboutism. This is pure whataboutism. I responded to what Resistance said. It had absolutely to do what he said. You want to change the topic to something else. This is not where I spent.
No, it's not. Because obviously you acted emotionally. You acted emotionally because you insulted his intellect. You acted emotionally.
You can't even argue against what I said because you know I'm right.
Okay.
Because you acted emotionally. I'm not going to argue with an emotional man.
Enough. I mute everybody. Enough. I heard you. Enough. Okay, now Resistance, you answer. You have your 2 minutes. Resistance.
Oh, unlike that scum that was talking about me, I actually do read and do research. Did I have numerous articles here and numerous statements to some of the hostages that were free made, and according to them, because I could read at least 2 of them, how they were treated fair by Hamas, how they were well fed by Hamas, how they weren't beaten or tortured. So if these hostages are saying that, why would I believe your scumbag Jewish weasel ass?
One, you're a little bit on the primitive side. That's something that's pretty obvious. Second, Googling your own opinion and Googling what you want to see is not exactly side.
And just like yours, I don't give a fuck about what the occupation Israeli government that's terrorists and committing genocide have to say. So why would I take their side, you animal? Because you're an ignorant white cunt that is a column.
Resistance, I mute you. Only Ian, you can respond. Only Ian.
Thank you. No, I mean, he's primitive. He is very ignorant on this. It's pretty obvious. I mean, just take a look at the positions he's taken. Listen to what he is saying. He obviously is on one side of this equation. Great. But Googling
and so are you ignorant white scum.
You know what, boy?
Your mother's a boy.
Boy, be quiet.
Resistance, I'm mute you.
Yes, I mean, Resistance, I think you've been a convict for too long. You can't tell the difference between men and women.
I can. I fucked your daughter. She was definitely a good whore.
Resistance.
Fuck up with the insults, bro. Suck my dick and fuck
Amos, you should. Amos.
I'm almost gonna admit, he doesn't bring any value here.
You don't bring any value.
No, don't remove him. Don't remove
him.
With
a big nose. You're a weasel with a big nose. We're gonna throw your mother over you. We're gonna fuck that Jewish in her ass like the Talmud says to do.
I mute everybody. Please don't release. Please don't release. I mute everybody. Please don't release.
Please don't
I
release.
mute everybody. Please don't release. I mute everybody. Now, Galileo, Galileo, you have your 2 minutes. Now speak.
I don't have anything to say. I just came to the room.
So you just came here to bothering me, yeah? Instead of
No,
helping me.
that's not true, Amos. Look at your photo. I made it for you. Why are you talking to me like that?
That's true. I even fight for you, and you don't know while you haven't been in the room. I forced somebody to remove your picture from his title, and I did it for you.
I'm Shirley. אני אוהבת אותך, עמוס.
I want you to say it in all the rooms that you like me. All the rooms I want to hear that Galileo is my friend.
But we cannot be together. You are an Israeli.
I'm Israeli. I'm married.
That's what you like.
Let's hear Danny. Danny, talk. It's you 2 minutes now, Danny.
I'm sorry I cut you off there.
Danny, I said talk. Now you have 2 minutes, you have to talk.
Okay, I'm gonna talk now. I'm gonna talk about Amos and Galilean.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. And yeah, who is the real Amos?
It's the real Amos right here, baby.
Yeah. Which one is gonna win Galilean's heart? It's my 2 minutes, Jerusalem. It's my 2 minutes. This is the show. We want to know.
Can someone remove this Adrian? He always records rooms.
I don't care if you record.
No, Amos, remove him.
I mute everybody.
Amos.
I mute. Keep your mouth shut.
I mute everybody.
Danny, please finish your words. Danny.
Amos, my friend. Amos.
Wait. Now Danny is speaking. No,
say
I mute everybody. I mute everybody. Only Danny is speaking. Please don't bother Danny to speak. Danny.
I need Danny.
Yeah, speak. Speak about Amos and Galileo, whatever you want. You can speak whatever you want, Danny.
Okay, I think this is the best room every Friday on Clubhouse, and thank you very much. Come to Amos' room every Friday and like and subscribe to the channel.
Danny, how much you want me to pay?
Was this an advertisement?
Okay, Mike, it's your turn. You have your 2 minutes, Mike. Mike, speak. Speak, Mike. You have 2 minutes. Speak.
Speak about what?
About anything you want. About what Danny say about the room. You come here every Friday.
Oh, you coming every Friday? Nice. Okay, guys, coming every Friday. Free pizza here and drinks. If you're Palestinian, you get more prizes. If you're Israeli, you get less just because you have more. And we'll keep the party going.
Keep on. That's the right way to talk. Okay, somebody want to speak about Dindin. You didn't speak, Dindin. I want Dindin to speak. He's so quiet.
I have 2 minutes?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
What do you want to talk about, Amos? First, how was the electricity? I hear you had an incident of electric.
I'm, by the way, sitting now. I'm sorry I can't take picture, but I'm sitting in a dark room in an old kibbutz that don't have electricity now for about 1 or 2 hours.
Why?
And I sit with a candle in a dark
room.
I mute everybody.
Galileo.
I mute.
Galileo, be quiet. I'm speaking with
Yeah, Galileo, be quiet for a minute. Amos doesn't have electricity and...
Galileo Figaro.
I want you to speak slowly.
The Houthi did this.
I want you to speak slowly for me.
No, maybe it was Hamas.
Yeah, Hamas.
I don't know. Or Hezbollah.
Hamas launched a rocket on Amos kibbutz, and they don't have electricity.
Wow, all this hitting and Hamas still firing? Wow.
Let's look how many people I have in my room right now, with or without Galileo.
The truth is, behind closed doors, the P word became my secret sin at age 10.
I just wanted to check up on you.
I told you, mute him.
Andrea, the next time you put me this music, you're out of the room. I warn you.
Screaming.
Resistance. Where is Kamala Harris? Where is she?
Okay, Swifty.
Where is Kamala Harris?
You have 2 minutes.
No, I just asked
Hamala Harris is not here.
Kamala.
Swifty,
No, I like.
Two minutes of charism. Let's see. Swifty.
No, one question for
Hamala Harris went with Jekyll Maxon.
Jekyll Maxon, yeah.
You asking me where
is Kamala? Where is Kamala that you voted for her?
I never voted for that bitch, but if you ask me where she's at, she's probably cleaning Netanyahu's ass because he just had surgery there.
So you voted for Trump, thank you.
I didn't vote for that scumbag neither.
Oh, very good, very good. Because of you, Trump got elected.
I don't care, fuck Trump and fuck Kamala. I don't care if America goes to hell.
Are you American?
Yes. I want civil war in America. I want to topple the regime. I want to do what Bibi Netanyahu specializes in, toppling regime.
Thank you for not voting. Thank you for, because of you, Trump got elected.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
What do you think Trump would be so good to Israel? You think?
Listen, the city pays for Resistance apartment. They give him a free apartment. He doesn't even have to work. He gets on welfare. He's a piece of shit, this guy. He's the biggest parasite in New York City.
I made more money trading in stocks today than you have in a whole year, you dirty.
Really? How much did you make today, Resistance?
78,000.
You made 78,000 trading stocks?
Yes, I did. I made
Raboinoi Shaloiloim.
great bid today on Walgreens. Okay, I made a great bid on Walgreens this morning. I made a great bid on
Walgreens, wow.
I ate like a fat boy to eat cake.
Resistance, I remove you now. Resistance, I remove you now. I heard you enough. I want to hear other people. I want to hear tea time now. Tea time. You listen to Amos or you're listening to your telephone? I haven't heard.
What did Walgreens stock do today?
Somebody else, not Resistance, not Swifty, those people who don't speak. Mike, this. Okay,
Damn, up 25% today? What was the news?
Oh, yeah, I barely spoke.
Justin's earnings surpass estimates.
I'm coming here, but do you support Hamas?
Market cap back at 10 billion. You could have bought it at 920.
Do you support Hamas?
It was a nice buy, yeah.
Do you support Hezbollah?
Who do you speak to? Amos?
Negative 3 billion, negative $3 a share.
No, not Mike. He left the room.
Speaking, Cassis.
He's speaking to Resistance.
And the Dow fell 700.
You asking me?
Oh.
I don't think he was talking to me. I think he was talking to the guy who left.
No, yeah, the guy that left. Hey, tea time, you fucking slut. I didn't speak to Resistance, okay?
Stop talking about your mother like that.
Okay, boy, shut up, bitch. You're 45 years old and you're still not married. You're a single, bitch. Bitch, you're 45 years old and you're not married, bitch. Fucking whore.
30万移民美国，就是这么划算。是的，你没有看错，只要30万人民币就可以办。
Please do not release. I want somebody to speak. Somebody who did this.
Amos, I want to read poem to room. You will love it.
Okay, go on.
Okay, this is called The Nature of Wisdom by the Alter Rebbe. For this thing is very near to you. What is this thing that is very near? For some it may be self-emptying, and for others it may be rational love. But these still require a level of effort and practice that may not be available to everyone. The it that is near must be near to all, and this it is wisdom. For wisdom rests within all things, as it is written, God founded the earth in wisdom, and in wisdom you have made them all. Further, wisdom fills all life, as it is written, wisdom gives life to those who possess it. Wisdom is the capacity to intuit the essence of all things, the faculty by which you glimpse the true nature of what is. And what is God, And wisdom reveals the presence of God even to the most foolish and ignorant on Clown House, as it is written, I am foolish and ignorant. I am a beast before you, and I am constantly with you. This is the subnote. It says Psalm 73. No matter how foolish. You want to hear the subnote?
Andrian, how old are you?
42.
42, you are married, you have children?
No, Rabboni Shaloilom, I'm a bachelor.
You're a rabbi?
No, he sleeps with men.
No, I'm not a rabbi.
I'm talking only to Andrian, do not bother me. I'm talking to Andrian, please don't interfere me. Andrian, what are you doing? What your job is? Are you a priest? What are you?
No, I'm a clubhouse comedian, and I perform live on YouTube. YouTube pays me to come here and read poetry.
YouTube pay you money to be in club?
Yeah, I'm live streaming myself right now, and I just got paid a $20 tip for reading that poem from Hashem Rabboni Shaloilom. Thanks, Hashem.
And you need a helper? You want me to help you? How much you pay me as a helper?
I'll give you 50%. I'll send you $10 on Cash App. Rabboni Shaloilom. 10 not 11, 10 not 9.
Okay, I'll think about it. Somebody want to speak about hostages and how to release the hostages? Somebody have an idea how we can release the hostages? Soren, I haven't heard you for a long time. Come on the stage, Soren.
Why is he streaming this room?
Samson, you also a big talker. Why was a big talker? Jimmy Beaton, Samson, Soren. Why you don't come on the stage, you chickens? So many chickens. Okay, then I give the resistance.
Well, you know the only way to free the hostages is that Israel have to force Netanyahu for elections. They will have to get him out of office, get the new person in, and then maybe they'll be reasonable and do a hostage deal with Hamas.
To be honest, I agree with you. You have to force Bibi to finish the war, to release
Ghost
Gaza.
Steps, the Moiseyev Ballet Company, a world-renowned dance ensemble, is famous for this remarkable choreography. The dancers appear to float above the ground, moving with incredible smoothness and grace, like gliding on air. This ethereal movement earned it the name Ghost Walk. By maintaining perfect balance on their toes, the dancers create a unique stage presence that captivates.
Maybe you should start shouting.
I do in my room whatever I want.
Okay, I'm just trolling.
Okay.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big
First time talking in my room, so take 1 minute, speak. Gilmore, speak. Let's see who you are.
Oh no, I've been in your rooms before, but you probably don't remember me because I've changed my name many times. Is this room being streamed on YouTube?
Well, it's really.
No.
Ask Adrian.
It's only here in Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's being live streamed right now, and anything you say, I'm gonna clip it and just make it an individual snippet.
Gilmore, where are you from, Gilmore? Gilmore.
I'm from the United States.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Bro, Glimmer is Somalian, bro. She's from Somalia.
You have any connected to the Jewish-Israeli conflict?
Yeah, I'm an American, and AIPAC is like the 4th branch.
You're not American, you're Somali.
How am I not an American? Can you define what an American is?
Your parents are
Protect
born
my
in
blue
Somalia,
sky.
third world country.
What do you mean?
You migrated, your
How do
parents
you know my
migrated
parents
on
are born in Somalia? You don't even know.
Your parents, Glimmer, your
You don't
parents
know they
migrated
were American and they identify as
Somalia.
Okay, unmute everybody. Unmute everybody. Do not release. Please don't release. Okay, Cassius, you have a long to say. You have 2 minutes. Cassius only 2.
I have Adrian Dittman, I think. Just without the 2 T's and the 2 N's. Oh, art gallery. Who cares?
You will forever be a Somalian from Africa, East Africa. You're not
Think I should change it?
Oh, so I'm not American
I think I tried to change it once before. I don't care.
You fucking Somali. You're Somali. You're not American.
Okay, Katius, we heard you enough. Now, Gilmer, you can answer.
Hey, fuck your mom, nigga. Let me speak my 2 minutes, you fucking bitch.
I said you finish. I mean, you finish.
I
said you finish. You finish.
Fuck Israel, bitch. I hope you guys get raped.
Cassius, I said you finish. You will finish. Please don't. Please, I'm the owner of the woman. I said you finish. Now, Gilmore, you can answer him. Gilmore, answer him.
Oh, answer him? I mean, he wasn't really saying much. He was just insulting me, so I don't really.
Just come in to insult you. Why? What is the motive to insult you?
I think he has a crush on me. That's why.
Why? Cassius, be quiet. I'm talking to Gilmore. You be quiet, Cassius.
Shut up, bitch. You don't know what to do.
He does have a crush on you.
Gilmore.
Time is a bitch, nigga. A fucking whore.
Cassius, I give you a warning. And second and third time, you will be out of the room. You will not come in to interfere me. I'm talking with Gilmore. You're not allowed to speak while I'm speaking to Gilmore. Gilmore,
yeah,
I want to... This time, please. Gilmore, I want to ask you again. What's the motive of Cassius to insult you? Gilmore, I'm speaking to you.
Oh, okay. I think he just doesn't like Somalis and he doesn't like black people, but yeah, and anytime I'm in a room where I'm trying to have a serious discussion, I think he likes to go in and derail, but honestly, he can keep insulting me. I think he has me at it. I think it's funny and it's entertaining, so, keep doing you, Cassius.
So you're saying he's just, you have no reason, nothing, maybe because you're a black woman, that's the only reason he wants to insult you?
Yes.
Can you answer that? Because
Cassius, no, Cassius, I don't want to hear you. No, Cassius, I don't want to hear you.
Oh, shake it.
Oh, you don't give the second warning. The third one, you're out. Tea time, talk. Tea time.
He's madly in love with her. And that's why he follows her in every room.
It's so funny.
And
This shit is
that's
funny.
why he's trying to be friends with everybody, because he's trying to curse people out, but he's trying to request everybody as friends, but they don't want to be his friends because he's violent and he's disgusting.
Yeah, he's very vulgar. He's very immature.
He is Adrian, right?
Okay, anybody else that didn't speak, want to speak? Nell, you're my, what? Phil שלי, Amos, Phil, hold on, Amos, driving the bus right now, hold on in the room.
I have one other thing to say. Cassius has some sort of obsession with sucking people's moms and moms sucking people him. I think he's got mommy issues. I don't know what's up with that. Look what he's writing in the chat. I mean, control your room. Amos, look what he's writing. He's writing all about moms. He has a mom issue. I think mommy hurt him. And he can't handle someone who's 40. Ooh, it's so old for him. In his fantasies, he could get someone who's 40. But
I don't even think he's old enough to be on Clubhouse. Are you like 16 or something?
I'd say 15.
As long as he can write anyone. I also like to go to rooms. I even don't understand what his rubbish is writing there. Let him write what he wants. Big deal.
He just has a mommy issue. I'm just not sure what it is because he's cursing at everybody's mommy and talking about mommies and that's all. That's his big line. Suck your mommy.
Maybe when he was a child, his mother didn't behave nice to him, so now he has problems of mommy.
Don't speak about mothers, Amos. I wasn't disrespectful.
You weren't disrespectful. It's fine.
Come on, man. I didn't curse you. I just said that you're 14. No, I didn't curse Amos. I didn't curse. I just said like. That's you because you're 45 years old.
I mute everybody. When I mute everybody, quiet.
Do not release.
Somebody else. Andrian, you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to read another poem from the Alter Rebbe. This is called Generosity. The revelation at Sinai emptied the people of selfhood and their souls departed with every word. To preserve the self, God commanded the people to build the Holy of Holies in which God's presence would dwell and where divine unity would be revealed. When the temple was destroyed and with it the Holy of Holies, the way became God's dwelling place, and spiritual practice became a path to self-emptying. Chief among the spiritual practices is generosity, for generosity is the right arm of God. The practice of generosity is equivalent to all other spiritual practices. Asiya, the physical world of action, is the densest of all the worlds and the one most in need of illumination. Just as a windowless room on Clown House can only be illumined from within, so Asiya must be illumined from within. You are the vehicle for that illumination, and you accomplish it by doing Masim Tovim, selfless acts of loving kindness. In the world of action, only action matters. Feeling is not enough. Thinking is not enough. You must act, and when you act well, your actions illumine the world.
Okay. Somebody want to respond, Sandrian? Somebody want to say, if you hear the bomb out the sky in my room, that's a bomb of rain. It's not a bombing of an airplanes, it's the rain, a big, big rain.
Adrian does too much cocaine, and his audience are either idiots or morons.
Okay, resistance, you have 2 minutes. Keep on, talk to garbage. Resistance, it's okay. You can speak rubbish now. Resistance, it's your time.
No, I want to talk about Israel and the genocide that they committed.
Yeah, but
Okay.
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I like to speak, but now I give resistance the time. Resistance, you want Gilbert to speak or you want your time?
She could speak. It's fine. She just came in.
Okay, then let's. She's not speaking alone.
No,
Gilbert,
well, I mean, I was gonna say, you were asking me like, I don't know why I care, or why I have a comment about the genocide that's currently going on as an American.
Yeah, speak.
Okay. I mean, like most of my tax dollars are going to this conflict, so